got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
I was born on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from Rivers State, from Opobo in Rivers State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married. And I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university. And we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, no. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but we kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king, and he gave me a hug and he gave me a pic, and they were like, "Whoa, the upper Benin won't even shake your hand, as a woman." I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted, but maybe some other people say you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all. I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But great King Jaja of Opobo, my great grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. When they studied, came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Jaja of Opobo, they told them about King Jaja of Opobo in school, and they said, "That's my mommy's great grandfather." Like, whoa, no, it was like a big deal to them. For us, Absolutely, upbringing and my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this: you're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, of course, get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you. So if you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? Do you understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point of carrying all the chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Journey 7 is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstance. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I want them to make for me. I didn't have tailors, but when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. My parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Lever Brothers. And for 5 years, but the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. I was going on having the 3rd one. So it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linters, the advertising agency used to be here. All the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC, we're all Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we're hosting, and with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children you will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family, and I decided to go back, and I put in my resignation. There was nothing wrong. When I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation, so I had to use another way encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids said, oh, they're having something in school, I'm there. Okay, I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was enough encouragement. You make more money doing your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gifts. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. And which corporate body do you want to give as end of year gift? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking inwards. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like Ashok and Adira. I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So when, even in Abuja, when they were going to have, like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year activities, so that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull, like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah, this is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching, would do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could see that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, looked around like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her, and I modeled the clothes actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week, you know. I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel, please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close the show. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will buy me the top fashion designers there. When the Alfadi does this, they want every 4 years. Alfadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and Ashok, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my two boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design thing, it's not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years. I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of mouth goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that, When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that's spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable for you, What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world. You understand? Then those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is, wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well. They love you. They want to take care of you. But nature calls. They part ways. Some marry other women. Some leave. Some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I will advise them, everybody, try to be as independent as you can. Financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him, but let him not feel that the world has come to an end. A man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy. It makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something doing. Do something that will enable you earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is the #1 killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving. You have to be forgiving. You understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decide whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious. When you offend them once, oh my goodness, they will carry it in their chest, and the chest will be expanding, and they won't sleep well, and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes, and always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately, or because I will tell you the truth, no matter whose house is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times I'm the last girl in the house. So maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black, they will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I can't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of. I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And you know, when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. You know, some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, you know. It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of. The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. You know, that intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody is happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite, I won't even say it, on the street. One of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come in. Because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people, and I believe in education a lot. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, they stay and they do very well. Some of them I train from a distance and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have the levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love, an act of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and it's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
You are unable to understand why the Imo man, Imo woman, Bayelsa man, Bayelsa woman will blow egg to chicken and chicken will cry. What is, you are the one that don't understand it. You can't understand the science behind it. So what you should do is go and study how to understand it. That was why China closed their border for 25 years. Today, the Europeans and Americans are trooping to China to study TCM. They are in droves. Today, Ayurveda is a full ministry in India. The Global Center for Traditional Medicine is in Gujarat, in India. It became 1 year in March this year. Because these people refused to be intimidated. They even want to scrape us so that we will not talk.
Because of the advent of drugs, hospitals, and modern technology, natural medicine in Nigeria have been relegated to the back for the longest of time in Nigeria. This situation has left Nigerians and Africans at large at the mercy of drugs produced abroad, as opposed to the effective, potent, and curing ability of leaves and roots. The Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency and natural medicine practitioners have partnered with Femi Walsh, owners of Souq News Television and the Isle 104.9 FM. The Memorandum of Understanding was signed at a meeting held between both parties on Wednesday, July 7, 2024, in Lagos. At the meeting, the Director General of the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje, welcomed the guests, saying that there is need to positively change the narrative of natural medicine in Nigeria, and by extension, Africa. According to Professor Emeje, Souq News Television and the Isle 104.9 has the capacity to showcase the tremendous studies, research work, and products coming out of Nigeria to the world.
So I believe your coming on board is also at a very critical period. So that, yes, when we talked about, when we talked the other time and you said that because of our activities, people will start saying they want to be DJ of that thing. Let them come and do. Yes, it is better for us to be known, to be lucrative, to be functional, so that people will compete to come and be DG, than for us to be obliterated. Do you understand? Because no matter how you do DG, you have expiry date. You will go. But let the organization remain for the benefit of our nation. Thank you very much.
Professor Emeje, responding on behalf of the president of Femi Wash Media, Ambassador Victor Oluwafemi Wash, the vice president of Femi Wash Media, Dr. Idahosa Osamanze, said, as Nigerians, we talk down on Nigeria a lot.
The beauty about what we're doing is that we also know that the end of post television is coming close to an end, because the Gen Zs, they don't watch too much of television, they are on their cell phone. And so we adopt the over-the-top technology as a company to distribute our content, both in Africa, Asia, and America. Yesterday, I was still talking to a friend of mine, I met him in Toronto, who's giving us an inroad into the Caribbean, where our brothers are who were moved from this place. So we show to the world what we are capable of doing, and this will attract attention of the world to the agency. I said to Prof the other day that I know that very soon people will be struggling to become DG of the agency. Because now there's no budget in it, that's why people are not struggling. But very soon budget will come to it. And then everybody can live in the center of good life. So it's a pleasure to partner with you and to see how to drive this vision that in the next 4 years, as Prof is still here.
Dr. Osamanze, in the presence of Souq News Television's Chief Responsibility Officer, Sam Orowuje, Business Manager Shade Uwe, and Chooks John Rogers, appreciated the NNMDA management and staff for a wonderful meeting that has signaled the beginning of a beautiful relationship in times to come.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked the CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history. An important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial
A very good morning to you and welcome to Front Burners, reaching you live from our studios in the heart of Lagos, Nigeria. I am Oyim Priye Krumale. As usual, we'll bring you stories, the front burners of the polity within the line of business, economy, and development. Your day from Monday to Friday. And today is Thursday. I won't be doing this by myself. I have Dr. Idahosa here. Good morning, Doctor.
Pretty good morning. Very fine.
The President, another 4.5 trillion naira addition to the supplementary budget. I am not saying we should start that conversation now.
The heavens are open.
The heavens are open.
The rains are falling.
Well, they've been receiving bashes left, right, and center from public affairs analysts and economic experts. Well, that's part of the story we'll be jumping in to talk about. Better. You seem to like the idea of the increase.
Yes, I do.
Well, let's not go ahead of ourselves. We have Evelyn Ohele standing by to give us something you do not want to miss.
Hello there, how are you? So I know it's almost the end of the week, and for you, business may not have gone as planned. Calm down. Yesterday may not have been a good day, but you see today, profits go plenty, jaburata. Today is a new day full of fresh opportunities. As we say in Yoruba, Onyadarao, today is blessed. So shake off yesterday's disappointments and just forge ahead. Better days are ahead. My name is Evelyn Ohele, and here is something you do not want to miss. Let's get right into it. It's a plus for Nigeria's economy. The Naira just crossed the 1,600 mark, appreciating to 1,590 Naira per dollar in the black market. That's a 4.7% gain over the past month, with the Naira rising by 75 from 1,665 Naira at the start of the year. So what's behind this? Currency dealers say it's thanks to a boost in dollar supply and a decrease in demand for the greenback. According to CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso, the bank's bold tightening measures since the start of the year has helped stabilize the foreign exchange market and narrow the gap between different market segments. In fact, the Naira has been steadily gaining ground. On Tuesday, it closed flat at 1,600 Naira per dollar in the black market after trading at 1,599 Naira 33 kobo on Monday. Meanwhile, at the official foreign exchange market, the Naira held steady at 1,499 Naira per dollar. It's a welcome development for Nigeria's economy, if you ask me. And some persons say it just might seem that Cardoso metrics are producing results, although not at the pace many people want. What do you think? Will the Naira continue to rise? I'll leave that question for you to answer. On to the next story. The Federal Executive Council, FEC, has just approved a $45.3 million contract to link 4 major Western ports to the rail network. We're talking about the Badagry Deep Seaport, the Tinkan Seaport, Apapa Seaport, and Lekki Seaport, all connecting to the hinterlands. According to the Minister of Transportation, Saidu Alkali, the goal is to boost freight movement and economic development by integrating these western seaports into the national rail network. The proposed rail alignment will run from Badagry Deep Seaport to Tinkan Seaport, Apapa Seaport, Lekki Seaport, Ijebu-Ode, and Kajola, where it will connect to the Lagos-Kaduna Maradi Railway Modernization Project. Currently, only Apapa Port is connected to the rail network, but this new project is expected to significantly contribute to GDP growth and stimulate economic activity. The contract was awarded at the cost of $45.3 million, and it's a major step forward for Nigeria's transportation infrastructure. Meanwhile, big changes are coming for bureau de change operators. The CBN, Central Bank of Nigeria, has just issued new directives to enhance tracking, transparency, and anti-money laundering efforts in the foreign exchange market. Here's what you need to know. In a circular signed by W.J. Kanya, Acting Director of the Trade and Exchange Department, the CBN stated that these guidelines include a weekly purchase cap of $25,000 per BDC from authorized dealer banks, and they can only procure the said amount from only the bank of its choice in a week. Other guidelines are that the BDCs must maintain records of all transactions, including the bank verification numbers, BVNs, of end users and endorsement of dollar sales on international passports. The foreign exchange purchased by BDCs must be sold to end users at a rate not exceeding 1% margin above the buying rate. BDCs must provide daily returns on their foreign exchange purchases and sales through the Financial Institutions Forex Reporting System, FIFX. Funds purchased by BDCs are restricted to specific eligible transactions, including business travel allowance, personal travel allowance, overseas school fees, and overseas medical fees. Now, this circular concludes by warning that any authorized dealer or BDC that violates these guidelines or divert funds will face appropriate sanctions, including the suspension of their dealership license. These new directives aim to promote transparency and accountability in the foreign exchange markets. Well, let's see how this plays out. To my next and final story on something you do not want to miss, and this is away from Nigeria. President Donald Trump has expressed his desire to negotiate a nuclear deal with Iran. This announcement comes after he reinstated a maximum pressure campaign aimed at reducing Iran's oil exports to zero. Recall that back in 2018, Trump withdrew the U.S. from the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, JCPOA, a nuclear deal negotiated by President Barack Obama. Since then, tensions between the U.S. and Iran have escalated. Trump stated on Truth Social that he prefers a verified nuclear peace agreement that would allow Iran to grow and prosper peacefully, saying reports that the U.S. and Israel are working together to attack Iran are exaggerated. However, his willingness to negotiate may be complicated by his recent statements on the Gaza Strip. Trump suggested the Palestinians should leave the Gaza Strip, allowing the U.S. to take over and rebuild it. This proposal has raised concerns, particularly given Iran's support for Hamas, the militant group controlling Gaza. And despite these challenges, Trump has expressed openness to talking to his Iranian counterpart. His administration's approach to Iran has been marked by maximum pressure, but he now seems willing to explore diplomatic options. All right, that's the show for today. Thank you for joining us on something you do not want to miss. And there is more that you should not miss on the front burners. Stick with us right here on Souq News Television. Do not forget to drop your comments as you watch. My name is Evelyn Ohiole. Catch you later for posts and perspectives.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an Armed Forces Remembrance Cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge, ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota markets, Souq enlightenment. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era, where the British claimed the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeliji-Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street, Souq enlightenment.
The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodu.
A very good morning to you once again and welcome to the program reaching you live from our studios at Souq News Television. And straight away we'll go into insight in what made the news. But before then, we still go. This is the three musketeers, like Evelyn normally calls us. What does musketeers mean? Is the positive
We should ask Evelyn, because she did the christening.
Yeah, because the last time I heard what that was when that movie was involved.
A Nollywood movie.
Yeah, not just of that. That movie, The Good, the
bad and the ugly.
Then I used to hear that word being bandied here and there. Musketeers. So I think it was associated to, is it hooliganism or brigandage?
I originally was here.
Using it in the positive sense.
No, so since you're not very sure and you're not comfortable with it, we need to conduct a new naming ceremony.
Exactly. Well, welcome once again. Let's dive into it. President Tinubu increases 2025 budget from 49.7 trillion naira to 54.2 trillion naira, citing additional revenues generated by key government agencies. That's an increase of about 4.5 trillion naira. Doc, before we commence the program, you were expressing satisfaction that you are delighted in this development.
Yeah, there's only that size better than when people are transparent. And that for me is how I see it. We had to pass this course several times, where of course money comes into government coffers, they are not budgeted but they are expended. And it is important that every single penny that gets into government coffer in a fiscal year, plans on how to use it had to be in place. And I think that just speaks to transparency, and it also speaks to the issue of accountability. And it's not increasing it because there are pressure to say, okay, we must do XYZ, but say we could have done XYZ based on the medium-term economic framework. But this is a constraint because we need to borrow some more money, and now we're having more money coming in from the NDAs. And so why not let's scale up a little bit, especially when issues again arises. But here on this table yesterday, we were talking about the North Central Development Commission. Of course, it's like the approval had escaped the budget. But I think this is again an opportunity to factor that in. And then some budgetary allocation can get into that space. And at least people can account for what government is earning and how the monies are spent.
I have two very strong concerns. Previously, when we presented the 49.7 trillion naira budget, it was itemized that 13 trillion naira will be for budget deficit. And now that we have 4.5 trillion naira increase, Blessing, do you think that will lead to the depreciation of
reducing the deficit?
Yes, reducing the deficit, which will be good for the economy.
It depends on what the president wants to budget that 4.5 trillion naira for. So if there are new elements coming into the budget, like the North Central Development Commission, that may mean that part of that money will go for it. And maybe other things that weren't budgeted for, if they are coming into the budget now, so the budget deficit might remain. Otherwise, I think that would close the gap. And it will be a good thing. So it means that there will be less borrowing, and it saves the country a whole lot. I'm happy that revenue is generated, and the revenue is part of what makes the budget. So it's a good one for government. Like the past where more borrowings were done as against the revenue that we had generated. So I think it's kudos to Federal Inland Revenue Service, kudos to Nigerian Customs Service. They've been generating revenue before, and I think that if the other ports in the country are working, that would also add up to what comes from the ports. So, but this one is just majorly from the Lagos port, and that's a lot of money. So it depends on what the president wants to do. But there is a promise that the budget will be passed by the end of February, which is still not too good. I think there should be works to ensure that we return back to the cycle that by November, at the latest by December, the budget for the incoming year is already ready and passed. So the budget starts running from the start of the year. We're already 2 months behind, so I hope that they're able to meet that deadline that they've set for by February ending, and it doesn't get into March. So that would mean that the first quarter of the year goes on without us having the budget passed.
Okay, I think some other persons who were saying the government, most especially this delay for 2 months into the 2025 budget, is not a practice that we should continue to adopt. Mr. Paul Alaje, who is an economic expert himself, was also saying that 2 months, all the government needs to do, as in collaboration with the National Assembly, they were supposed to make sure that the budget cycle we stick to it and make sure that we pass the budget. And if there is need for any addition, there is nothing wrong with supplementary budget. At least the government have from January to at least November or October thereabout to generate and bring forth another reason, or is present a supplementary budget before Parliament so they can approve, and hope it will not be looked at that we are not really very, very decisive in the way and manner we want to make some spendings. But Doc, what does this delayed passage of the budget is not going to have any consequence?
Yeah, but I don't think the delay was deliberate. There was a whole lot to be done in terms of adjusting all the parameters that were to determine how the forecast of the budget was. Don't forget that the current medium-term economic framework that is used in preparing the budget, which of course lapsed this year, was prepared by the previous administration. And that's what the government has been relying on to set its own budget. And therefore, there was a need for the government to prepare its own framework for another 3 years to determine how 2025, 2026, and 2027 budget is going to look like. So that took a lot of time, and so MDAs were not through with preparation of budget because the Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Economic Planning had not finished their work in preparing that document. And of course, it's also a legal document that the National Assembly needed to endorse. And because of that delay in preparation of the midterm framework, the MDA submitted their budget late, and then of course the compilation came late, and that was why you find that National Assembly would not be able to consider that budget before the end of the last fiscal year. But in 2024, the budget was passed on time, well before this happened, and I think we could take this as one-off because the natural budget cycle had some challenges, and of course twice we saw that the National Assembly had to extend the life cycle of the 2023 budget and of course the life cycle of the 2024 budget because of some of these peculiarities.
Well, I really hope that we will be able to do away with this in the before the end of February, like the government has said, given the fact that, remember yesterday we were talking about some of the key critical agencies that have not been able to come to the floor before the committee to defend the budget of the ministries.
No. I think that is audit. It's not. That has nothing to do with budget. Those key agencies that didn't come, that is for the audit query, and that's quite different from budget. So there are two different things, and I think there are no resistance. I know, for example, FRS had come to the National Assembly to defend their budget. So we can see that there's not so much complaint right now because everybody seems to be complying because the president himself needs the budget to be passed because it's going to be the real document that we're going to use. But because of the extension really of the 2024 budget, the lifespan of the 2024 budget, definitely we're going to also see that 2025 budget will likely going to be extended because two budgets are running pari passu as we speak.
Well, for me, I don't really want to overflow this. The 2020 or the 2021 query by the Auditor General was based on how the budget of those years were prosecuted, which they found some inconsistencies in it. And if the 2025 budget is here and they wanted those issues that were inconsistent in the previous budget to be straightened out. And these, the heads of these ministries, political appointees of these ministries, are not doing the needful. I just hope, like Doctor said, it's not going to affect. I don't know if you have.
No. You should understand what
I actually wanted to.
No, I mentioned this yesterday. You just understand how government works and how government functions. The audit queries for, like I said, the Attorney General of the Federation just released their data for the 2021 budget. National Assembly has not considered that. The one that they are currently considering is the 2020 budget. Now, the 2020 budget has nothing to do with 2025 budget. What they are asking is that audit raise queries on some expenditures in the budget of that year. It's not as if the
what about items in this budget if they reflect?
No, that is not it. It has nothing to do with the preparation for 2025 budget. What happens is that you raise a query to say this spending was not done. It's not as if that National Assembly need it to pass the 2025 budget. Okay. In short, as a matter of fact, they have finished defending. That's what I'm saying to you. Adedeji was in the floor of the Senate to defend his budget for 2025. And of course, that has gone. It's not as if that they are considering the query based on why they want to do 2025.
I think what Doctor is saying is that, you know, there's a Public Accounts Committee at the National Assembly where the Accountants General of the Federation submits a report to them, and then they go through to know how these funds, for instance, the 2025 budget, so when funds are released to MDEs, so how they are appropriated. Maybe by the time that report has been submitted to the Accountants General of the Federation, and then it looks at it, they need to audit how was this money expended. So the Public Accounts Committee calls the agency or the MDA in question to say there is some discrepancy between what was disbursed and what was appropriated and what you disbursed at the end of the day. Why is this so? But why I have an issue with it is the delay, and which is a accumulation of different factors. One, the delay in the MDA submitting their reports to the Accountant General, because it's when the Accountant General gets the report that he can then forward to the National Assembly. So how is it that we're in 2025 and we're still talking about the expenditures of 2020? So there's a lot of delay, and I think the MDAs need to do better in preparing their books and in submitting their books, so these things can work early, because that's why there's room for denial. There's room for people to say, I'm not liable, I wasn't there at the time this happened, I'm not the person you should be speaking to. But if it is done quickly, if we're talking about 2024 for now, in 2025, then it's easy to know what actually happened. The facts come in easily, and it's easy to detect where something had gone wrong. But when years have piled up, you know, it gives room for a lot of things to be concealed, and it doesn't help for some of those mistakes or some of those discrepancies to be corrected so that they don't keep recurring. So I think the National Assembly needs to prevail on the Accountant General of the Federation, to prevail on the accountants of the chief accountants of these MDAs, to make sure their books are ready on time so that this audit can be done timely. The delay in the audit does not speak well.
Yeah, but I think the reason for the delay is the fact that, take for example, we have over 1,000 agencies of government, and these 1,000 agencies of government, they're going to bring Ghana must go of documents, of course, which of course the people in the Auditor General office had to scan through and to see whether everything, all the invoices that were sent, they all align and things like that. And this is where people are actually speaking that if we have to make progress in what we do, we have to deploy technology to help us.
Exactly, e-governance.
See, because if, for example, all the accounting processes are done electronically, it is easy, even now in the age of AI, to be able to use AI to do the analysis that you can actually see some of all these things on the dashboard. And if there are infractions, you will see it flagged out. So this is the challenge in terms of preparation. So you can imagine that every unit is sending their own invoices that they have accumulated over the year, and they're sending it to their own internal audit. Then, of course, the internal auditors had done their work, then they expect an external auditor to come, look at what they have done, and then before they pass this on straight to the Auditor General's office. So, and I think that is what is actually responsible for the delay. And the only way out for me is that we have to adopt e-governance such that if we program our procurement very well and expenditure framework, as people are entering invoice number and the rest of the thing, the system itself is able to detect if there are issues that needs to be cleared. And then, of course, all you just need to do, print out a copy, a clean copy of the balance sheet, and then, of course, you don't need to spend too much time doing that. But right now, we still do so many things manually.
I think it is deliberate. Yeah. The insistence, not actually insistence, but staying the old way when there are technologies that can help. Even for small organizations, they don't do things manually anymore because times have changed. So I think for MDAs, if they make it a priority, because they understand what these delays cost, if they make it a priority, it will happen.
The problem is not with the MDA. You see, and that's the problem with governments. And that's why people talk about when you do private sector, you can decide, wake up one morning and say, oh, I don't want to do this and I want to go to this place. But if you have to do that with government, then laws have to change. And these are very serious issues, legal implications of transiting from one system to another. And because of the way our own system is wired, where there's a whole lot of suspicion, where there's a whole lot of trust deficit, what you see is that many people are looking at situations to say, oh, is this in our favor? I need to go consult with my constituency and the rest of it. So the bureaucracy actually is the issue. And like I always will ask when I have meetings with public servants, is bureaucracy really still necessary? Why was bureaucracy in the first place? Bureaucracy happened because there were inefficiency and, of course, there were indiscipline. So the two factors that actually led to the evolution of bureaucracy is inefficiency of government and indiscipline. Now, the question to ask really, in our own space, are we now efficient? Are we now disciplined?
Okay.
But if you look at it objectively, you will still see in our environment, those two factors are still very prevalent because we are having civil service full of inefficiency and you are still having civil service full of indiscipline. And so they need to put this thing manually in place because people are also thinking that if you go E and nobody see it, and even with the way we are christened all across the globe and the smartness in able to break into system, that government could be run down one day. Now, these are all considerations that people put into account while they're thinking of deploying the e-governance model.
I think the e-governance, for me, should be the way forward. There is no reason why we will have the Ministry of Information and Digital Economy or the Ministry of Communications, and we are unable to move. I don't think it requires the Act of Parliament for us to make laws that we are moving, we are going to start have a backup system for the paper system. We don't need an act of parliament for that. It's just a normal civil service procedure that should govern. However, if we are going to do that, we could start thinking back. Some accountant general, let's even think about some of the inconsistencies and the fraud that has been committed. We remember there was this time the DG of, is it the DG? There's a pension fraud where someone, carted away the money that was meant for pensioners in this country. And he was being interrogated by the law enforcement agencies. And before we know, we got to hear that he escaped through one of the borders in the northern part of the country. There have been the last two accountant general of the Federation, too. They were somewhat embroiled in this act of fraudulent activity. So if we have a backup system where we have things positioned in the system, you copy your superior, you are dealing with a document the accountant, the chief accounting officer, the chief operating officer, including the chief executive officer, to the permanent secretary, to the political appointee, the minister or the commissioner of that particular commission, or the DG of that parastatal knows, then I don't think it's something that we will be able to bypass, because if that's the reason why sometimes you heard that some government offices got burnt, and it's a specific office. The account,
and when it gets burned,
the account
you can't present paper anymore.
Produce any paper. So what are we going to rely on? We are supposed to rely on the e-governance and the infrastructure that e-governance has provided us. Remember that in Diziani Alison's Madueke's saga, where the World Bank or the United States is saying that they are going to repatriate some of these funds, a part of the fund was said we're going to use that to rejig the Nigerian judiciary. What are we rejigging? Are we just going to build a physical infrastructure? Are we not going to bring in the e-governance and how to transit from the normal paper legal way of filing the legal suits? Fine, even if we still adopt the paper, in our transition, we are not transiting completely and neglecting paper. The e-governance should be a backup so that anytime there is an evidence to present, and I think that's the way to go.
Yeah, but you see, that is the point. I keep saying some of all these things because you need to be within the environment where some of these things happen for you to be able to take a position to say, yes, it's not as easy as you think about it, because there is a whole lot of hurdle that you have to actually get through. Take, for example, as sophisticated as United States of America is, you remember when their pipeline was compromised by Russia, and they demanded a huge sum of money. That's a very sophisticated and advanced economy. Now, if you look at all the economy in the world and see the way people, if you go to Canada today and see the kind of crime, huge crime that is happening within their system, that are perpetrated on a daily basis, and then you are now talking about an environment where there are no basic infrastructure on the ground to even monitor these things. That today light is off, tomorrow there is no anything. So these are the consideration. It's not as if these people deliberately do not want to see things work, but you're also looking at the factors the constraining factors that is making the applications of some of these processes difficult. So people are saying, yes, it's good, it's fantastic. Don't also forget that we are having a whole lot of people who are, especially now, at the top echelons of government, who themselves, maybe some of them can't even operate email, some of them cannot even operate.
So that's where retraining comes in. I don't think their level of skill in digital word should, or their low digital skill should be what will set back.
Yeah, but this is
the ministries of the country. They can upskill.
This is what people are talking about. Take, for example, in an age of AI, you find that country like Japan, country like Singapore, budgeted huge sum of money last year and in this year's budget to see how to retrain people who are 40 years and above. And of course, in language learning, once people get past some certain age, the ability to catch up is difficult. So these are the constraints. So there are things that people are deploying gradually. About 2 days ago, we spoke about the single window. The single window is a form of e-governance that is syncing now custom.
Great.
Yeah, syncing Corporate Affairs Commission, syncing FRIs.
Standard Organization of Nigeria.
NAFDAC and all.
Into one single platform where people can actually verify. So the process is gradual, but it's not something that can happen all overnight. It's not to say that everywhere in public service, everything is done manually. But having that integration where people are using a common application is one of the big challenge. Even where government has deployed for payment, for example, the gift means, many civil servants also find challenge in terms of its use, because sometimes we are loading something and you're very taking forever for some of all these things to load. And these, of course, you have an era where I said it here that day when say, oh, you apply for travel license and they tell you that their network is down, and for 3 months network is down. What are you going to do? when network is down. So these are the challenge of infrastructure that people are thinking about. So I always say here, it's not as if that we have people in public service who are very dull and cannot think.
No.
But the truth of the matter is that they are also faced with a lot of constraints that they are dealing with on a daily basis. If you go to the Bureau for Public Service Reform, give that to Dr. Arabi, a lot has been done to see how we can scale up in this regard. But dealing with this constraint is not something you do overnight, and they are working gradually to see that. I was happy.
I think that gradual step they are taking is at snail speed.
No.
It's
not as snail.
It is at snail speed.
I remember that in March last year, while the Public Account Committee was being inaugurated, and some of all these issues were raised. About 3 or 4 months ago, the committee chairman for public accounts, Salam, told me that they have done procurement and they have set up their own committee platform where all documents for audit are now done electronically. So they don't expect that any MDA is coming out with Ghana must go. So those things had to go. So, but what I'm saying is that the measures are put in place. We are gradually moving because we cannot get out, we cannot avoid it because technology is where the world is. And if we must sync with the other worlds, we have to, but we have to be very careful so that we don't run down in one single day.
All right. We have to be careful so we don't run down in one single way. Now we move on to the next story. House of Representatives call for urgent measures to address infrastructure deficiencies in the Southeast region, inaugurates a development committee. And this thing about infrastructure, I think it's a conversation we equally had extensively yesterday, if not the day before.
Yesterday,
about yesterday, yes, we were talking about the North Central Development Commission and how the Southeast Development Commission, the Southwest Development Commission, and how these commissions, how their efforts were, according to DOC, were supposed to be intervention mechanisms and instruments to, complement the developmental strides or abilities or capacities of the state governors. If this is working in the positive, or is just a window for people or government functionaries to siphon the monies that are meant for the development of the region. In the Southeast, one typical, I call it natural disaster that is peculiar to that environment is erosion. In fact, it is so bad that some people who live in the communities where that erosion is very, very prone, they build expensive mansions and houses and they don't get to live in it. The responsibility that the Southeast Development Commission and including all development commissions of the 6 geopolitical zone have been saddled with, if they do it, if they carry out that action by fulfilling the mandate and using the money deployed for that purpose, for the specific purpose, I want to imagine the kind of infrastructure, talking about the road connectivity, talking about public facilities like the hospital and schools, and a good environment where Nigerians can look at with pride and flaunt in a climb. Do you see that coming?
Well, we talked about this yesterday, and the major issue or the crux of the conversation was hinged on the effectiveness of these commissions that are set up. So the Southeast Development Commission bill was signed in 2023, and then it was passed in 2024. So if we look at it from that time to now and how every region has been pushing for their own development commission, it comes back to the failure of the institutions that were set up initially to take care of infrastructure development and everything regarding development in these areas. Now, we talked about the North Central Development Commission yesterday, which the president just assented to the bill to establish that. Now, this is the the Southeast Development Commission committee at the National Assembly, where infrastructure development is being emphasized. We have governors in the southeast regions. You have local governments. What have they been doing all the while? Now you're talking about the prevalent issue there, which is flooding. If you go through some of the roads in the eastern part of the country, let's use Anambra for instance. Apart from Newi, Onitsha, Oka, and maybe a few local governments, if you get into some of those areas, you find that the roads, some of them are not good. And private initiative have helped a lot. But you are still looking at it as, if you get to a particular local government, from the entrance of the local government till the end, you're looking for motorable roads, good roads. You find it hard to even point at one. But you have local governments there, and you have state government. So if these institutions of governance that have been there from time immemorial for when the states were created have not lived up to expectation, I think it would be too much of us expecting that the development commissions or committee would now do magic overnight. Yes, funds will be committed, or the committees will come up with a resolution and say we must try to do this. But I think it still comes down to state governors or state governments living up to their responsibilities. What infrastructure projects are they embarking on? The local government, what infrastructure projects are they embarking on? So they are the ones with the bulk of the responsibility here. The development commissions can just do a little. So expecting so much work from them, I'm not expecting so much, but I'm only hoping that whatever money is committed to them, they do it. But I think this idea of regional governance that we are slowly pushing towards.
Regionalism.
Yes, regionalism that we're slowly pushing towards with the creation of this development commission for this region, development commission for this particular region, at the end of the day, would give a lot of, give local governments and state governments a lot of reasons to have excuse, or would take the blame or even the responsibility of them to do what they are supposed to do. So I think we should be putting more pressure on the state governments, on local governments, than even on this development commission, because they failed. That's why we have commissions set up. Let us even see them do a lot, and then we know that the remaining is for the development commissions to do.
Okay.
Well, I will always advocate that the problem in Nigeria is really not the infrastructure that are not there. It's the nature of the political environment in Nigeria. When you look at some of these things that we're talking about, some of them, I think, started to happen for a very long time. You see a road that are supposed to be maintained, they are not maintained. Coverts, somebody built roads, there are no coverts or waterways. And so waters are allowed to roam freely, and they create their own channels. And somebody passes through that place and he just look the other way. Me, I'm also praying and hoping that that committee are themselves not interested in the contracts.
The committee
that fix the road.
Community.
That all that they are about is actually to see that those roads are done. That the money that is voted to the Development Commission, that they allowed the people who are in charge of that money spend it without requesting constituency project from them that may not tally with the overall goal of the Development Commission. Because these are the challenge that government face. So Ministry of Work has a budget to fix roads. And then at the committee level, you say, okay, yes, this budget come to you. There's no road in my community. And that road may not have any economic value. And it could actually be to tie a road from the main road to your own house, which is not for the greater good. These are some of the things that we see. And I'm not surprised that a certain politician in Nigeria said openly recently that poverty drove him into politics when he left university. And I think this is the things that we have to confront. That people get into politics to address issue of poverty. So they are not going there to deal with the problem that faces their community. So it is the personal survivor of the politician that override the common good in our space. Because when you hear some of this money that are voted on some of this road, and you are seeing what is coming out of it, I remember at a certain, I think it was the 8th assembly or thereabout, certain money were voted for some certain road, whether 8 or 7 assembly. And all the people who had that contract were members of the National Assembly, although they are no longer there right now. And because of that, oversight is compromised. How do you oversight a contract that you are using a proxy to execute? So once we can remove some of all these bottlenecks, interest in things that affect public good, you will find that even the little money we have will go a long way. A friend of mine who had played at the state level in politics told me very clearly, he said to me, he said, if people are eating small, this money will go round. But unfortunately, people don't eat small.
They eat big. Okay, now, I remember vividly that before the emergence or before the Southwest started demanding for the Southwest, Development Commission, the governors in the southwestern part of the country had met and said, okay, let us produce DAWN, Development Agenda for Western Nigeria. For the governors, they called on Lagos, they called Ogun State, Oyo State, Ondo State, Ekiti State, and which other one? That they should come together. And then, if I can remember vividly, Mr. Ayodele Peter Fayoshe was the governor of Ekiti State. And due to political party differences from these governors, they beat down the significance and the importance of the development agenda of Western Nigeria. So now it's as if it has almost gone moribund or non-existent. Now, that's an initiative that started at home. First of all, before
by the advocate of stomach infrastructure.
But before they started considering, okay, let's even go to the National Assembly. Now, if such initiatives can be birthed by those who are just governors of their state, and they thought, okay, let's do this. Let's try to connect the whole southwestern part of the country together, either through road infrastructure or other public facilities. Like, you see, if you look at the road from Ojudu Berger down to Mowe Ibafo, and that's where we should begin to talk about the IGR that states generate. From that Ojudu Berger to Mowe Ibafo, that axis, if the Ogun State government will put its foot to the ground, the IGR alone that will emerge just from that place will be enough to at least take care of all the local governments in that part of town, in Ogun State. But we're not doing much, because if you look at the factories, that is proliferated in that axis, and the existence of the Kara cow market and the communities that live in that place, just because of the presence, will I call it the presence, I don't want to call it the presence of government or governance, but I want to call it the presence of real estate investors who have gone in to develop, and people who cite companies there that are attracted other people to move into that environment. IGR for Ogun State shouldn't be a problem. But
I don't think it's an issue of IGR alone, because
No, the government have not shown the capacity to be able to, collect funds or taxes, no matter how small or minimal
it is not an issue
most especially
of
at the state level.
Alone. No, states. Some states are aggressive even with the way they collect taxes.
Lagos.
They put on, not just Lagos State alone, they've put on mechanisms to ensure that the taxes go straight to government coffers. In Edo State, there's the e-governance system in place to a good extent, that taxes that businesses are supposed to pay in some parts of the state, and for some businesses, there is no intermediary. It goes straight to the coffers of the government because it's done in electronically. So it's not something that you pay to one person or you have a third party who collects. They still use third party for some areas, particularly the market areas and maybe the motor parks and all. But for businesses, the taxes go directly. So it's not basically an issue of IGR, because some local governments also get money, and if they want to generate IGR, they know how to go about increasing their IGR. But some local governments are more creative than others. Like you just mentioned, ways that they could increase their IGR. Some are just sitting idle where there's money all around them. But the bigger question is, the ones they've received so far, what are they committing it to? What project are they committing it to? I know that for the Southeast region now, the insecurity there is also contributing to the slow pace of development. Unlike what we had several years ago, before the issue of IPOB, Biafra and all of that began to rise up, unknown gunmen and all that. That is an issue too that is slowing down the economic and infrastructure development of the place. But even the IGR, and in places where you have relative peace and security is, you can say, relatively okay, what has been going on there over the years? Some cities have master plan. Are we enforcing the master plan? Before buildings are erected, there's approval gotten, even for those who build on waterways. But for some, it's not even about the waterways. It's about access roads up till this time not even being okay. And nobody's even looking in that direction. You only find that when it's getting close to election period, oh, maybe a road that is unpassable, they grade it, and you're hoping that further work will be done on the road. That's where it ends until the next time there's election again. So the people have been shortchanged a whole lot by themselves. They shortchange themselves because even when the roads are being have to be redone, some of them who have access to the contractors or those who are awarding the contract just want to do a shoddy job, and then they ask you, they tell you, you've even done something now. The person before you or your predecessor didn't do anything. So you've even graded the roads. So that's a pass mark for you. So I think it's a change of attitude, it's a change of mindset, and a more dedication to the development of our people. This Create Development Committee here, Development Commission here, would not at the end of the day bring about much difference. It's just like, let's all have it now. So if this particular region have it, let's all have it. So it doesn't really do much for us.
I think these are the things that, because there's a fundamental problem that we have to deal with in Africa. And that's why I use the case of that popular politician who said, poverty drove me into politics. And he was very honest and sincere. And as many people who get into politics, they don't get into politics because they have the development of their people at heart. They are in politics because they want to conquer their own personal poverty. But where the worry lies for me is the fact that now you have gotten to a certain level, rather than now allow the system to now work, because at least you have been able to escape poverty. Now you cannot even now establish yourself the boundary between poverty and wealth. You are stupendously now still very wealthy. You are still aggressively still accumulating. This primitive accumulation by the governing elite. Of course, this started especially during the military era, where people popularly refer to it as the settlement culture of corruption, where if I want to stop the people of the Niger Delta from making the noise, I look out for the person who seems to be speaking the louder and seems to have power over so many people. I just pick him and I say, boy, come, put something in your hand. You go and talk to your people. And then the person is giving false hope to their people. And then people just move ahead and nothing get done, really. This is where we have to, because so we don't even have the capacity anymore to hold people accountable. So the leaders come to us from time to time with bags of money, bags of rice, carton of Indomie, and then we eat our tomorrow today. And they get into governance, and we're expecting that they will not recoup the money they took or the loan they borrow. If you get close to these politicians, you see that it's same trend. Even the people who are their bankers, they also know that as soon as they get into an office, the first thing they do is that propose all manners of loan to them, what they can do, because they know that money is going to flow from that end. So this is the dirty nature of politics in the third world.
All right.
And until hygiene enters our politics, where those who determine who become what in the political equation are themselves now very sensitive to say, well, I don't want to mortgage my future or the future of my children. I really want to ask, what are you going to do when you get into office? And then by the time you are coming back for re-election, and we're saying, look, we don't need your money. Tell us, how was the last 4 years? Then we now begin to see semblance of people who are facing development issues that offices are not allocated because of political consideration, but for merit.
Thank you very much. Now, the Southeast Development Commission, the Southwest Development Commission, the North Central Development Commission, the South-South Development Commission, and the Northeast Development Commission. You have been saddled with responsibilities that, you know, to develop your regions, the 6 geopolitical zones. Please live up to that responsibility. The eyes of Nigerians are on you. Moving forward, President Bola Tinubu approves increases in retirement age for doctors and other healthcare workers from 60 to 65 years. Now, I was expecting that doctors who must have gotten to that age, 60 or 65 years, even when you are done, 65 or 70, and you still have the physical strength, you know, there is a plan, there should be a plan by the federal ministry to train, not just only to train, but to retain and to train the incoming generation from medical schools, from our tertiary institution. And I think the best hands that should be saddled with that responsibility are those who have practiced for more than 35, 40 years, and they seem to be leaving the stage for the younger ones to come. But it doesn't look like we've been able to make or generate any policy framework to keep them here. And rather, we see the young ones living in droves.
Yeah, and I think that's the real problem, because you have a situation now where all young people, they want good life for themselves. And then, of course, your system has not been able to promise this good life in terms of remuneration, in terms of package of what they pay, or even creating an environment where, of course, professionally you can also grow. So there are a whole lot of considerations, and somebody is working, and you need a quota system to determine whether you can get to certain cadre or move up to a certain level, and of course, fund is not coming. And so people are looking for where they can have opportunity to have a good life, and that is not coming. And what do you see? Young people as moving out in droves to other clients, and now the head institution itself is the one suffering. And I think maybe what this is also do to see how to also cover that space or ground that this vacuum has also created. Now, there's also a place of where maybe because of the dysfunctional nature of our education system, that is not even really producing the necessary manpower that's required to do real, I think the way it is in other disciplines. And I'm not sure the medical discipline is left out.
Okay.
So people really don't have the requisite skill to do what is appropriate. And so somebody is saying to you, well, why do we have to allow some certain people to go? I remember some years ago, when my mother was sick, and I took her to a public hospital, and they did all manners of tests. And one of the doctors said to me, so I don't trust what these guys are doing. I said, please, can you go and do this test for me somewhere? And this is a retired person, and said, because I'm sure of what he's doing. Now you are living in an age where people put headset on their ear and they are listening to music or listening to Souq and they are doing some work and there's no attention and concentration. So these also are issues that people are also considering, and even professional people are also not taking and saying, well, why do we retire people who still have energy to work when we don't even have competent hands to fill up those space? So all this consideration may be what's responsible for that increment that we see. But I think it's actually very retrogressive. And I think that when people get to some certain age, they should go and rest and allow the generation that is before them take over the space.
I don't think it's retrogressive, and I don't think that increasing the retirement age of health workers from 60 to 65 means that there won't be space for those who are incoming or who are just leaving school to get into the system. Because if you check the medical sector now with the Jackpot syndrome, a lot of people have left. Many of them young doctors, resident doctors, because of the poor welfare package for them. And even when they say doctors are going on strike, check, most times it's the resident doctors that are going on strike. The consultants and those big guys here, those who have moved up the ladder, are still around. But because they need the resident doctors to function, so you would easily see the effect, because some of them don't really do the work anymore. They are only consultants who do more or less play supervisory roles. So those who actually get on to do the work are the resident doctors. So if you're increasing the number of years before they can retire, it means that you would have that experience, or you have the experienced people stay for a longer time, so they can actually mentor, and where their services are needed, then they can offer. But I think what we should be looking at more is expanding the personnel, increasing the personnel that the health sector has. Now, if more people, or if a lot of people have left, there are still doctors who graduated, who just left school. There are still doctors who have just been inducted, newly inducted, and looking for a place to work. Some of them are in private employment, where they're not even getting close to what their colleagues who are under government employ are receiving. So it's not as if the system is choked to the extent that it can't accommodate more people. But I know that wage is another thing that government may consider. So how then do you pay these people? But some of these hospitals, private government hospitals, are also generating money. So let's also look at that. Apart from medical services, some have gone into business ventures. Some have cooperatives that are big now and generating funds, even though some of the profit still comes back to staff members who are part of the cooperative. But a lot can be done so that you can take in more people, because I don't think that we even with them still being on ground, we are able to cover ground. The research was done some time ago, and it said in Nigeria it is 1 doctor to about 1,000 patients. Now with the Jackpot syndrome, I know that has increased. So if we bring it to, if we can bring it to
500 people.
Yes, if we can bring it to as low as 500, which is still much for 1 doctor to 1 patient. That's some progress. There's room for all. There's room for more rather. And I think that us thinking as a people, that when people are 60 years of age, 65 years of age, it means that they're done. I don't think it's good enough, because some of them at 60, 65, you're even finding it hard to believe that they've got into that age. They still have a lot to offer, because when they leave and then they become senior citizens, what do they do with their time? Apart from the medical sector, When those who are in lecturing, those who are in the academics, when they leave, when those who are in civil service leave after 35 years of service, what do? Some just go back home and idle away. It's only for those who've been able to set up one business venture or the other that move on to their personal business. So they may not actually be in full employment. At that age, they can still move up to maybe part-time workers so that they are still relevant, they are still productive.
Yeah, but I feel as society evolves, especially in Nigeria, where you have our average population put at between 17 and 19. It's retrogressive. We can talk about that in places in like Western Europe or some deep Asia where population is declining as a result of age. So you don't have younger people to fill in the space. You have alluded to that by saying that you have even young medical doctors who leave school, they don't even have a place to practice. They don't have a place to practice. Some of them can't be engaged. And now you are extending the age of those who are already in the space. So I think it's creating space for other people. And what people do in other climes, which of course again is not common here, is this act of volunteerism. We're asking people who have energy and they have so much to do. In other climes, they just volunteer to give back to society.
But doctor, giving back to society, is on two sides. Those claims you talked about, sometimes the government in those countries pay security, even if you don't have a job. There's this social income, security. You have social security. And it's a claim whereby you're also giving...
Social security are given to people without employment, not people who have retired. So what I'm saying is that...
people who have retired too...
No, they don't need social security. So what they need is that their pension come regularly and they are living. When they get to a certain age and the pension is not able to take them, then of course social workers come around them and assist. But what I'm saying in essence is this. If I'm 60 years and I'm a teacher and I'm retired and I'm looking at what to do with my time, my pension is coming. All that now is that I need a time for myself. I can volunteer myself at my own expense to say, okay, there's one secondary school in my neighborhood.
Not at 60.
And I'm going there to say to them, I said, well, I'm here and I'm going to contribute to this environment. I can even, if I'm a medical doctor, stay in my local environment with my table and chair. And I say to people from 10 a.m. in the morning to about 1 p.m. I just take your vitals and consultancy. And I'm doing that, and it keeps me busy all my life. And then, of course, what that is just creating the space for other people to take advantage and also have the benefit for working 35 years for government. At least that should be enough. Yes, I agree with the part that pays are not good. And I think those are the area where we must begin to create a lot of incentive for the system.
Okay.
But when you're having so much young people who are not employed, and then, of course, people who are employed, some of them who have doctored their age before coming into the service now, and they are also having an extension. It's a very big problem. Some people retire from public service, and then they are already 80. So these are things that we also must see in our system, that people don't want to live. And that's because, I have always said this, people don't plan for their retirement tomorrow. So as people start to plan for their retirement, get to a certain level that people even retire early. In the church circle, my friend told me a story some 2 years ago, and he said, this guy, he said, retirement age for priests in our own communion is 70, and the man at 55 said he wanted to retire, and he said, it's still early. He said, look, I've served the church for too long. I want to use the red part of my life to serve God. You understand that kind of mentality? So you don't staying put to say, I'm going to die here. You cannot even raise your arm again. arthritis is holding you down and you are still sitting down working. So, and there are young people who can do those work. Those are roaming the street, carrying application from place to place. That's why I said, for me, it looks quite retrogressive.
All right.
Well, for those ones who may not be physically fit, I think it's for the organization where they work or the institution to know this person is not fit anymore. So there are duties you can give to them. There are ways you can restructure their employment and the way they work so that it is not because the law says yes, it is not because the law says 65 years and we're seeing that you're not fit and you're still there. Yes, people doctor their age because they want to stay longer so that they can also get more. And it's a reflection of the poor pay system, because if you're able to get you get good pay and then your pension comes regularly, you're even sure of the pension coming regularly, I don't think that would have been a culture for people to want to live and die in civil service. So we see pensioners often in some ministries, some of them not getting their pensions as I went in. Even gratuities, some are still struggling to get it. So these are part of the issues. Not everybody wants to go through that. So people would rather doctor, not that it's a good thing, rather doctor their age so that they can keep receiving the full benefits while they are there. Well, I think if we can get all of these things in place and get them right, it will reduce a lot the rate at which we have this doctrine of age and people leaving school not being able to get good jobs.
Thank you very much. And that's where we call it a wrap or insight into what made the news. And off to policy discourse, and that will be after this timeout. Do stay with us.
More than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copperbelt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copperbelt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation.
giving copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, Souq News.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome back and many thanks for joining us on the Policy Discourse segment this morning. Let's move on. Members of the House of Representatives begin probe of telecos over illegal NIN to SIM linkage. What are the implications on the new General Multipurpose Card introduced by the NIMC, National Identity Management Commission? Now, have you experienced it before? Or if you have, you could send us a message right now as we speak on our YouTube channel and our other social media handles where you have a challenge with your SIM card or your NIMC number and some of the hurdles that you have gone through trying to make amends or to put them in order, because we've been getting stories how individuals felt their phone numbers were, or their NIN numbers were linked to SIM cards that they do not own, and that could pose a very, very serious problem, because those people who are having those SIM card numbers that have been linked to your NIMC number, if they use it for unscrupulous purpose, for criminal activities, you could be in the hands of the law enforcement agencies answering some questions of things you do not know about. What is the implication of this?
Well, I think there are a lot of things that we take for granted as a people in Nigeria. And that's because somehow we're not very conscious security-wise. NCC has been warning people from buying pre-registered SIM. Some people had pre-registered SIM. And that SIM, you have gone to buy it and you are using it. And for you to have to change that SIM to your own personal SIM, there's a whole lot of process that is involved. So you have to get a court affidavit, you have to do name, publicity and the rest of it. And then you go back to the office of the telco to go and do your biometrics and have it changed. So it's a big challenge. Some people also have their phones stolen and they just throw away the SIM card and go and buy a new SIM card. And that number gets back into circulation, but it's already have been linked to somebody. Because the numbers are, when numbers are not active for a certain period of time, the telco circulates those numbers. So these are some of the things that happen, that you find that numbers seems to be linked. But I'm not sure that's the real purpose of the new
multipurpose NIMC card.
Yes, but it's to help that for multiple transactions that have to do with government business, that the card serve both function and can also use it to do transactions across banks. Take for example, rather than carry 3 bank or 4 bank ATM card, the multi-purpose card can serve that purpose of a credit back, and then of course it's acceptable to all the banking institutions and make life simple for you. So you're not having 3 or 4 cards in one wallet. So one card, you can use it for identification, and you can also use it for financial transactions.
I think this is majorly an issue of the telcos, and it's something that the telcos need to resolve. So I'm happy about the probe, the inquiry of the National Assembly or the reps specifically into this. So if a line has been assigned to someone before and has registered, let's say that line has not been in use for a few years and the telcos want to reassign the line, it should be like a fresh line. Every data that was stored with that line, every registration, the information of the person who registered that line before should be wiped. So it's a bit like a fresh line. If you're sending that line again to somebody else, the person has to do a fresh registration. So it's bearing the details of the new owner of the line. That a line was held by Mr. A before, and that line has been resold to Mr. B. It should not have the information of Mr. A, because Mr. A has discontinued use of the line. When phones are stolen the owners of that line most times contact the telco, the telco at that service provider in charge of that particular line to disconnect that line, which they call blocking your SIM. So once your SIM is blocked, except you go back to them and ask them to reactivate that line, you can't use that line.
Yes.
So if a line has been deactivated, who then came forward for the reactivation of the line before it's now in use? These are issues that, questions rather, that the telcos need to answer. And then for name SIM leakage, already pre-registered line, it still falls back to the telcos, because how do these dealers get access to the SIM? What is the condition for selling SIMs? How do you give them the SIM? So how do they register the line? When they register, because some of them have they have outlets where you can just buy your SIM and you can register. Sometimes they say, oh, the SIMs are already registered. Does the telco approve that you, who is not going to be the user of the line, can register a line or a SIM on behalf of the customer who's going to use it? So I think these are practices that the telcos need to stop. If you are having outlets that can deal on SIM, then there should be some scrutiny as to what they can do with the SIM. No SIM should be registered. And I think that some of these outlets, we're having them too many. We're having them too many. So if we can have a telco service provider have maybe their own outlets with their staff, even if they're contract staff, so that you don't just go under one umbrella and you have somebody with one laptop say, oh, I can register the SIM for you, and they're doing that, or they're selling SIMs that are pre-registered. So these things are not done without the collaboration of of the telcos. I understand that they want to make it easy for customers to have access to their product or their services, but where it is becoming one that compromises the data of the customers, one that could expose customers to a lot of risk. Imagine somebody using a line that has your name attached to it without your consent. So whatever crime that person commits with that line is linked back to you, even without your knowledge. So these things need to be handled.
But there have been stories where some of these telcos will actually select some shops to give them, will I call it a franchise, for them to register SIM on their behalf. And you could see that some of these shops, when you go there, you see the conditions that you need to follow to register those lines or to link those details together. They're telling you, make sure you're taking a passport photograph, the background is either white or blue color, make sure they're providing all those details for you, and they do it. We've heard of stories where some people go to this roadside register to register your SIM, and they will register your SIM, then they register another SIM using the same information, either your NIN, and you do not have that. And we've heard of stories whereby these lines are being sold to criminals. Sometimes you go and make printing of some of these documents and the requirement that you need to present for the registration of this, and they felt like, okay, maybe this specific document, the way it's printed is wrong. So they trash it without shredding it. But they are not trashing it intentionally, without shredding it intentionally, because they have ulterior motives for it. And this has led to the undoing of a lot of people out there, where criminals and kidnappers perpetrate this act of criminality using other people's sensitive details, like their SIM card, their NIN to link to their SIM card. But I do not know, when thieves steal your phone, or you lose your phone through any means, you're supposed to go back to do a welcome back from these service providers. Why do we still have these problems? So that's because I'm looking at it from the perspective that there are some details and security system digitally that is only available to these service providers who have access to your SIM and your NIN in their system when they are doing the linkage and the registration. How did it then fall into the hands of criminals to wield that against the people?
Certain loopholes have been created, and that's what the criminals are exploiting. So in order to stop that, the loopholes that are created need to be blocked. Those who have the franchise, there are some of them, when you go there, you know that these ones have been accredited.
Legitimate.
There are others too. It seems like those who have been given the franchise now bring other people under them on board. So in order to curb it, there have to be strict implementation of the laws. It has to be a strict process. If you are a licensed telco agent, there are certain things you can't do. And anything that is linked, or any infraction, any sharp practice linked to your business or to your office, you face sanctions for it. But when we now have, for instance, I want to get into the business of selling SIMs, I can just start by myself along the roadside. There is no business name. All I have to do is that I get the SIM from those who have gotten the franchise deal, and they give me the SIMs. They register for me, and I'm selling, or I to now have access to the website where I can register for people. And then sometimes somebody comes to say, oh, I want to register a line. And you say, do you have NIN? So I don't have NIN. Say, okay, we can do it for you, but you pay extra, because they have NIN that they can have access to. So to curb that, let it be that only telcos, only the service provider can register. So perhaps they need to increase their own outlet, but they can use their own staff that they vetted. They may not be full-time staff. They may be contract staff. That's the only way they can actually monitor what happens in that circle. The ones that they were doing before is not really working well, because what goes on in those places, you really can tell. Now, you mentioned registering for people and not protecting their data very well in the way they just discard people's information indiscriminately. Sensitive information. But you will find that hard. You've had to see when you go to a service provider. If you're going to have a welcome backpack, maybe your line was stolen, or you misplaced your phone, or something happens, you don't even see what's happening, what the information they're entering into the system. Now, if you fill any form and for any reason there's a mistake, sometimes they take it back from you, because they know how sensitive those information are. Those are well-trained staff that know the implication when sensitive information gets into the wrong hands. But when you're dealing with roadside people, who cares? They just want to do their job and get on to the next customer. So to prevent that, this rights or this franchise that we're giving to people, they need to now exercise serious monitoring of who gets it and how it is done. If possible, withdraw it, so that they can do anything. They can sell phone accessories and all, but when it comes to SIM sales and SIM registration, let it be a job that only the service provider can do. Let it be a service that you can only get when you go directly to the service provider.
I think the regulatory environment in Nigeria is a very complex one, I must tell you. And that's why when you see people who find themselves as regulators, things are difficult for them to achieve. Because we are having some certain people with very terrible intentions. And you monitoring this kind of intention will require so much. Sometimes I pity those who find themselves in that space. Because you have plenty of people with so many criminal intentions. Just go use common technology to find out. From Truecaller. People use all manners of name to register their SIM because they want their identity concealed. It's better now that, of course, they are not saying link your NIN to your SIM card. Many people, you just see Truecaller and say scammer. It's registered as scammer. Some people register their SIM 419 without manner of name. And this is because you still go around, see them in town, where you see people who have phone booth or doing something with a lot of pre-registered SIM. This is the challenge of regulation in our environment. People use their influence everywhere to get anything they want. As long as you have an insider who is at the back end, a lot can be done. And that's why for me, every time I speak to the conscience of an average Nigerian, that let's do things well. And it is for our own collective good. Our own collective good. Let your identity be clear. Some people even abuse the court process of affidavit and go there, swell affidavit. I've seen somebody before took money from a bank and went to swell affidavit to change his surname so that I can open another bank account.
That's another business that thrives, affidavit.
Yeah, so this is a problem, and you walk around the street and you are seeing people telling you affidavit. It's a big problem in our environment. And so this is what really poses the challenge for regulators and operators. Because people come to you with an intention that it becomes very difficult for you to probe. All you're asking is for ID card. They just enter into a business center and produce an ID card. And they give you. So are you not going to be asking, is this ID card authentic? Is there a way to check the authenticity of the ID card? So now a lot of people have refused. And I think what NCCA should also do is to enforce on the operators that any SIM that is not linked should be barred. And I think they did it at a certain time.
Yes, it was done.
But of course, there are still SIMs that are unlinked that are still in use. So the telcos should do, because it's also part of the marketing for them to say, oh, we have SY number of subscribers.
10 million subscribers.
Yes, subscribers. So I think we need to clean up those data so that we know who is who registered what SIM. And if one person have 5 SIM, and we know that the names on that SIM, because that's what the law says, you cannot get above 5 on one name. So we see. So it's a problem of morality, really, in the environment and in the space, that people just want to make money, and anyhow that money come. Like they say in Machiavelli, the end justifies the means.
For what you just mentioned, I remember vividly between 2021 and 2022 when the NCC and the NIMC was out completely against the telcos. That look, it's either you link the SIM cards with the NIN or you bar them. And there was a stipulated penalty against the telcos. I think if I have not forgotten very well, that's when I went out to do a report there in NIMC's office somewhere at Ikeja, close to the government house. And that was even when COVID-19 was out and Nigerians was out. They were out. You could see them falling on themselves. The crowd was there. So whilst I was trying to report for NIMC or the NCC, trying to make sure that things are right to prevent this criminal act and people who are dubious and taking advantage of other people's sensitive documents, I was also reporting if this is the right time for it to be done. Because if you remember vividly, my SIM had been linked to my NIN. And you know what? The service provider still barred it. It made me to and fro to make sure I got it sorted. So even when people who are in the right standing, they equally suffer the same fate. So it's an exercise that I think should come on, should be revisited each and every time. I can see that the House of Representatives is putting the telcos on their toes to go, and the committee in charge of that to go and make sure that they investigate properly, and that whoever is responsible should be held culpable and all of that. We really hope they achieve that purpose. However, I think the Nigerian police and the law enforcement agencies, I'm not trying to go back to what we discussed earlier, should equally be taught and trained using digital skills to be able to decipher and figure out people who are trying to mess up with other people's, impersonating someone else and trying to mess up with their private data and to use it to either steal money or to present a front that is not good. Now, if you remember vividly, these banks who borrow money to people, they've taken advantage of when people go to lend money to them.
You mean the online loan, loan sharks, as they call them?
When people go to lend money from them, they are telling you to provide your sensitive data.
Your contact list.
Your contact list. And some other data, and they get some very, very good information about you. And if you default, I am sure you already know what they do. I know the government came out against them severely, but do you think, in connection with what we are discussing, do you think they've been deterred?
They haven't been deterred because there's poverty in the land. A lot of persons need quick credits. Even those people who are seeking the credit too, they have their own share of the blame because some of them take these loans without the intention of ever paying again.
What about, let's assume those who took it genuinely with the intention of paying back?
Because it's a requirement by some of the loan providers that they have access to your contact list and to some other information, because that's the only collateral that they have. They're not asking you to produce some form of collateral. So the only way they can know that, we can trace you should you refuse to pay or default on the payment, is access to your contact list, which they will try to reach you. They're going to use that to try to reach you if there be a default in the payments of you can call it blackmail. I do not also subscribe to the crude means through which they try to recover their loans. But there's a consent to that. Those who are seeking the loan consent to the availability of their contacts. They consent to making available their contact list and other sensitive information because they're desperate to get the loans. So once these loan sharks get it, when there's a default, they just go all out. Some of them call the numbers in the contact list, send messages to them, send all forms of threat messages.
Horrible messages.
Very horrible messages. That's a matter for discussion another day. But what I'm saying is this. I think if we're looking at this issue, the first port of call should be the roadside vendors of sins. That's the first place that they should get to, because that's where this happens. It is rare for you to go to a service provider's office and then you do all of these shady things. You do not have NIN. You do not have a government ID card. Chances that they will not attend to you. They will ask you to go provide these documents before you can retrieve your line. They will ask for numbers you have dialed with that line. So if you're registering a new line, there are certain documents that they ask you to present. But these documents requirements are waived when you go to the roadside vendors. Not as if all of them do the same thing. But because it is difficult to monitor what happens there. It is easy for those who are bad, or the bad eggs, to waive this. They have what they work with and have lines registered. They don't really interrogate you what you intend to do with the line, or why don't you have that. All they're interested in, can you pay the price for it? If you can pay the price, they'll do it for you. If you even want them to design an ID card for you, bearing whatever name, they can do all of that. So it's a systemic problem, but I think the first port of call should be the roadside vendors. If they can monitor or sanitize what goes on in there, that's one big step. Then regarding those lines that are already registered, yes, what you said is true. If you ask them now to block the lines of those whose SIM are unlinked, chances are some of those persons who have registered will be caught. But the thing is, you still make more persons register. But what happens to the lines of those who have registered with fake identities? What happens to them? How do they investigate now to know who has linked a number to a name that they do not own or do not have the right to use?
Yeah, I think technology also has done a lot to help us. I have NIMSI app,
Okay.
where I personally linked all my telephone numbers, so it can be reassigned. It's on the portal, and we should take advantage of technology as they emerge. That's one point. But the real fundamental is the criminal intention of people. There's no institution of government in Nigeria that don't have agents. None. If you go to the Nigerian airport today, you will see human beings that have nothing to do at all. They are not traveling. They are not going anywhere. They go there every morning to resume. If you go to Nigerian custom, you will see them. If you go to immigration office, you will see them. If you go to marriage registry, you will see them. If you go to police station, you will see them. If you go to the court, you will see them. And they are everywhere. What do? Take advantages of their contacts within these institutions for brokerages. And that's all they live on. And I think that's where some government actions needs really to be taken, because it's not just easy that you walk into an office and you come in with fake documents and people pass you through. There's always an insider who breaks the systems and allows some of all these things to happen because of the brokerage system you find in some of these places. And they are willing to pay as much to get some certain thing done. And until we clean up those systems, that's why I keep talking about hygiene in our public spaces. So you don't have people. Well, how do you explain? I read the news that they say a certain assistant commissioner of police was arrested somewhere in Kaduna trying to give ammunition to bandits. At that level. So this level of complicity of both the institution and the criminally minded individual in the society who penetrate every institution of government is where the challenge is. And that's why I say to people, the Bible is very correct. Only righteousness exalts a nation. Sin will remain a reproach to any people.
All right. Thank you very much. Now to our next conversation on policy discourse. The Federal Road Safety Corps declares that it would not deter, it is not deterred rather, it would not be deterred by threats from the National Association of Nigerian Students over the impoundment of vehicles with fake number plates. Yes. there's been this loggerhead with the national agency that's in charge of giving plate numbers to vehicles, and they have this plan of going after fake number plates. And it's like the National Association of Nigerian Students, the executives who go around with specific peculiar kind of plate numbers have been dragged into it, and there's this back and forth between the two bodies. Ogugbemide, who is the public relations officer of the Federal Road Safety Corps, has said that they are not deterred by this, by the stance or the position from the National Association of Nigerian Students, and that they are going to continue to do their job to make sure that they rid the nation of fake number plates, and that the National Association of Nigerian Students, who are supposed to be in the vanguard of making sure that all its followers and indeed the nation become law-abiding students and law-abiding citizens, not to take to a path that is contrary to the laws of the land, should refrain from the threats they made about going to the formations of the Federal Road Safety Corps to do something that's quite unlawful. That if they find that, they can come to them and have a very peaceful conversation. But first of all, why would this be coming up in the first place? This conversation. Why should it be coming up in the first place?
You see, it's coming up in the first place because I just spoke earlier on about the agency system in our society, where you have a lot of brokers who are moving from place to place to strike this and get a lot of things sorted. The road safety is not exempted. They are not exempted. And I think even beyond going out in the first place, to even start to say you want to, they have to also clean up their system. Because you see, number plates are assigned from place to place. And you can change your number plates at will, as long as you are able to pay for it. These are the things that create those environments. And recently, you also see, because special plate number is special cost. So people are paying for it to happen. So faking of documents has been, that is the Oluwole idea, has been there for a very long time. And we have not been able to get out of this Oluwole kind of behavior, where everything seems fakeable.
So if you want your number plate to reflect Dr. Idaosa,
oh yes, you can pay for it and then you get it.
And you'll be paying monthly or annually.
Yes, wherever it is, and of course, because they become revenue centers, as it were. But you see, the issue is, until agents of government start to demonstrate the willpower to get people to pay for certain crime, and it is known that there is no hiding place for anybody, and those who are responsible, who printed the plates, are dealt with, this will continue. There's also the other dimension of it, because of the cost that come with the plate number. I remember the last time they flagged me down and they say my plate number was fading, and I said, I don't print. Yes, I don't print plate number. And you have not told us that plate number has expiring date. And they say it's an offense for you printing fake thing for me.
You are now the offender.
I am now the offender. And these are the things that I always say, because if you are going to equity, your hands must be clean. And this is why a lot of people are resorting to so many things. Self-help. Because the institution seems to be designed to be frustrating some certain people. Instead, that day I was made to buy a new plate number and then pay a fine for driving with the plate number
that was printed,
that road safety gave to me.
That got faded.
That got faded because it was made of fake materials. So these are the things that the system itself that is so punitive has created. And so people resort to all manners of things to get out of or wriggle out of the problem created by the system. But I am of the opinion that if people are, say, to have committed some infractions or violate state law, it doesn't matter who they are. They should be tried according to the law of the land. And then there should be heavy sanction for the purpose of deterrence.
But Blessing, sometimes you see, it's a revenue generation aspect for the Federal Road Safety Corps or for the ministry that is responsible for collecting that money. I also believe you see individuals, sometimes you see Chief XYZ or Oba of XYZ on plate numbers. In fact, there are some Nigerian celebrities that you see their names on the plate numbers. Some, they all go by different names. And if they are doing that, and it is lawful, it has not been disbanded by the government, the National Association of Nigerian Students and their leadership, they are the body of students representing Nigerian students in the strata of government. In fact, they are the intermediary through which the Nigerian government speaks to the students. I want to put it in that sense. Or that students, Nigerian students, are represented in government. If they adopt that same thing by having president of the National Association of Nigerian Students as a plate number, is that too much? Should that be an infraction in the eyes of the law for the Federal Road Safety Corps to want to flag them down?
Okay. Before I jump to whether or not it's too much for the president of the National Association of Nigerian Students to have a plate number written NANS 001, as we usually see. Because let's get to the fundamentals of this issue. There is the aspect of prestige, people wanting to go or have cars with plate numbers that carry a certain prestige for different reasons. One, they want to be able to evade stop and search at different points because they're going, for instance, let's say the plate number is carrying whatever association 001, meaning the number one person of that association or organization is carrying Chief so, is carrying His Royal Highness. So you're expecting that when you get into a stop and search area where there are police people or other security agencies carrying out the search, you should be exempted based on the plate number attached to your vehicle. So they should know the type of personality that vehicle is conveying. So they should give you exemption, meaning you have certain class and you have certain immunity. That's on one hand. And then to the issue of plate numbers. Yes, it's expensive to buy a plate number, but not so expensive, because if you can afford a car, then you can afford a plate number. But let's go to the quality of the plate number itself. Which doctor has been a victim of? He was given a plate number that didn't last long, yet he was accused of carrying a faded plate number and made to buy another plate number for a vehicle already registered, already given a plate number. That brings me to one issue too. You know this national identity card that Nigerians have, that also gets faded. So let's say you present that card and yours has gotten faded, it means you need to apply for another. It brings us to the quality of these materials that are being given to Nigerians. So because it's an ID card or because it's a plate number, who says that it should not be done with very good quality? So because it's a government requirement or it's a requirement for you to have plate number, it then means that if it's faded, you have to bear the cost. But you paid for it. What happens to you being given quality commensurate to the payments that you made? That's on the other hand. Then back now to the issue of NANS. I don't want to say they threatened the FRSC, but maybe there've been some uncordial communication between NANS and the FRSC regarding vehicles that are impounded. The FRSC is the agency that is saddled with safety on our roads. And safety on our roads starts even from the vehicle that is on the road. Roadworthiness, having identification, which is a plate number, how you drive, obeying road signs. They are charged with that responsibility. So for every vehicle, you should have plate numbers that are approved. I do not even subscribe with certain organizations or persons being given that privilege to have a plate number that doesn't carry, or a plate that doesn't carry a number, just an inscription, for instance, NAS 001. What's NAS 001?
The first student in Nigeria.
What has your position got to do with your plate number? I think that's where it starts, and the entitlement sets in. That's why people can say, oh, why should I have a certain plate number? You should know I'm NAS this and this and that. So for the students, I think that the first reason anybody goes to a tertiary institution, whether university or polytechnic, is to acquire some education. So the education you have gone there to seek should be the first thing on your mind, should be your first priority. Then whether or not you are involved in student union leadership is secondary. So you should first of all pursue your educational matter before you're pursuing other things. And then lastly, the issue of impounded vehicles. If they have been impounded, provide them with what they need to be released, and stop trading words of we'll do this, we'll do that if we impound our vehicles. Go through the right channels. Have vehicle plate numbers that you should have. All these titles they are carrying about, we should not be encouraging it in our society. And that's why you also have car dealers. So because a car has not been bought, there's no number attached to it. You just put a dealer a sign on it. So what if somebody commits crime with that? We can't track it. So this is how impunity spreads in the society. This is how indiscipline goes on in the society. There are certain things we should not encourage. There are certain things that we should not entrench. Every car should have a number through which they can be tracked, not acronyms attached to them.
Doctor.
You see, when you tolerate some certain behavior by a generation, the generation that come after embrace it as a lifestyle. This is where we have degenerated to. Not recently we saw that a lady was appointed into SUG office, University of Calabar the other day, and he appointed over 500 aides.
They're learning, of course, that they're learning from the predecessor, probably at the federal or state level.
But even the federal ones they're learning from, how many of them have 500 aides?
This is and she said it was empowerment.
The spoil system.
It's not spoil system, prayer. You see, it's the corruption of the mind of students. And these are the things that we talk about. We have gotten to this point today. We are talking about criminality in our environment. I've advocated in several forums. There are some certain things that if we really are mindful of what we want to really become, we have to take some very difficult steps to deal with some difficult situation. Politicians need them to win election. So they are increasing in importance and they can even equate themselves with the president. Whereas they are really supposed to be actually concerned with the welfare of students, and those students they exploit for their own personal gain and purpose. And this is where our society has degenerated to.
But Doc, I want to pose this question to you. In your generation, was this the student union you met on ground?
No.
You met the Ali Must Go Student Union?
You see, student unionism, like labor unionism, was to really advocate for the interests of students. Although I've gone to a point really that I am not a fan of unions, because actually adding to the burden of society, because these people are maintained by dues paid by students. Most of the time, the disruption of the system is what I actually find from them. And it didn't start today. That's the point I'm making. You just mentioned Ali Must Go. And that was a protest to move out a vice chancellor who the students feel were against some certain things that they didn't like at that point in time. And of course, the criminalization of the entire environment, about courtesan and the rest of it, and the struggle for even the power to become who becomes SUG president is worse than the war that they fight on the space. And now many of them are so armed because they needed guns to harass people during vote and the rest of it. And the system needs to be sanitized, honestly speaking. And I don't think it happened elsewhere.
Okay, how do we, because I don't
know how we get to this point.
I am interested, Doc, in the way and manner we see our politicians who have been saddled with the responsibility either as a senator in order to provide effective leadership to his constituents, or either as a governor in order to provide effective leadership to the state, and how to administer and manage funds meant for more 10, 20 million people depending on the population of the state, and to bring even development to all the local government and constituencies spread around the state. And our president is be able to liaise with his ministers, with his chief of staff, and to bring development. And I see Nigerian student unionism and its collaboration or its link with the central political system as very, very strategic, so that our students who are coming from tertiary institution can learn the roles of governance, not as taught in the classrooms, and not as taught by books, but also by way of practice and effective leadership, and to bring representation to the students. So in that perspective and in that lens, I want to see the Nigerian student activism as something that should be perpetuated from generation to generation.
Pri, when the use of a thing is not known, they say that abuse is inevitable. So what you have just said is actually the reason why we have student union leadership or student union governments, as the case is. But over time, when you attach too much perks to an office, you would not be bringing into that office people who want to serve. You will be bringing into that office people who want to enjoy the perks of the office. The era you mentioned, where students were about, there are certain things that we cannot allow. And so if we do not want it, if it's anti-students or against the welfare of the students, through the student union, we can rise up to speak. They are supposed to be our representatives, just as you said, or said they're supposed to typify what happens at the federal level. You have the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. You also have that in the student union government system. But because perks have been attached to it, these people have access to the school leadership. They can sit with VCs and hold VCs to ransom and say, this policy you want to implement, on behalf of the students, we say no to it. We do not think it's in our favor.
If it's detrimental to the students, of course, it's right.
And they can make it happen. So they over time, they become very aware of their power, and some are now begin to abuse the power. Because even the students they are supposed to represent, sometimes they don't represent them. Student union is going one way with their decision. The bulk of the students are going another way with their decision. And sometimes it seems like the management of the school has bought the SUG. So they're on the side of the management of the school, not as if they're supposed to fight them. But they're not speaking for the students anymore. They're speaking for themselves. It's now about what is the need for us. So if there's enough for them, they side with management. If there isn't enough for them, they side with the students. So the perks in that office, imagine for the leadership of the Nigerian Association of National Association of Nigerian Students. Have you seen them on the road before? The convoy in which they ride? Have you seen the exotic cars that are attached to that office? So when younger generations are seeing that power, that luxury attached to it, they're not going there to represent anybody anymore. They're just going there to enjoy the perks. And that's the same situation that we see in our national politics. The perks attached to offices of power are too much, that it distracts those in the office away from their core responsibility. Now, until we begin to take away some of those perks, some of those unnecessary and over privileges, we will not see a people who were meant to represent actually representing. So some of them are now intoxicated with the power, and they're so used to it that when you think about taking it away, they revolt, not because it will stop them doing their work, but because they are used to it, they like it, they enjoy it more than the service they're supposed to render. So the first step is to first trim some of those perks away. Let them concentrate on the duty. So it's those who want to be leaders, who speak for the students, that would be there.
Okay, I want to, Doc, I want to ask you
to the spec that a Blessing just mentioned.
Yes, you will, please. There are federal universities in this country, and you know, including Blessing, that the student union or unionism, those who make that rank, who make the leadership of those unions, they are very cerebral. The unionism has provided a platform for these boys and these ladies, these girls, to read beyond the school curriculum, to get themselves empowered and enlightened to the extent that they are being vocal when speaking with their leaders, not to be disrespectful or disregardful, but to communicate their points and to think from a different perspective that should be given attention to, cannot be undermined or neglected. Universities have taken it upon themselves to shut down unionism as we speak. And it's preventing most of our students in the university system to become, they lack leadership. They just go with anything they are told, hook, line, and sinker. They do not have a second thought.
It is not until you are a member of
to present an alternative point of perspective. And this is making unionism, or that level of cerebralness that was created in the union, to drop drastically. And if we're to be cutting down on the powers of students that way, do you think we'll have a generation to depend on?
Please, let me just jump in on this quickly.
I wanted to just respond to what you said about, see, we cannot speak about whether they are cerebral or non-cerebral, and I think that's completely out. Activism and intelligence are not the same. They are two different things. And people go to negotiation table, your ability to bang the table and shout does not make you as intelligent as one would want to say. And take it or leave it, because we are all product of the same schools. We all came out of it. I didn't go to school abroad. All my education I have in this country. And I can tell you for certainty and for free that I cannot divorce courtesan from student unionism. They can't be divorced. That's one leg to it. And the second leg is, in my own days, there's a boy who was doing this activism, unionism, moving around. Spent 18 years in the university, never graduated. Fortunately, until he died on a road accident. God bless his soul. He started from medicine, but by the time he was dying, 18 years after, he was in geography and regional planning. And I think that's not the kind of incentive that is encouraged. And this is because, like I said, with all other systems, the settlement culture of corruption, the politicians need them to win elections. And this politicization of the entire environment and society is the thing that we are contending with. That even the struggle for the unionism becomes so disruptive. And that's why VCs are shutting some down. Because they become so intensely at war with each other that the entire system is coming down. I don't think that's the way to learn, really. That if people have to be mentored on leadership, is not by creating disruptions. And as a matter of fact, I don't even like that kind of leadership. Just like you say, every single moment unions go on strike. Every single moment you go and block road. And I don't think that that's the way to mentor leaders. Leaders are supposed to be solution providers and not people who create destabilization within the system. I am also looking out for a system where people freely even choose their leaders without oppression, without suppression. We've also had cases where even state governments become interested, who become the student union leader in their state universities. All these things are in the known. And this is because we're using them as tool to further either our political interests or whatever it is. And I don't think that is what it should be meant for. And those who conceive the idea of having unions to say, okay, we look out for the welfare of the students, not to further the ambition of single individuals.
Now let me add to it. If you talk about those who go for students' union leadership being cerebral, yes, there's a benchmark to, there's a requirement, there's a certain CGPA you must have for you to vie for any position. But go and check some of them. The moment they get into that office, it begins to drop because they are now a lot distracted from their academics. I keep saying it. The first reason that took anyone to any institution is to learn and acquire education. Now, when what you have gotten there, when you're now distracted from the primary reason why you were there, because you're now involved in unionism and some other things, then I'll say that that thing you have now been distracted with should be cross-checked. We should investigate it a lot. Some of them get there with very high CGPA, but by the time they're going from one meeting after another, traveling from one place to another, attending meetings, they're distracted. How many times do you see them in class? You have many of them as classmates. I have many of them as classmates. Doc had many of them as classmates. By the time they get into the office, how many times do you see them in class? But because they have this rapport with lecturers and they now have their free way, they still graduate. Some of them should even have spills because they don't attend classes. They're about unionism. Even the students that they represent, how many of them can you approach after they become SUG presidents? When they are vying for election, they come to your hostels and like you see politicians do different chores. They want to help you do things. They buy things for hostels. They go after hostels to hostel. Okay, what can we do? I am this. I'm vying for this. I'm vying for that. And you see hostels adopt each of them. They render service. After that time, go to their lodge. Before you even gain entrance into their lodge, it's a struggle. They are students like you. They've now become your God or your leader. They are not serving you. You are the one serving them. We see that happen. And if you're talking about cutting the powers of student union leaders, it is not cutting their powers; it's cutting their excesses.
Okay. As Ghazi was just speaking, something that was.
I think this is a conspiracy.
It is not a conspiracy.
You don't want to let me talk.
It's not a conspiracy. There was a certain senator who is no longer on seat right now, and then his academic record was being debated. So they went back to the school and they said, in short, because the man didn't want to leave school, the school went to Senate and decided to graduate him even when he was not. He didn't pass.
Please go. You've done enough.
They don't want you again on campus. Now, That is excess. And that is in this country.
Okay.
And you find that by the time they have found a way with politics, they don't really care whether they need a certificate anymore.
Okay.
And this is a problem. And it's not a culture that should be condoned. And that is why you're seeing, because president of the nation drive a special car with a special number, and the student union government won a special plate number for himself. And I think it's an aberration.
It is.
Okay.
And I think society should discourage it.
All right. I am an advocate of student unionism. You may ask why. The reason is not far-fetched. And you know, on this table, we talk about economics, business, and development. I grew up in the campus where I saw unionism be an arm of development. If there is no power in the university where I graduated from, the student unions will call the authorities to order. We need power. If there is no water, they will call the authorities to order. And if it persists for a while, they are going to send a letter to the authorities. We might have to, protest this. Now, I am not calling for hooliganism and the charade of youthful exuberance. I'm talking about constructive and structural demand for policies and for actions that should make the environment, the university campus, habitable for students. I know Doc and Blessing is taking a different perspective in this. However, I believe
because
that the student union
now. We don't go to
I know it needs a reformation, and I know we can do better. Now let's go on a break and receive Evelyn Ohiole for Post and Perspectives.
In 1940, in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh, he attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Souq Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart shone through his everyday life.
Wole Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education.
Welcome to Posts and Perspectives right here on Souq News Television. You know that this segment is about getting feedback from people on social media about what they think about the conversation on the front burners. Here we don't just do the talking, we also pass on the mic to you. So for this, it's pass on maybe Twitter, whatever social media platform you're using to you, so that you can also have a chance to air your views and opinions, your different perspectives on the issues on the front burners. My name is Evelyn Ohiola. I do not do this alone. Of course, the guys are in the studios. They have been doing lots of talking, and I'll still continue to engage them. How are you doing, Priye?
I'm fine, Evelyn. Good morning.
Good morning. Doc, what's up?
The true color of prayer is coming out on a daily basis.
Doc, what's his true color? Is it purple?
Diverse
Is it
perspectives.
diverse perspective? Yesterday you were NLC, but today it's different colors.
He's dining with the who is who.
Okay. Priya, we did not see yesterday after the show. Please see me. Let's see now. Show me the way. By the way, it's Thursday, like they say, TBT, Throwback Thursday. Thank God we do not look like what we have been through. I'm sure that if you take a look at some pictures you've taken back, some years back, you'd see that you have really grown, irrespective of where you are today, and sure to be grateful for that which you have. I'm not a preacher. I just thought to share some motivation there. My very first story this morning, Tinubu increases 2025 budget from 49.7 trillion naira to 54.2 trillion naira. That's over some 4 billion naira addition to the budget. Spike Media says if the over 4 billion naira addition to the budget is based on revenue generation, then it would have been good to help reduce our deficit. But if we have some revenue generation based on what some agencies are doing, and we just want to create expenses, then it's not wise enough. We should strive to reduce our expenses, which in turn reduces our deficit. Okay, Okpayemi Adewale has so much to say. He says, good morning to you in the studio. The president should have left the budget the way it is and challenge ministers and directors in charge of MDAs to do more beyond what they did this year. And he says the projections are fine. Still, other factors need to be considered. For example, NUPRC said it costs Nigeria about $40 to produce a barrel of crude oil, whereas it's $10 in Saudi Arabia. And finally, he says, so the president should leave room for economic issues and challenges and then focus on how to make the 49.7 trillion naira budget work and reduce inflation to 15% as promised. And Mr. Okoye says, Reza, I'm talking like Benin person. Reza! So, who should I give this to? Okay, let me do Doc, because Doc has been, saying I'm giving preference to Pray. Doc, what do you think? This over 4 billion addition to the budget. Nigerians believe that. Some Nigerians majorly believe that this 4 billion naira should not have come at this time.
Well, I think everybody has their differences in opinion.
Yeah.
And that, of course, is allowed in a democratic environment. People can have opinion. But for me, it symbolizes or represents some measure of increased transparency in how government businesses are run. That the federal government observed that the agency had capacity, and revenue is actually coming in beyond what was projected. So they needed to factor this into the income for this year. And of course, there's no doubt, Augusto said that the infrastructure deficit in Nigeria will require that the federal government spend an average of between 80 to 150 billion annually for 30 years to be able to fill that gap. The current budget we are talking about is not up to 80 billion. It's not even up to 20 billion.
So you feel we are doing below what we should do normally.
To be able to cover the infrastructure gap that is bedeviling the country for 30 straight years. And so if we have opportunity for more money to come in, and then, of course, we have a deficit that needs to be done. And government is accounting to say, well, yes, at the time we were planning this budget, this was the income expected. But now we have seen that there are windows that are opening and more income is going to come in. Rather than allow those money to float, and maybe some people can put hand and remove the floating money and not accounted for.
It's better
government is putting it into an appropriation to say, well, this money, we see it can come. And if it does come, we have to spend it. And then, of course, it's not extra budgetary spending, but it is expended within the framework of the budget. And I think to that extent, it shows some level of transparency and some measure of accountability.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's move on to the next story this morning. The retirement age for doctors, healthcare workers has been increased to 65, and Ike Oshinowo has this to say. Yes, 65 is a good year, but other factors should be considered, such as being healthy enough to carry out work functions in that added time frame. Abi is asking. And Antonia Dark Flame says 50% of the world's population are under 30 years old. Retirement age should be at least 60 to help the younger people find work. And she goes on to say, Dr. Idausa is right to suggest that retired professionals can volunteer until they want to rest fully. It is practiced in so many Asian countries. See Governor says, as long as a professional can deliver on the job, age should not be a restriction. People start dying once inactivity sets in, not forgetting the experience and knowledge to pass on. What do you think, Priye? There are people that say they are retired, but they are not tired. I mean, we have we have that in place here at Souq News Television. An 85-year-old journalist who is retired but has refused to, get tired. And, I just had to bring that to connect that to what we are discussing. 65 for healthcare workers to retire. Do you think?
Well, 65 to be retired, well, good. I like the fact that the government had to extend it. And the reason is not far-fetched, because we need, the health sector has suffered so much brain drain as we speak because of the Japa syndrome, where we have lots of medical doctors in their prime in Nigeria. They've left because...
So you think this is a solution to that, to the brain drain?
It's part of the solution, and the new ones coming into the system will need these older ones to hold their hands and teach them. However, A man 65 is not the man that should be giving back to society. That's except he has made lots of money. Because at that age, he wants to be very, very comfortable.
Yeah.
So even if there is nothing and he still wants to do his work, he's just had to work in an environment where he will be compensated and paid. Except he's very, very rich and he's comfortable at that age and he wants to entirely give back to society.
What do you think about volunteering?
Volunteering.
Like they retire at 60, that if you want to continue, then you can volunteer.
And that's why I said except he's earning enough or he has earned enough and built a life for himself to take care of himself at that old age.
Okay. And you think this is...
If not, please, the government should make them as consultants who should teach the younger ones in the system to strengthen them because of the brain that we have suffered.
I was about to ask you if you think this would not affect, threaten the younger generation.
It shouldn't. I think there's room for them as we speak now because of the Jaguar syndrome that has taken place.
All right, thank you.
There's room for them.
Let's move on to the next and final story this morning. Reps probe telcos over illegal NIN SIM linkage. Emirati at I_Ikeazota says this is very simple. A lot of innocent persons have been jailed for lack of not knowing that their SIM is linked to so many SIM cards. And he says, continue to say that I hope the House of Rep effects this bill immediately because I have been yearning for this a long time ago. And still Emirati, he says a lot of SIM cards are being cloned with people's NIN. That's how crazy it could be, Doctor. People have actually talked about this for a long time. They've lamented at how, they get a new SIM and it's already linked to, or their own NIN is linked to so many SIM cards.
Well, I think they are just simple issues. Like they say, ignorance cannot be an excuse before the eye of the law. And to that extent, and I think we should be responsible enough and accountable as even citizens. There are some few things that we can do. For example, there are short codes that are available, whether from the telco providers or even from NIN itself, to understand some certain things that are linked to your system. And I think these are things that can be done from society level. But like I said, while we were having this conversation, there's a whole lot of carefree attitude for people who really do not see the security implication of some certain things. Take, for example, your SIM or your phone is stolen. And you don't bother to go to report to the police to say, I lost my phone and I have lost my SIM card. And the person who stole the phone, in short, it's even worse. So people don't want to even face the rigor of even retrieving the line and go ahead and buy a new line.
Sure.
So all these things are the misdemeanors you see in society that happen as a result of ignorance. I've seen children who, of course, they have a telephone and then their WAEC, NECO, JAM was tied to it and they are thrown the SIM away and now they can't retrieve their results because of ignorance. And I think people must understand that whatever thing you carry, your telephone number, your identity card, all these things bear your identity. And that is what's called identification. And that is how you are known. And so you don't joke with it. Once your identity card is missing, you go to the police to report it. My identity card has been stolen. My passport has been stolen. But because people don't want to go through processes, they just go through the shortcut. This one is missing.
You don't think it's because the processes are so rigorous that people believe, I don't want to do that?
Which is cheaper, to go to jail for a sin you didn't commit or to pass through a rigorous process to ensure that your name is held in sanctity. And I think there's nothing that is worse off than you are paying for a crime you never really committed. But it's important that people know that if a means of your identity is lost, the proper thing to do is to report it to the authority to say this is lost and see how to retrieve it and recover it. Now, in some cases, recovery is also very difficult because at the time that they were buying the SIM, they didn't buy a SIM that has not been registered. They bought a pre-registered SIM, which of course vendors were doing. And they go to telcos to go and buy so many SIM and pre-register it with all manners of name.
Yeah.
And sometimes some people call me and I say, your name on this SIM is Shakura. And they say, oh, that's not my name. I say, that's what Truecaller is showing me, that's your name. And that is the name that SIM is registered with. And that because people really don't care. And at least you are desperate to get a telephone line. And you just see somebody who says selling SIM on the bus stop and you buy a SIM and put on your phone. And you start to use without really checking the particulars in which that particular SIM is registered. I think that we have to be enlightened enough, and I'm also happy that we're talking about this morning. The viewer out there, check short codes to know whether the phone you are carrying bears your name, and then of course you will be able to know the appropriate authority to report to say this is not my name, and then go to the telco operators so they can help you modify some of those data.
All right, thank you so much. That was so, explanatory. And this is also a call out to the National Orientation Agency to take this up so that Nigerians can be better informed about this. I mean, that is primarily their duty. And that's the end of the segment, Posts and Perspectives on Souq News Television. My name is Evelyn Ohiola, and it's back to the guys in the studios.
Doc, it's time for us to leave and go prepare for Friday, where we will be talking about where you don't need to put on your tie, and I don't need to put on my tie too. And we talk about things that are, more things without ties.
I've been trying to really understand what happened today, that you have appropriated blessing only to yourself, and you didn't allow us to do the sharing as usually it was.
How?
It's quite, and I don't know how it happened.
It's good that I'm not Nigerian bodies to know what can be done with me. However, the hit you gave me yesterday was too much, so I decided
to give you some distance.
Give you some space.
Yes,
maybe tomorrow I'll come back to your side, because praying, I don't understand the level prayer is playing at anymore. If it's become friends or people in some quarters that we need to question. But all the same, we usually have divergent views on this table so that we can explore all angles to the matter with a view to providing a proper solution. I'm Blessing AJ. Until tomorrow, do stay with Souq News TV and enjoy your time with us. Tell us as well.
All right. I'm Oyim Priye Krumale. Many thanks for watching, and see you tomorrow.
Right here at Femi Wash Media, call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Suzanne and Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Honor of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Ayers Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa (UBA), demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ig Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ig Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ig Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ig Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guaranty Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ike Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Igboje Ige Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Ige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Ige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of Chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Igboje Ige Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Me Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist. And just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. You know, this is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, you know, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, you know, from works, you know, done by masters like that. After a while, you know, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, you know, her works, you know, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, you know. So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but, you know, with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, you know, I've got to focus on investments now.
He collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion. And so, with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Igboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Ige Imokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed, we scaled some pretty high heights and so on. In a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ige Imokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Iboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. Iboje Ige Imokwede is back again. Ige Imokwede is married to Ofovwe Ige Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
Well, Prince Raymond Adekunle Olaye Akishemoy. I was born into a Catholic family. I was raised maternally by the Cardozo family. My paternal family, the Olaye Akishemoy family, are from Isaleko, and they own the entire space called Makoko. I grew up on Lagos Island, I'm a Lagos boy. I went to Holy Cross, my primary school. Got into St. Finbar's, but because of my interest in going to Greg's, I had to leave Finbar's and I went to Greg's to complete my secondary school. Had a run with my education. They first went for NCE. Then it used to be Advanced Arts College, Onitolo. We changed it to Lagos. It was during my tenure. We changed it to Lagos State College of Education, Otto Ejaniki. I was a school student union PRO then. Then went, after that, during that period I was a journalist too. During the period of the Second Republic, I was the Lagos State correspondent for Radio YO. When I went for NYC in 1982, I was made a press secretary to two commissioners in Ogun State. That's Chief Yemi Adefulu and Chief Isiaka Abiodun Adekunle. I was the press secretary to the two commissioners there. After that, I went back. I did a short period of teaching for 1 year at Agaway Secondary School. Then I left for one school to a very interior part of Ogun State, Okiri Ojule. The full meaning is Okiri Ojule Mobile Begbedu. Secondary school there then. Then I left, went back to my journalism. I was with Community Concord. Then I joined Guardian. I was the one in Abeokuta with Tayo Awotusi, who later left for this one Yamus paper. Then he went to Liberia and he died in Liberia. You know. Then after Guardian, I started Republic with them. I was the first Ogun State editor of Republic newspapers. Then going back to Guardian Concord. But within that period, I was the NUJ. I started the general in Ogun State during the period of media, you know. Badejo, Demola Badejo was the secretary. I was the assistant secretary. And after that stint, I was the national financial secretary of SWAN, Sports Travel Association, during the time of Ndubuisi. So I got fed up with journalism when we had June 12th and I saw the whole country in that terrible state. So I just left. Went back to school. I had OND, HND, MassCom. Then went back to school again for postgraduate marketing at the MNIJ. And I did law. And right now I'm practicing law. I also was in politics. I contested several elections on Lagos Island, chairmanship, House of Assembly, House of Reps. I didn't make it, but I was given the essay to Governor Tinubu when he became the governor. That's it. And really, I don't feel like joining politics any longer, because the way I sit now, may God help Nigeria. With the kind of politicians who are around now, there's nothing to write home about them. There are still some honest ones among them, but a lot of them are there for what they just want, not for what Nigeria will take to develop. I mean, we have so many things in this country. We have not even many, we have so much. We can't count them. The resources are there. We have everything that God can use to bless people. But we as a people, we are not ready to take advantage of all these things. And that's why we are here where we are today. I'm a Nigerian. Though first and foremost, I'm a Yoruba person before becoming a Nigerian. There's no part of this country I've not been to. But my Omoiko in me, the Omoluabi in me, will always be there. Yes, you're right. I'm an Omoiko person. Let's take the length and breadth of Nigeria. Lagos used to be the most beautiful area in the whole country, the most beautiful. Talk of the waterfront here. I grew up in this Holy Cross. After the mass service at Holy Cross, where the young kids will all come there, flock down to the marina side, serve all the breeze, eat fruits, you know, look at the boats, the ships, and we'll all be happy. The breeze, you know, you will just be there enjoying yourself. It's not like that any longer. Later, the quayside came, you know, and there were shops. You could buy as many as you wanted. Then, Lagos was beautiful. Our taps went dry. We would do these small paper boats and we'll put them in our gutter in the house and we'll follow it to the flow. Where are those ones now? The drains are now just there. They are not moving. You see? They are like ponds. In those days, I could remember if you have thieves, there were not so many. Even the issue of stealing started becoming rampant, I think, after the Civil War, if I could remember. We were all sleeping outside our houses. We have our houses. Comfortable houses. Small as they were comfortable. But we were all sleeping outside, getting the breeze and everything. It used to be ECN then. Electricity Corporation of Nigeria. ECN, yes. And these days, you see armed robbers everywhere. You see armed robbers everywhere. So, that is, you see, it's a pity that things like that are happening now. It was shortly after the war that we started seeing the case of armed robbery. And Babatunde Foronsho got himself in the history book as being the first set to be shot. You know? I could remember when my mom came back from England, 1967, and she got the house, I think number 6 or number 8, I'm not sure again, at Lawanin Street. She was working at Lutz as a nurse then. And this man went to, she fought good enough for her, she went for night duty in the hospital. By the time she came back in the morning, all these Babatunde Foronsho people had visited her apartment. We were in Lagos with our granny, in Lagos. They had visited her apartment, and while they were going, whether they were living in a hotel or something, they left their submachine guns and everything on the window. The police couldn't do anything. It was shortly after that he was arrested. So that actually spurred me into going to see his execution at the beach, and that was 1970. Yes, that was 1970. It was the first set. And shortly after, we started having so many cases of armed robbery. You know, because the guns were so many after the Civil War. I pray Nigeria goes back to its old self, where people were safe. I wonder how the government can do that. Now the security people can do that. But I pray that Nigeria should go back to its old self. Morocco is a coastline settlement, you know, and we acquired that place from the Oloto family around the 18th or 19th century, and they got all the papers from the Oloto family then, and the man who inherited that was Adam Emmanuel. Adam Emmanuel gave birth to his children. children, and the only one that survived him then was very vocal was Ramotu Manuel, who is my own great grandmother, and she was left to take care of that place, but she was West Coast merchant who was always traveling. So when he came back, the people she put in charge, the man she put in charge, had passed on, and his children now claimed ownership. So they had to go to court, and she won that case. Went on appeal, she won again. Went to the Supreme Court, she won. So from there, well, it was established that the land, Maroko, even the Oloto then came to testify in court that yes, she was truly the owner. So Maroko was a big place. There was no third mainland bridge then. So she had 4 children. He had Gafari, who was the first child, and who was the first Bali of Morocco. But he died without having any injury. He had an injury, a lady, a girl. On the eve of her wedding, she died without having any injury. So his lineage went. The second child was my own grandfather, Wahab Kadri Olaya Kishimoi. And he became the Bali after him, after the first Bali. And he ruled till 1970 before he died. The next person to Wahab was Rahim. Rahim was the first chief imam of Morocco. And his own son, one of his children, Kamaru, acted as the Bali of Morocco when my grandfather died. My father, who should have stepped in, was the accountant with NIPOST. Then, before he went to custom to become the accountant again, and internal revenue, federal inland revenue. So he didn't have time for the traditional things. So his junior cousin, Kamaru Adewale Olayakshemoy, took over. Then next to Rahim was the lady whose place I use as my palace today, and that is Sariyu. Sariyu too didn't have any child. So out of the 4 children, only Wahab and Rahim that have their own offspring. And that's why the two branches are the ones ruling Morocco. The third we would have called part of us were people that Mama Ramotu took to be with her, and she was taking care of them. Their father's name was Yakini. So in her will, she put it there that they should give them, treat them as children too. So those are the four basic children of Ramotu Manuel. And Morocco, it was Ramotu who welcomed or who employed the Egun people to be fishing for her. And I have papers where they were even pleading that it should be given a space to use, to be staying while fishing, because they used to fish and would leave. And they told her that where they were coming from was far. So she told them to settle at the river bank, and she specifically instructed her children to collect rent from them. But over the years, because of the friendship and everything, they left them, and they've been going ever since. And that is why we have that chaotic situation on the waterfront, where everybody just comes now, build your stilts, the house, and you are good to go. That's why I have now told the government now that, look, come, let us redevelop Morocco, which is now being kicked against by some people. They think I want to drive them. No, I'm not driving you away. Let's redevelop Morocco in line with new developments in the world. We cannot continue to be looking at Morocco. People will be flying the third mainland bridge and you'll be seeing that death, that rot. Once we redevelop that place, unlike what the governments are doing in many places, because the government will take your land, build a house where the masses will not be able to buy into again. We can give those who are there, part of what we've built. Those, I called them once, I could remember, I said, look, those who are presently on a portion of land, on a parcel of land, will be taken as co-owners. So when we develop, you take your share. The developer will recoup his money, and all of us will be happy. But God knows, things are changing in Nigeria. Things are changing. It's a pity. I hope and I pray that one day we'll have those who will think positively for the development of this country. Because we go out of this country, we go to other countries and see that these people are far developed. Why are we not developing? Morocco has a lot of resources. Morocco is known all over the world for fish industry. And there are so many people who have left Morocco to other countries that have made it. So why can't we make it? Why can't we build houses affordable to common people and they settle on the waterfront and their recreation spots, I spoke with the Emirates, the people from Dubai, from the United Arab Emirates some years back, and they agreed that they were going to invest there. Why couldn't we do it? Right now we are appealing to the present Lagos State government Sanwo-Olu to give us that opportunity of doing that development by ourselves. I don't know why government will not be interested in owners of a land, a parcel of land, developing their land. But the government will say, no, we are driving everybody away, we want to develop ourselves. No, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Let them come together. Let us see what we have. Let us see what they have. Let us see how we are going to do it together. That's how we can build a nation. Thank you. The first I would say is misinformation. The world is being fed only about bad things about Morocco. Oh, Morocco is a slum. Morocco, they are living on water. Morocco, no, there are so many good things about Morocco. So many good things. Yes, we have all these area boys, we have all these, I'm a made person who shouldn't be. But we have people who are investors too in Morocco. As far as Lagos is concerned, Morocco is the biggest fish industry in Lagos State. Are you getting what I'm saying? All over the world, people know Morocco for the fish industry. And if government comes together and partners with the people and develop that industry alone, it's bam. The other one is this plywood industry. You get what I'm saying? Yes, government is trying to relocate them to elsewhere. But there are cottage industries that could be made for this kind of businesses in Morocco, and the people in Lagos will still be benefiting. And you won't lose all these spaces you are seeing being wasted. We organize it in such a way that every sector will be confined to specific areas, and government will make billions of money, and the people too will be happy. We don't do things haphazardly. We don't do fire brigade approach. No. Let us sit down and plan and say, look, this is the length and breadth of Morocco. This is what we are going to redevelop it into. This is the residential area. These are the recreation spots. This is what we are going to bring out from recreation services. For the other services being provided, this is what how we're going to organize it. As I'm talking to you, as old as Morocco is, there is no single secondary school, government secondary school in Morocco today. None. We've been clamoring for this for years. But it's like they're not serious. The last time the Ministry of Education sent some people to me, I took them to a parcel of land that will, as usual, people will say, no, they are the owner. Who owns it? They are not. These are land poachers. We can send them off within weeks. Let them go to court, let them go to, they have no papers. You get it? But when they have politicians behind them, they draw the hands of the clock back. Let us move ahead. With a good secondary school in Morocco, all the children in Morocco will be going to that school instead of endangering their lives going far distances to look for secondary education. Do you get what I'm saying? We have the primary schools there. They are there. So, like I said, we have all those ones. Hospitals can be built. We have the primary health center, which is being run by the local government. But we can build a government model hospital in Morocco that can take care of that population and take care of the other people within or outside the Morocco environment. You know, we can do all these things. How much will it cost government? If government is not going to spend money, let us come together. We'll get organizations and people who will sponsor these kind of things. And it will be good for everybody. We will give them land. So this is what I see about Morocco. And like I told you earlier, there are people who have the money. There are investors who are ready to invest, as long as they know that, yes, what they are investing on is genuine. And there will be no policy that will raise their money tomorrow. That's what I said, at the waterfront alone, we can have service industries, hotels, recreation sports. When I called these United Arab Emirates people, they were ready to put in a whopping $15 billion. That was a long time ago. Even, I think that was shortly after Fashola left office. Shortly after, because it was somebody who came in. And they were ready to sign that time. They said they had the money, they were ready to sign. But where are we now? Before them, some group of people came. I will not mention the governor then. There was a particular governor that came and said, look, I have $3 billion to invest. I told them I wasn't going to be the only person to listen to that. I called members of the family and we all had a meeting with his representatives. And they said, look, we are not going to borrow this money. They were having $3 billion. You could not take off from the ground. We could not advance. We could not put our plans into, fruition. We could not do anything. Why are we being frustrated? And as I'm talking to you now, I am saying that the Lagos State government can still be made to sit with us and do this. But the next thing you hear is that they are talking to some stakeholders. Who are stakeholders? You are talking to my tenant as my stakeholder? I will go to court. Yes, the courts are there. You may own the court, you may build the court, but the law will always be the law. You can't talk to my tenants as somebody who is a stakeholder over my property. No, he is my tenant. Let him stay there. If I'm not doing anything bad to him, let him enjoy his stay there quietly. Anything you want to talk about my property, it's my property. Morocco is not government land. Morocco is a private family property. You get what I'm saying? I belong to the Olaya family and not to any other family. Any tout, any hooligan that gets money from I don't know where and comes and says, no, he cannot. Your forebears came as tenants. You cannot grow overnight and say you are. No, it's not possible. initial joy to me was that when I got there, at least I minimized criminal activities. I brought in the police, I brought in the security agencies to assist me in apprehending.
Welcome again. It's that time of the week. We are on our book review show. We talk about the intricacies of specially written books that help mankind and give you the best of life, to add to the best of life for you. As we take on this break, when we return, we'll be introducing our guest author and CEO of a bookshop. Stay with us. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back. This week we have a special guest, author, Lagos Business School alumni. She's a UNILAG PhD holder. She's a certification. She has certification in BizCom and negotiation, connecting with children, non-profit leadership. She just has a long list of qualifications. Her name is Irene Okon Udosen. Welcome to the show.
Hi everyone, welcome and thank you for having me.
You're welcome. And to my right, my other guest, Mr. Ekom Henry. He's the CEO, All Range Bookshop. Welcome to the show once again.
Thank you for having me.
Yes. So today we're looking at the book Lead Out, a special book. I've looked at it myself and it's quite impressive. But we invited the author today here to shed some more light on what the book is about, what influenced the book, what got behind her to put pen to paper on such an important book, especially in this time. So without further ado, may I call you Irene?
That's fine.
So please talk to us. What's the inspiration? Let's start from the inspiration behind such a literature.
Okay. Lead Out is an education reorientation handbook that was written to be a complementary text for students because we realized that many students go to school without, being prepared to go through academic rigorousness. They want to acquire education, right? But they are more focused on certification than getting knowledge. So at the end of the day, after school, you realize that there is a knowledge gap while they graduate with a mind-blowing certificate. And if we allow things to continue like this, the labor market suffers. For instance, I was with someone who works in a media house a few days ago, and this person has an intern under him, and he was telling me about the difficulty of working with young people. Because after graduation, you see that they are not really, or they don't seem ready to fit into the system in terms of delivery. Yes, capacity. So Lead Out book is a text that is intended to foster academic responsibility among students, to develop readership, and also inspire students to read and be part of their own education. Because we believe that no matter the reforms, if students or learners are not part of their education, there won't be quality education. And of course, if there's no quality education, how do we expect to produce graduates that would in turn drive development in our society? The knowledge will not be there, both the knowledge to transform Nigeria or even compete, or to produce something that they can use to compete in the global market will not be there. So if a child says, I'm going to school, you have to help that child realize that it's responsibility, right? I'm not sure how many parents tell their children the purpose of education. All we were told was to go to school and, of course, for the purpose of a better future. But we were not taught how to acquire that future. So there's the likeliness that, not even the likeliness, there is I think there is negligence towards knowledge, right? We've over time emphasized certificate, excuse me, we've emphasized certificate to the point that people can do anything, to acquire a degree, even if they don't have use for it, just because they want to go to school. But at the end of that, do they have the knowledge to function? I think that's key. And any education that is not functional will not be a useful one. So I think this is the book that raises that consciousness for every student.
Awesome. You see, you mentioned it twice. I was going to ask you, but I said, let me let you finish the flow of your thoughts. Why is it so important today to show off certificates?
Okay, I think certificate is important, right? We're not demeaning certificate, but we're saying that in spite of its significance, there should be a balance, right? For instance, if I have a first class and I walk into an organization and I'm given a responsibility and I end up disappointing, I think my certificate will be viewed as a sham, right? But certificate is actually the first proof of knowledge, because that is what people can see until you're given the opportunity to prove the education in you. But if you cannot prove the education in you, then I think it creates more embarrassment than the embarrassment that is associated with not being learned. Because if I'm not learned, there's a level of accountability that I won't be held to.
So much you're expected of.
Sorry?
So much you're expected of. When they know, okay, you don't have it.
Yes. When you don't have it, people don't expect much. But when you have it, they want to see it.
Correct.
Yes.
So, Mr. Ekom, let me come to you. Posing that same question, maybe I have to break it down further. In Nigeria today, we see the importance of the show-off, underlined show-off, of certificates, BSc, MSc, PhDs. People want to, appear like they know or they're learned. Why do you think that problem is?
Thank you. I think that is part of the societal malaise and expectations from governments and institutions, employers of labors, that do use these certificates in terms of people that they need, in terms of manpower and capacity, personnel development, and all that. You see an advert in the paper, you see what they need is BSc, second class, upper, first class, and all those limitations. And people will now say, okay, if I didn't have a first class, I didn't have a second class, upper, then I have to try and get a master's by all means necessary. They acquired a master's degree, they couldn't get a job, they said, okay, let me go for a PhD. Let me do it part-time. And you see a plethora of degrees, someone who is looking for a job as a personnel manager will come with a master's degree in personnel management, master's degree in project management, PhD, and some even call names, business school, big business school, London Business School, Lagos Business School, just to make sure they get a job. And it's a problem because, as Irene rightly pointed out, you must be able to defend whatever paper you present, whatever documents, or whatever knowledge you have acquired. And that is when you are given the opportunity to work and to prove. And they say the taste of the pudding is in the eating. When you employ these persons, you find out that what they have presented or what they pretend to acquire do not line up with what the job, the expectation of the job and the position they have acquired. So you see the conflict in the workplace. So you see the staff turnover. Because by and large, those people might be relieved of that job. And then the hunting continues. And when we have an economy that is too weak, you might not find out that employers of labor these days are no more looking for so much of paper qualification. They will ask you to show what you have done, and then they probably might give you put you on probation for a period of time to see if you can actually prove what your papers represent. And these days that we are talking about practical work, people now looking for technical capacity and all other capacities beyond the papers that you have presented. So employers of labors are now looking for your ability to work with other people, social network capacity, the ability to use the systems available, and so many other inputs are being canvassed such that whatever must have been a deficiency in the paper you have presented, probably maybe you have personal marketing abilities, personal selling points. I call it key selling points. Individuals coming to work in a place now, they'll ask you, what are your key selling points beyond your paper qualifications? Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Ekom. I'll come back to you, Irene. So there are numbers in the book that you mentioned, 75% unemployable, which leaves the ratio at 25% employable. Is this ratio real? This number is real? And if so, what's the process to tackle this?
Okay.
Going by what you have in lead out,
based
the
on
book.
Statistics,
Yes.
I would say they are because people did their research actually.
Okay.
And I've had people see the figures and they're like, am I sure they are not even above this, right? Because until you get to interact with young people, you won't know the mess we're in. Thank God for soft skills, thank God for tech skills and all. That is kind of like covering the whole thing up because he made mention of them, right? So this is real. Especially for students in public schools. I work with them and I don't want to start pronouncing names or calling names. We have students in public schools that are almost graduating that cannot read properly. So as we speak, there's even a learning challenge. Let's not go into that. So I think one of the ways we can tackle this is by being intentional about our education or educating our young people, right?
Can you break that down?
Okay, I will.
Okay.
So we need to redefine education for young people, and we need to support them in getting that education. It's not enough to take a child to school and register the child, you know. You have to have there has to be that consciousness of this is for me, this is for my future. The dream I envisage, what I want to become in the next 30 years. This is my beginning. Supposing it's a primary school. You have to create that connection, right? And just let that child realize that you're not going to get to 30 years or 25 years and just find yourself as a medical doctor somewhere. You have to begin now to put in the work. If you don't understand your mathematics properly, if you can't, you just have to tell them the import of each subject or whatever training they are undergoing. If you don't understand your mathematics properly, this is where it's going to land you on this part. If you don't understand communication, this is where it's going to land you. So the child has to be consciously involved.
All right. Thank you for that. It's still behind pages. We're talking to author Irene Udosian. Let's take a break. When we return, we'll talk some more on the book Lead Out. Stay with us. Welcome back. It's still behind pages. We're talking to author Irene Okon Udosian and Mr. Ekom Henry. We're looking at the book Lead Out, an education reorientation handbook. And it brings me to my next question. When we look at, it's for both of us, right? When you rummage through the internet, you're looking at news on TV, you're looking at Vox Pop, you're looking at just stuff that exposes you to seeing people talk and express themselves. You see, there's a lot of show of lack of capacity, like we said the last time, lack of etiquette, lack of the basic things that make you interact properly and show off that whatever knowledge you are trying to sell. Why is that? And I've seen this for years, like from watching news and all that stuff for eons, actually, for decades and decades till now. It's a problem. You see someone that's, let me break it down further, someone that they say has a BSc, has an MSc, but the tenses are poor. The tenses are wrong. Now, what would a book like Lead Out do for such a person? We have a ton of this as a problem.
Okay, we talked about what's going on in the education system. And if you look at it, it's an all-encompassing problem, actually. It's not just, the problem is not just focused on students, right? When it comes to education and developing people, we can't overlook the fact that education has not been given the kind of attention it should be given. And that alone can create a lot of problems, which is part of what you're seeing, right? Okay, let me just use a practical example. We went out to a school a few days ago, and this person was supposed to be guiding a student, and the person who went with me to cover the event was a mass communication graduate. So although he didn't appear as that because he went as a photographer. So hearing what the teacher was saying, he just came behind me and was like, is that true? Stuff like that. And I looked at the fact that the setting could have produced that because you have a lot of private schools that aren't properly run. And you have government schools that also have qualified teachers. I don't know about now because I know that what is happening in the system would also affect the kind of teachers we produce. But I always tell people that I would recommend public school over some private schools, right? So it's actually a systemic thing. And if we want to deal with that, it still boils down to us being able to deliver proper education. Train your teachers to deliver proper education. There's a training we do. If you look at this book, we described the circle of education. And you realize that there is a circle that has to do with teaching, right? So if the teaching is wrong, the learner may not receive the right education.
Correct.
Yeah, so it's an all-encompassing thing. So we are just focused on learners because we know that maybe since they are young people, most of the error, may come from them. Mm-hmm. Because we're in a system where because of what is happening out there, parents are striving for survival. There's a lot of
Distractions.
negligence. Yes.
Distractions.
So you call, for instance, I heard teachers complain about calling parents for open day, they won't come. They are not even interested in knowing what is happening at the child's school. So, you know, it's not just, the problem is not just focused on one person. So I think my advice would be that people who are into teacher training, quality assurance, quality control assurance, people or so should also look into that area to ensure that education is properly delivered, while we focus on the part of students receiving education properly.
Thank you. Properly delivered education. Mr. Ekom, let me come to you with a peculiar question because I'll let you not talk about the other one.
Okay.
Many people think education is a scam. It was also something you mentioned, and it's pertinent. They're like, okay, what do I need? Buying and selling. I get my goods, I sell, I get my money, and I'm good. What do you say to that? How do you speak on that? And why is such a notion rampant?
Now, such a motion is rampant because we are living in a fast, I call it a fast food environment. People want to arrive at their destination so fast and so quick. So you say you're going to go to school, 6334, how many years gone? Then you go to higher studies and all that. And some people believe that within those years spent, you must have used it to do what I call sharp business. And that is so unfortunate because, you see, education is the background, is the shock absorber, is the springboard from which you now lay other layers of development, of training, and education is a lifelong thing. Not because you have acquired your degree and you also are free. I see these days when students graduate, they remove their shirt, wear mark, write all kinds of stuff, and I don't understand. Education is never a scam because the mind, like a tabula rasa, has to be filled. Whatever adventure, whatever area you want to go into, you must have to build capacity. Nothing rests on nothing. As she said, you want to become a medical doctor, you begin to start to read. And then even becoming a medical doctor, you might need to specialize after finishing your basic medical training. You want to become a gynecologist, you have to start a residency program. Do the primaries, do the part 1, do the part 2, and then you will be assigned to a health facility to practice it. Then a consultant will supervise you. You want to become an orthopedic surgeon, then you have to go to
branch out, specialize.
You have to learn about amputation. It's not you say, okay, it's not a scam. Okay. We have people who didn't practice medicine, who are practicing bone setting. I call it traditional bone setting and bone massage. To what extent have they succeeded in this field?
Sorry to cut you short. How do you picture my Igbo brother in front of you that doesn't believe in education? What are the few things you can say to him to convince him?
Now, the Igbo apprenticeship program is a scheme that is well known to us. Very good structure.
Correct.
But you see, that structure would have taken them far beyond this level now if they had had some basic educational training. Because when you get to your shop and you begin to sell in the market, you must understand basic accounting. Understand? You must understand basic accounting. You must understand personnel relationship. you must understand human relationship. You must understand customer relationship. You must know how to manage a new person that you are bringing in to understudy, such that you don't become a master of yourself. And then by so doing, you have opportunity to transfer this information, this knowledge that you have acquired to the next generation. Because now these guys have made money, they are in Toyota, selling paper and all that. Sometimes by the time they go, that whole knowledge is gone.
Thank you so much for that. Sorry to cut you short. We could go on and on. I have my right of questions. But for the author, Irene Okon Udonse, give us in a few words, last words, few words. Tell us about Lead Out and what you expect from Lead Out.
Or what readers should expect.
What you expect the book to do in a few words,
Yeah.
because we're for want of time now.
Like I said, Lead Out is an education reorientation handbook. I expect that as many students as would read this book would be driven towards being fully part of their education. They will do well in terms of gaining personal and professional values as well, and also being able to acquire a functional education, right? That would help them, that would benefit them as individuals, and also equip them to transform the society.
Thank you so much, Irene. So that's it for our show today. We want to thank our guests for coming through.
Thank you for having me.
You heard it all. Education is not a scam. Education is a bedrock for everything you're going to be doing in life. Keep a date with us same time next week. My name is Ikenna Mba. See you next time. Bye.
I'm a shepherd of the church called Celestial Church of Christ, White City Parish, reside in UK. I started the ministry right from my youth age. I was born into this church by my parents called Solomon Olaiwola Onofuye and my mother Alice Mimunat Onofuye. They gave back to me to the church, Celestial Church, and I went to primary school in Lagos, and I have my secondary school in Lagos as well. And after my secondary school, I went to a professional school, NCE, National Certificate of Education, in Lagos State College of Education. And after that, I went for my degree. I have my B.Ed, Bachelor in Education. I have my NCE as a professional teacher. Then I decided to travel down to UK in order to change my profession to law. But on getting down to Britain, God arrested me to carry his cross. So I carried the cross since 1985, and up to now, I'm working the ministry as a shepherd of the church. And recently, I've just been promoted as the head of the prophets in UK and Northern Ireland dioceses within the fold of Celestial Church of Christ. And I'm still the shepherd of the church called White City Parish in UK, in Barking, in SS area. So, and at the same time, I love doing business. I'm into business, I'm an entrepreneur. And because why I went to business is I don't depend on church money, because the church money is meant for the church, and I have to have a living for myself. So that's why I went into business, different kind of business. You know, I learned that trade through my late parents, because I usually carry ogede, sell ogede around Fade area for them everywhere along the street while I was in Nigeria. You know, since from there I pick up an entrepreneurship. You know, so I've been doing that alongside with God's work, pastoral work. That's 38 years now. 38 years I've been leading the church. The one I established, which is Celestial Church of White City, is going to be 37 this year. Before then, when I got to Britain, I led a church. It's a Clapham Parish, Celestial Church of Christ, Clapham Parish. Before I left that to establish the one I'm leading, and I've started that since 1987, and up till now, I'm still in there. I'm still the shepherd of the church. You see, I've mentioned in my introduction, because I believe church money should stay with the church, and I believe I must have a living because I have a family and I have to train my children, and because I don't want to delve, the church has got its own setup, and there are some pastors that do winners take all, but I don't believe in that. I believe I have got to work for my living. So that's why I'm from my background with my parents, especially my mom. There's all kind of trade I did with her. I sell banana, I sell rice, I sell so many things. I do street hawking in Nigeria, you know, all over everywhere. So from there I have that initiative.
Well, I think as the name goes, we are still faring very well. We are still holding on. Basically, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited is a Nigerian company owned by the federal government of Nigeria, the 36 states, and the 774 local governments. The federal government has 47% shares in NDPHC, and the 36 states and Federal Capital Territory, plus the 774 local governments own the remaining 53%. Originally, it was supposed to be a stopgap, build and sell power plants to increase the power availability. But in the process, as the company moved along, they discovered that if you build power plants, you also have to build complementary transmission networks. And then if you have transmission networks, you will also need the distribution network so that the power can ultimately get to the consumers. And so because of the gap that was in the sector at the time, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited was asked to build more power transmission networks, substations, injection substations. So over time, we had grown into the behemoth that we are today. Principally, we have 8 power plants functioning now, and then 2 are in the process of being completed. So that's what Niger Delta has been. But basically, I can say without any iota of contradiction that Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited has been able to increase the capacity, the network capacity, by about 50%, and of course the distribution capacity by about 60%. We are capable of producing up to 4,000 megawatts now, but there are still some constraints in the transmission network, which is being addressed by the various arms of government and the various stakeholders in the sector. If I want to talk about the problems in the power sector, you need more than an hour program. They are multifaceted. And each time solutions are being found, they are not far-reaching enough. For instance, before the enactment of the Electric Power Sector Reform Act, it was thought that the problem was we didn't have enough generation power. And that's what gave rise to the NIPP, which is the National Integrated Power Project, which was basically to increase the power availability in Nigeria. And there were gaps because at that time, I don't think the solution was holistic enough. I'm talking of during the time of President Olusegun Obasanjo. You remember the National Integrated Power Project was conceived at the time. And it's strange that for the past many years, we are talking about 4,000 megawatts, 4,000. In reality, the available power in Nigeria is about 16,000 megawatts now, between 13,000 and 16,000 megawatts. So you wonder, why are we producing or generating or putting on the grid about 4,800 megawatts? So there's a gap. And the gap is basically the fact that the present network is aged. It's inadequate. There is fragmentation in the sector. You have, as of today, about 26 different bodies in the power sector. And it's a typical Nigerian problem. Once Nigeria identifies a problem, they create another agency to deal with that problem, rather than looking at the problem in the eye and say, this is the problem. And I can give you so many examples. For instance, traffic, which is very basic to everybody. When after the Udoji Award in the early 70s, I think it was in the early 70s, and people had phone to purchase cars, traffic began to grow. Now, instead of taking a holistic attitude and train the police to do what they're supposed to do, expand the road networks, and begin to put a culture of driving properly in the country, we created the yellow fever, the traffic wardens at the time. You remember at the time, traffic warden was separated from the Nigerian police. That's right. And the problem was not solved because the people were still constrained to virtually the same network of roads, more cars on the same network of roads. And then we stopped training drivers. So Federal Road Safety Commission was formed. And of course, I'm sure that you all know that the problem became worse. And now all of the state governments are creating their own variants of the Federal Road Safety Code. An example is LASMA in Lagos. And the people are still on the same roads. You know, so whereas we had 200 cars on a stretch of road, now we have 1,000. Now we have drivers who cannot read traffic signs, which are not even there. So today, when people see traffic lights, either in Abuja or in Lagos, I mean, they don't even know what to do. I'm sure that, I can't remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. I cannot remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. It's the same thing with the issue of corruption. When we detected, corruption was increasing, we started creating so many variants of, and I always ask the question, where is the equivalence of EFCC in the countries that we're trying to be like? So we have created EFCC, we have created ICPC, we have created Bureau for, what's that other agency? Sorry? No. Those are another problem entirely. The BP and the BPP, I'm talking of Code of Conduct Bureau. But in all honesty, can we say that corruption has reduced in Nigeria? Can we say that? So the problem is that we don't look at problems in the face and deal with the issue rather than creating bodies and bodies and bodies and bodies. We don't have the variants of EFCC, ICPC, and Code of Conduct Bureau in the countries that we're trying to be like. In this age and times, honestly, it's not rocket science. There is hardly anything you want to do that has not been done before or that is not being done in some other places. So you see in various sectors that once we identify a problem, rather than look the problem in the eye and providing solution to it, we create another body. It will appear to me that it is finding job for the boys, and that is one of the reasons why we are where we are today. I cannot remember the last time anybody had to do driving tests to obtain a driver's license. I can't remember. In the US, if you want to obtain a driver's license, it's a long process. And I remember my daughter, when she went to the US at the age of 18, I remember when she wanted to go and obtain a driver's license, she called me and said, "Daddy, please pray for me." And I think the first time she went there, she didn't make it. It was one slight error. And eventually, she had to go back, to retake the test. So that's what I see that we're doing wrong. And that has virtually destroyed all the sectors. The power sector is faced with so many problems. I was trying to explain to you, for instance, that the discos have various coverage areas. And if you take them one by one, you will see that some of them are covering a landmass that is bigger than 2, 3, 4 African countries together. Somebody was on my secondary school classmates forum. Somebody was trying to do a comparison between Botswana and Nigeria. And I said, Botswana has 581,000 kilometers, square kilometers. But 70% of that is Kalahari Desert. So effectively, what they have is less than 100 and something thousand kilometers. Nigeria has a vast land. Botswana has a population of 2.5 or 2 point something million. You can't compare that to. There's no basis. There's no basis. And so if they have 1,000 naira, their GDP is likely to be higher than that of Nigeria. Nigeria has 210 million people. Yes, officially. You can see the population of Lagos. I'm sure that the population of Botswana is not as thick as Surulere alone. I am not trying to give excuses for what we are in Nigeria or how we're doing things badly. But I'm saying that we have a giant problem. We have giant problems in all of the areas. And we need to put our heads together to provide solutions to these problems. You can say that Nigeria is a country in progress. I know that we have enough human resources, we have enough intellectuals to find solutions to our problems. And I'm beginning to see that the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is tackling the problems headlong. I don't want to say that they work in silos. I mean, it should not be absolutely correct. I don't want to say that. That would be too negative. I would like to say that there's need for better collaboration between all of them. And then one of the greatest things that we need to do is that there must be a coordinating agency that is not encumbered with or by bureaucratic procedures. Okay, NEC is supposed to be the regulator in the society. Now, like I said before, if you have a regulator, they must be trained. And we shouldn't be ashamed to train our regulators and to ensure that we have the right people in those positions. But like I said, almost all the agencies in Nigeria, you find a lawyer heading an engineering company. It's not done. And what happens is that I don't want to create a war between professions. But the truth of the matter is that if you are a lawyer and you have you're doing legal consultancy in the sector, that doesn't make you to be chief executive of a purely engineering company. The last time it was an accountant that was in charge of one of the parastatals in the sector, and even now that there's a new government, you see all kinds of people trying to outdo each other here and there. TCN, for instance, is supposed to be in charge of the transmission networks, but you have the independent ISO under them. How is that going to work? I mean, that is supposed to be an independent, and it cannot be under TCN. The discos, for instance, who is supervising them? NERC is supposed to supervise them, but you have on the board BPE, that has 40% of the shares. And they're supposed to monitor them. Are they doing that? And then now the Yoruba people say amukun eru ewo oni ewo saleni. That is, if a man is crippled or has bent knees and is carrying a load, it's not likely that the load will be straight because the legs are bent anyway. So that is the problem that we have. The root cause, we're not attacking the root cause. The electricity power sector reform has a transition program. But unfortunately, because we didn't do the privatization properly, we gave it to people who have no financial resources. They borrowed money from the banks to purchase the concession anyway. Because they borrowed money from the bank, they don't have enough funds to repair the aging facility that they inherited. So that is a problem. Now the bank is on them. The bank lent them money for 5 years, whereas this is a sector that is, you need long-term fund. You need to have enough money to lay new cables, replace transformers. Some of these transformers have been there since 1960 something, to replace them. Look, where I come from in Ondo South Central District, we have not had power for up to 15 years now from the national grid. Everybody is an electricity generator company on his own. When we stepped into it to see what was happening, we discovered that the distribution company did not have enough money to repair the damaged distribution networks. So NDPC stepped into it, and we've spent almost 3 billion to repair all of that. Or almost 3 billion. I mean, we're talking about 6 local governments. At a point, by the time we had finished the reticulation of the networks in 5 of the local governments, we discovered that there is the source of supply is from Ondo. Ondo has a 2 by 30 MVA substation. One of that substation is gone. So it means that the distance of almost 100 kilometers from Ondo to Ore and to Ilaje, to Igbokoda area, to Mahin and Co. Just one single 33 kV line is coming from that. So by the time the light gets to Okitipupa, what you have is candle light. It's the same thing we saw in Lafia, for instance. For years, Lafia, even the government house in Lafia, was being operated on generator because the single line feeding Lafia and the entire Nasarawa state is from Abuja. So that's why we stepped in and built the 330, 132, 33 kV substation, which was commissioned early last year by President Muhammadu Buhari. And you can see the joy in the faces of the people. Now, in Ondo South Central District, for instance, they are the NDDC, not NDPHC, is building a 132 kV substation in Oderinje, which should help to bring power from Omotosho and to that area. But they have been on it for years now. And without the completion of that, there's nothing that can happen in the place. They will still have candlelight. So these are the problems. Now, NDDC is independent of NEC. It's virtually independent of the DISCO. It's independent of the... But they are doing a good work because they have offered to do... They have identified the problem and they have offered to do it. But who is coordinating these activities to ensure that everybody is working? And you know, one of the things I always complain about is that since this past 6-10 years, for instance, TCN has many of its projects are 85-90% completed. Some of the problems are just way-live that the government should collaborate with the state governments to resolve. But what do you have? A substation is ready in Akure, for instance. A 330 kV substation is ready in Akure. The transmission line is supposed to come from Oshogbo to Akure, and another transmission line is supposed to come from Benin and drop in Akure. Because of way-live issue along the route from Oshogbo to Akure, that project has been stalled for almost 6 years. So there has to be an organization that is above NEC, that is linked only to the president, that will look at all of these things. I talked about the fragmentation in the sector. You know, look, and let me tell you something. I know that electricity is a commercial venture. And when you put your money there, you should be able to recover your investment. However, it's also a social contract between the government and the people. It's a social contract. You know, so if you have such a transmission line, everybody should be involved. And I remember that it has to be a responsibility. I remember when we were doing a project in Owerri. And because the transformers have been there for a long time, we needed to remove the transformers to a workshop somewhere in Ikorodu there for repairs, so that when they take them back, it can function properly. And we had given authority to the EPC contractor to go and remove the transformer. But of course, when the community saw that they were removing their transformer, this was a transformer that has not been functioning for the past 10, 15 years. They refused to let them go, and the governor had to intervene. The governor also refused to let them take the transformer away. I had to personally intervene with the governor, speak with the governor, write an undertaking before the transformer can be moved to the workshop for repairs. It's not repairs, but they need to change the oil and make sure it's in good working condition, because it's been on the plinth for 15 years. So there has to be a coordinating agency that is devoid of bureaucratic encumbrance. Initially, NDPC was created from the federation account. The initial seed money for NDPC was from the federation account. However, since we started producing electricity, let me put it that way, we don't receive subvention from the government. So our revenue is from the sale of electricity, sale of energy to the network and to what we call willing buyers. For instance, you will see that we still, even outside the country, we sell power to countries outside Nigeria. Yeah. So that's how we derive our, but because also we are owned by the 3 tiers of government, we have also embarked on working with the other sectors to improve the network. For instance, we build distribution. So from the profit that we have, we build distribution networks virtually in all. There is no state in Nigeria that has not felt the impact of NDPC. And then we, like I said, the transmission substation in Lafia was constructed by NDPC. It's like LNG. LNG cannot receive subvention from the federal government anymore. Of course, initially, government put in their own investment and the private sector put in their own investment. I'm hoping that we will move away from this structure in NDPC. I'm really hoping that we'll move and adopt the NLG structure, for instance, and bring in a huge investor to acquire 49% so that we can start operating like an LNG. There's a lot of confusion in the society, and even those some high government officials don't even know the functions of NDPC. They don't even know. We were in a gathering some time ago, and a former minister who claimed to have been a part of the conception of NDPC was annoyed when somebody threw a question at him, and he said, "What are you talking about? I don't have power in my house, and you guys are sitting down there." And I had to lecture him and say, "Hey, I'm not supposed to put power in your house. I'm just a businessman, in the sector, producing oil, producing power, electricity, like every other person, like what's the name of Elumelu's Transcorp Power, and selling it. That's all we are." The problems are enormous. But I believe very strongly that the discourse as they are now don't have the capacity. There has to be a restructuring of that sector. what, under whatever you want to call it, maybe breaking their franchise into little bits. One or two of them are doing well. Eco, Disco, Ikeja Disco, yeah. Because, and also, you know, the problems are different. So, but for most of them, look, if you, let me give you an example. If you need to, in under Yola Distribution Company, I mean, you know how wide that sector, I mean, that part of the country is. If you need to take a 33 kV line from one town to the other, you may be doing 100 kilometers. Whereas in under the Eco Disco franchise, I mean, 100 kilometers will do 2, 3, 4, 5 communities. So we need to restructure these discos. We need to support the discos to develop a new program tailored to reduce ATC and C losses. What is ATC and C? Aggregate technical, commercial, and collecting losses. Now, when you take power from Ondo, for instance, to Ilaje, 100 kilometers, by the time, and don't forget that along the road, along that route, you are dropping power for Ore, for Ajebandele, for this, for that. By the time you get to the end, what you have is candlelight. So you will need to, and the discos don't have the finances to do these things. I said earlier that the privatization was not properly done. I'm not sure that those people have an understanding of what they were getting into. Everybody thought the power sector was like the telecommunications sector. But it is not. The amount of infrastructure that you need to put in place, physical infrastructure that you need to put in place for power is totally different from that. Because apart from your cell in telecommunication and the handset there's nothing that you need to do. You probably don't need to put poles, pay compensation. Fiber optic is for specific areas. I mean, for specific things, and it doesn't stop the telecommunication facilities.
After all, they can use satellite.
Yes, they exactly from functioning very well. Okay. So that the difference is, but you cannot send power remotely. You need cables, you need poles, you need transmission lines, you need all sorts of things. You need transformers. The discos should be responsible for them. But when they don't have the fund, what do? You can see that many of them, about 7 of them, are under receivership now. Some sort of receivership or the other. You can see. Because they borrowed money from the banks and they were not able to pay back within the time they thought, I mean, they were going to be able to pay back. You have to deal with each one of them, you know, on it has to be a tailored solution to each disco. You cannot apply the same brush for all of them. Well, the truth of the matter is that at some point there will be increase in tariff. However, this is not the time for it. I mean, Nigeria, I mean, we are doing a lot of reforms now. The removal of the subsidy has increased the cost of living in Nigeria. The exchange rate, harmonization of the exchange rates is also going to affect the economy and the earning power of the common Nigerian, even though that should not be the case, because I can tell you for free that no business organization was charging their customers based on the 400 and something naira to the dollar that the CBN was and that's a fraud on its own, because CBN knows that there is nobody who is selling anything in Nigeria decides the cost of that good based on the CBN exchange rate. It's simple, because they are not sure that they will get, I mean, when they need to replace machinery, raw materials, they were not sure that they could get the dollars from CBN. So this is the best thing that could have happened. The Naira float. The Naira float is the best thing that can happen to our nation, Nigeria. And I'm surprised, because every expert and non-expert had been advising CBN to do this for so long. So I'm surprised that the CBN was reluctant to do what is needful, and that's about the corruption in the system. So this is not the time, and I'm advising government too. This is not the time to increase tariff. Honestly, subsidizing the power sector is not good for the economy, because the truth of the matter is that 80% of the subsidy in the power sector is being enjoyed by people who can afford to pay for electricity. That's the truth. The low tariff pays only the rich. You know, the poor people just take advantage, just like in fuel too. Look, if you have 10 cars and you put all the 10 cars on the road, the poor man has only one way to go, just to go to office and come back, and you know. But the man who has 10 cars will want, the wife will take one, the children will take one, the workers will take, and that's what is happening in the sector. So yes, this is not the time to think about increasing tariff. It will look, in the past, everybody, the cost of diesel was very high, right? Now a lot of people migrated to using petrol generators. Now the cost of petrol is even almost higher than the cost of because petrol burns faster. You use more petrol for your generator than diesel. So generating power in your house now, where you don't have power supply from the national grid, is a big problem. No, there is no doubt in my mind that we need to migrate to prepaid meter. I mean, not only intelligent meters, so that when we have intelligent meters, nobody can manipulate their consumption. You know, if you go to some hotels in the past, all of the heavy-duty consuming equipment, their laundry, their air conditioners are connected directly, or they bypass the meters, you know. But if you have intelligent networks, that cannot happen, because it will be discovered and then you will be dealt with appropriately. So there's no doubt in my mind that everybody, and it's in the interest of the consumer too, to acquire prepaid meters. And it's not the only prepaid meters that the discos should supply. It should be intelligent networks. Of course, I said earlier that they don't have the money to do it. They don't have the funds. Look, if you had an intelligent network in a place like this, for instance, you can determine what is happening without you being there. Even on your phone, you can control your distance. So I'm just trying to use that to explain what it is. So if you have an intelligent network, the discos in their control rooms will be able to monitor and ensure that energy theft is reduced to the barest minimum, and they can ensure proper operations in their own sector.
unexpected rise of Ankara fabric in West Africa has transformed it from merely an industry into a vital part of culture, identity, and art woven into everyday life. This evolution has encouraged many to enter into the business side of Ankara. Today, the fabric is not only worn but also used in interior decorations and artworks, making it a significant item in our changing world. Despite this, the industry stands at a crossroads, balancing tradition, modern challenges, and global market demands. My name is Grace Komolafe, and I invite you to join me on this second episode of Ankara as we explore the current state of production, the hurdles it faces, particularly in Nigeria, and the abundant opportunities that exist within this vibrant sector. Ankara's journey from West African markets to the global stage highlights its enduring appeal and the resilience of its producers. However, to fully harness its export potential, addressing quality, policy, and logistical challenges is essential. Ankara has become a global fashion statement with its bold patterns and rich colors now staples on international runways, reflecting a growing appreciation for African aesthetics. Nigeria and Ghana have long anchored Ankara production, keeping alive an industry with deep cultural significance. In Nigeria, there is a specialized market where you can find all kinds of Ankara fabric to suit your needs, whether for business parties or home use. Are you aware that Oshodi Market in Lagos is the major Ankara market in the country? People travel from every part of Nigeria to this market to make purchases for different reasons, either for ashwebi, different occasions, or for business. In this market, you would find importers, you would find wholesalers, and again you would find retailers. Are you thinking of going into Ankara business? In this report, we have more information to share with you.
No, this one is a different company.
Despite Nigeria's rich resources, skilled workforce, and a large domestic market eager for Ankara fabric, the country has struggled to capitalize on this potential. In the face of rising imports and global competition, the Ankara industry is looking inward towards alternatives that preserve cultural heritage while empowering local economies. Innovative approaches and traditional methods are revitalizing Ankara production across West Africa, particularly in Nigeria. While the future is bright, it is not without challenges. The high reliance on cheaper imports has led to an overwhelming dependence on foreign textiles, which now dominates over 80% of Nigeria's fabric market. How have Ankara sellers and business owners been able to sustain growth in the industry? What kind of Ankara do you sell? Big or small?
We sell big, small, and medium range.
Great. I think this is the first person I'm meeting that sells 3 categories of Ankara. I actually met people that does medium and small. I met someone that does just the small. So good to know that you are doing 3 categories, big, medium, and small. So why did you decide to go into a full-blown Ankara business?
Because any customer can walk in now and request for small one. I will attend to the person. If you want medium, I have. If you want big one, I have.
You don't want to lose anybody.
I don't want to lose anybody.
You like money, right?
I'm a people man now. I suppose like money very well.
When someone is alive, when we're going to be sing. So for now, things are so high. When I'm still learning this business to my master, that time it was 700 or 600 like that. So things started increasing every day. So that is the problem we have. The customers are complaining, this thing are complaining. Both people that are coming from far journey saying that after this thing, there's no much gain on it again. So that's the challenge.
Long before Ankara became a global phenomenon, West African textiles were celebrated for their craftsmanship and cultural significance, with Nigeria being a key player, Today, Nigeria's textile industry has faced significant challenges over the past few decades, despite the country's rich potential in cotton production and a historical legacy of vibrant textile manufacturing. Once a leader in the sector with over 180 textile mills in the 1970s employing more than 1 million Nigerians, the industry has been in decline since the 1990s, grappling with issues such as smuggling, high production costs, outdated machinery, and inconsistent government policies. Instead of boosting the Nigerian textile industry, interest in importation continues to rise. With a renewed interest in textiles, including Ankara fabric, local production remains low. An influx of cheap imports surged over 100% to 365.5 billion naira in 2022, undermining the demand for locally produced textiles. As Nigeria strives to engage in the business, the high cost of importation negatively impacts their efforts. The situation is compounded by rising energy costs and a depreciation in currency, leading Nigerians to depend largely on imported Ankara to meet the demands of customers.
Importation business now is a help. It's very, very expensive. Just last month, the clearing of the goods was about 6 million naira. Overnight, it turned to 14 million. Should we stop selling Ankara? No. We have to go on, move. The price that we give customer, in 1 hour, it changed automatically. But because we are into the system, we know how to manage the price.
As customers become more conscious of their environmental and social impact, the demand for sustainable and ethically produced textiles is on the rise. Ankara, with its deep cultural roots, is uniquely positioned to lead the way in this movement. The global market for Ankara is expanding, with new opportunities emerging beyond West Africa. However, tapping into these markets requires strategic planning, quality assurance, and effective marketing.
Actually, like, person want to do the business, it depends if you have the money, because this business now it's all about money.
Capital intensive.
Capital. No amount of money that is enough. No amount of money. If you have 10 million, 20 million, 100 million, you can start up something, because when you check this one now, this level now, for one level now is almost 48,000 or 37,000. So when you now calculate 1 line, 2 line, 3 lines, so you can see that there's millions of money. So if you want to go into the business, if you have the cash or you have the power, it's a nice business, but you must have money to rotate the business.
Ankara business is not a child's play, I want to say, with what I've heard today. You want to go into Ankara business, of course you can start a very small scale. Do not say no to small beginning, do not despise little beginning. But I must say, if you want to do a big time Ankara business, it's not a child's play, you must be ready for it, I tell you. So for instance, you have this line, like I mentioned earlier, you'll be having this pack goes for about 40-something thousand, and you're having a couple of them. So you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I mean, the number you keep counting. Did you see? Same colors, and we're having different designs. It's not a child's play. Millions of naira goes into this business, and you can see this is Oshodi, where Ankara business takes place, the real business. This is where it happens. Yes, from all over the states in Nigeria, they come all the way to Oshodi to do their biddings in Ankara business. The Ankara industry, a cornerstone of West African culture and economy, is deeply influenced by government policies. Yet, the implementation of these policies is not without its challenges. Bureaucratic delays, corruption, and inconsistent enforcement often undermine their effectiveness. The success of the Ankara industry is intertwined with the government's actions. Thoughtful policies and effective implementation can drive growth. Moreover, regional and international trade agreements such as the African Continental Free Trade Area (AFCFTA) offer new opportunities for expansion and collaboration. The future of Ankara lies in the hands of the next generation. Young innovators are reimagining what Ankara can be, blending tradition with modernity and driving the industry forward. Ankara is more than just a fabric. It symbolizes African heritage, creativity, and resilience. As we look to the future, the potential for Ankara is limitless if the industry embraces innovation, sustainability, and global collaboration. The journey of Ankara is far from over, and its story will continue to inspire generations. As we conclude our journey through the vibrant world of Ankara, we turn our attention to the future. What lies ahead for this iconic fabric? How will it evolve to meet the demands of a rapidly changing world? And what opportunities and challenges will shape its future? Questions you may have quality answers for. See you again on another interesting topic on Souq Perspective. I am Grace Komolafe. From the early days of humanity when people roamed the earth unclothed, to the Stone Age when leaves and natural materials were used for modesty, clothing has undergone a remarkable transformation. As we progress to the weaving of fabrics and the art of textile printing, Ankara emerged as one of the earliest and most distinctive forms of attire. Today, Ankara has evolved beyond its origins, becoming a significant cultural symbol for various ethnic groups, states, and nations. Ankara, more than just a fabric, it's a symbol of pride and culture for millions across West Africa, deeply embedded in their identity and heritage. I bet you've been in touch with this fabric one way or the other, but have you ever asked where and how it all began? The journey and history of Ankara is what we are about to uncover, and how it became a powerful emblem of African heritage. The story of Ankara begins not in Africa, but thousands of miles away in Indonesia, using the batik techniques. Batik is an ancient Indonesian art from where wax is used to create different patterns on fabric. The process involves applying wax to certain areas of the fabric to resist dye, creating elaborate designs. In the 19th century, Dutch colonizers who controlled Indonesia recognized the appeal of batik and then sought to replicate it. They adapted the technique using industrial methods such as roller printing to produce the fabric more efficiently and in larger quantities. Talking about its transition to West Africa, Dutch manufacturers initially aimed to sell the printed batik fabric in Indonesia and Europe. However, fabric found a more enthusiastic market in West Africa, where it was embraced for its vibrant colors and patterns. The Dutch prints, while not initially popular in Europe, became highly prized in West African countries, evolving into what is now known as Ankara. How about its cultural integration?
Hello and welcome to the Midday News, reaching you live from our studios at Souq News Television. I am Priye Krumale. Let's begin with the top stories. President Bola Tinubu boosts 2025 budget to 54.2 trillion naira as the federal lawmakers demands for due process. Morocco outlines blueprint to double airport capacity by 2030, targets 60 million passengers. And the Republic of China drags the United States to World Trade Organization over Donald Trump's tariff policies. European Union grants $323 million to support Turkey's transition to green energy. Now, President Bola Tinubu has raised the 2025 appropriation bill from 49.7 trillion naira to 54.2 trillion naira. He announced the increase in letters sent to both the Senate and the House of Representatives Budget Minister Atiku Abubakar. Atiku Bagudu said the adjustment aims to boost revenue, strengthen the Bank of Agriculture and Bank of Industry, and support economic diversification. However, Rep. Kingsley Chinda criticized the move, arguing that such proposals shouldn't be presented via letter. Now, the exchange rate between the Naira and the United States dollar showed signs of stability yesterday, trading at 1,590 Naira per dollar in the parallel market. Although the Naira depreciated slightly, this week's performance indicates an improvement compared with the previous week, where the Naira traded at weaker levels. In the official market data from the Central Bank of Nigeria revealed that the Naira maintained stability, closing at 1,499 Naira per dollar on Monday and Tuesday. Financial analysts have attributed the relative stability of the Naira to improved dollar supply, CBN's intervention strategies, and reduced speculations in the parallel market. The Nigerian Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative, NITI, has reported that the oil and gas operators owe the Nigerian government $6.1 billion in unpaid royalties, taxes, and rents as of August 2024. NITI's Executive Secretary, Dr. Ogbonaya Orji, urged the government to recover these funds to support the 2025 national budget while addressing the Senate Committee on Public Accounts. Orji highlights a 78% reduction in crude oil losses from 2022 to 2023, but noted a 13.7% drop in industry revenue from $35.78 billion in 2022 to $30.86 billion in 2023. He also pointed to the underperformance of Nigeria's solid minerals sector and urged alignment with global energy transition policies. Now, Nigeria's crude oil production cost has risen to $40 per barrel, making it one of the highest globally, nearly 4 times higher than Saudi Arabia's $10 per barrel. The high cost, compounded by fluctuating oil prices, hampers Nigeria's competitiveness and discourages foreign investment. The Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission attributes the rise to outdated infrastructure, oil theft, and pipeline vandalism. A 10-year roadmap aims to reduce production costs to $20 per barrel by modernizing infrastructure and addressing inefficiencies. The Nigerian Customs Service has introduced a 4% charge on the free on-board value of imports in line with the Nigerian Customs Service Act 2023. This charge aims to improve customs operations across the country. The NCS spokesman, Abdullahi Maiwada, acknowledged concerns over the additional fee, which supplements the existing 1% comprehensive import supervision scheme fee. Ongoing consultations with the Federal Ministry of Finance seek to address stakeholders' concerns while ensuring compliance with the system. Now, global observance. Today, we recognize the International Day of Zero Tolerance for Female Genital Mutilation, a day dedicated to raising awareness and urging action to end the harmful practice that continues to affect millions of women and girls worldwide. Oreka Akire Jola bring you more in this report.
In the fight for women's rights, many harmful practices continue to threaten their safety and autonomy. One such practice is female genital mutilation, FGM, which affects over 200 million girls and women worldwide. Female genital mutilation involves the partial or total removal of external female genitalia for non-medical reasons, often performed on girls between infancy and age 15. This violation of human rights causes several severe physical and psychological harm, including excessive bleeding, infections, childbirth complications, and long-term trauma. Today, the world observes the International Day of Zero Tolerance for Female Genital Mutilation, a global call to action against this deeply entrenched practice. Despite progress, an estimated 4.4 million girls remain at risk this year, over 12,000 cases every day.
Female genital mutilation is the cutting or removal of the external female genital.
Female genital mutilation. Basically, this refers to the practice of cutting or altering parts of the female genitalia for non-medical reasons, of course, and it is usually carried out on girls between infancy and age 15.
The fight against female genital mutilation has seen a significant decline in prevalence over the last 3 decades, with a girl today being 1/3 less likely to undergo the practice than 30 years ago. However, conflicts, climate change, and humanitarian crises threaten these gains, making sustained action more critical than ever. Advocates stress that investing in survival-led initiatives is key to breaking deeply rooted gender norms.
And has been reduced over the years. Yes, in the days of our forefathers, of our mothers, our grandmothers, it was common. But for now, it has actually been reduced to a very, very high level. So it is not common in Nigeria as it is. Mom, but like I said, it was in the time. My mom actually tells us the story that she was subjected to this act by her father and her mother because it was a thing that was believed in as at that time. So she was she actually went through it. She went through that. And then when I asked her if it was painful, she said yes, it was quite very painful, and she cried all day.
Cultural practice, religious, or sometimes social norm, right? While we're still having the conversation around female genital mutilation in 2025, despite all of the technology or awakening or awareness. And then why is this common in Nigeria? Yes, Nigeria has one of the highest female genital mutilation rates in the world. This is estimated around 19.9 million survivors, according to UNICEF.
The 2025 theme, Step Up the Pace, Strengthening Alliances and Building Movements to End Female Genital Mutilation, calls for stronger partnerships and global solidarity to end this practice by 2030. Recognizing the urgency, the United Nations General Assembly designated February 6th as the International Day of Zero Tolerance for Female Genital Mutilation in 2012, amplifying global efforts to eliminate this harmful tradition. The call to action is clear. Ending female genital mutilation requires continuous engagement, survivor empowerment, and a commitment to safeguarding the rights and dignity of girls and women worldwide. Oreka Akerejala for Souq News Television.
You're still watching the midday news on Souq News Television. Do join us again in a moment. Welcome back. Now, Morocco has unveiled plans to double its airport capacity by 2030, with the global of reaching 60 million passengers by that year and 90 million by 2035. This expansion aligns with Morocco's role as a co-host of the 2030 FIFA World Cup alongside Spain and Portugal. The government has allocated 42 billion Moroccan dirhams, approximately $4.1 billion, to upgrade key airports in Casablanca, Rabat, Tangier, Marrakesh, Fez, Tétouan, and Agadir, aiming to boost international tourism and domestic connectivity. Transport Minister Abdesamad Kayou noted the airport traffic, which reached 32 million in 2024, will rise due to increased investment and Morocco's growing international appeal. A subsidy scheme will offer preferential rates for travelers, and Air Arabia Maroc will increase domestic flight frequency with a $2 million grant. By 2030, Morocco targets 17.5 million annual visitors by 2026 and 26 million by 2030. The country's passengers handling capacity is set to grow from 38 million to 80 million by 2030, positioning Morocco as a key tourism and aviation hub in North Africa and driving economic and infrastructural growth. Now, Rwandan President Paul Kagame has claimed he does not know if Rwandan troops are in Democratic Republic of the Congo, despite widespread accusations of Rwanda backing the M23 rebels. The UN reports estimate that 3,000 to 4,000 Rwandan soldiers are supporting M23 in eastern DRC, where recent fighting has left at least 900 dead. DRC officials insist Rwanda's military presence is well documented, while Kagame maintains Rwanda will do whatever it takes to protect itself. The escalating tensions continue to fuel instability in the region, according to reports. Now, a South African rescue team, including security forces, is battling to save trapped illegal miners in an abandoned gold mine in the country's northwest province, where at least 109 people have died from hunger and dehydration. The deaths followed a government crackdown that cuts off vital supplies to force illegal miners out. Authorities have so far recovered 51 bodies and rescued 106 survivors, but reports indicate that hundreds may still be underground. Community groups blame the blockade for worsening the crisis, while officials argue it was necessary to combat illegal mining. The illicit gold trade linked to violent crime costs South Africa over $1 billion annually. The United Arab Emirates has rejected any attempt to displace Palestinians, calling for an end to settlement activities threatening regional stability. The foreign ministry urged the global community to tackle the root causes of conflict. Meanwhile, shockwaves followed the United States President Donald Trump's remarks about taking over Gaza and resettling over 2 million Palestinians in neighboring countries. Iraq is securing gas imports from Turkmenistan to address a growing energy crisis following Iran's decision to hold gas supplies. The disruption has resulted in a reported loss of 9,000 megawatts of electricity, significantly impacting Iraq's power generation for years. Iraq has relied on neighboring countries, Iran, as a stable natural gas supplier for its power facilities. However, experts now see the shift to Turkmenistan as a strategic move to diversify energy sources and reduce dependency on Iranian gas. The deal with Turkmenistan comes as Iraq faces increasing pressure to stabilize its energy sector, which has been struggling with chronic power shortages. The agreement is expected to provide much-needed relief to the country's electricity grid while paving the way forward for the future energy diversification efforts. News Hour is still on, and we will be back more stories after the timeout. To stay with us.
What you need right here at Femi Wash Media, call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Suzanne and Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UB.
Welcome back, and many thanks for joining us. South Korea's industry ministry has temporarily blocked access to Chinese AI startup DeepSeek due to security concerns. Employees in key government sectors, including Defense Ministry, Foreign Ministry, and Korea Hydro and Nuclear Power, are restricted from using the AI on both internal and external networks. The South Korean government has urged caution regarding generative AI services, citing potential security risks. Similar concerns are being examined by governments in the United States, Europe, and India as they assess the implications of Chinese AI technologies. Now, the Philippines Agriculture Secretary Francisco Tiu Laurel Jr. has authorized the importation of surplus red and white onion into the country. He reiterated in a news release that 30,000 3,000 metric tons of red onion and 1,000 metric tons of white onion have been ordered for import, expected to arrive the country in 2 weeks. The intention of the excess import of onion into the country, according to Mr. Laura Jr., is to secure a sufficient buffer stock in preparation towards the fresh harvest. He also mentioned the measure is to prevent potential shortage, which could lead to price exploitation like the 2022 crisis when traders drove up prices. The Agriculture Secretary aims to avoid a repeat of the 2022 crisis and the period when the price of onion cost as high as 700 Philippine pesos per kilo until the year 2023 due to supply shortage and delayed imports. Now, China has filed a complaint with the World Trade Organization over the United States President Donald Trump's new 10% tariff on Chinese imports and the removal of duty-free exemptions for low-value packages. Beijing argues that the measures violate WTO rules and unfairly target Chinese goods. Confusion has spread among shippers as the U.S. Customs now requires paperwork for all small packages from China and Hong Kong, with some cargo at risk of being returned. The U.S. claims the tariffs aim to curb fentanyl shipments, but China dismisses the justification as baseless. The European Union has announced a $322.8 million grant to support Turkey's transition to a greener and more digital economy. The funding will focus on key sectors including environment, energy, transportation, education, and employment. According to Jurgis Vilsinskas, the deputy head of mission of the EU delegation to Turkey, the bloc has provided over 780 million euro. That's $810 million in total to aid Turkey's green transformation efforts. The latest financial package will help businesses become more sustainable and competitive in the global market. Turkey is actively working to address its growing energy needs, with Energy Minister Alfaslan Bayraktar recently stating that the country requires $80 billion investment to meet surging demand. Additionally, Turkey plans to invest over $20 billion in energy efficiency projects by 2030 to combat climate change and promote sustainable development. Now, traders worldwide predict inflation and tariffs will drive market turbulence in 2025, according to JP Morgan Chase survey of 4,233 respondents. 51% cited these factors as top concerns, which is up from 27% last year. U.S. President Donald Trump's tariff threats have already rattled markets. During the weekend, he announced 25% tariffs on Mexico and Canadian imports and 10% on Chinese goods, triggering a stock market drop. And in sports updates, Newcastle advances to Carabao Cup final after victory over Arsenal. Do join us again. Now, the second leg of the Carabao Cup semi-finals was played last night on Wednesday the 5th as Newcastle faced Arsenal at St. James Park. Newcastle came into the game with a 2-0 advantage on aggregate from their first leg win at the Emirates Stadium. The Magpies defeated Arsenal again in the second leg in the same 2-0 fashion with goals from Jacob Murphy in the 19th minute. The midfielder skillfully slotted in the ball to the left-hand corner of the net after Alexander Isak's deflected shot from the top post. Anthony Gordon scored the second goal in the second half of the game to seal Newcastle's spot in the Carabao Cup final, which will be played at the Wembley Stadium. The next game, Thursday 6th, will decide Newcastle's opponents in the final when Liverpool go up against Tottenham at Anfield Stadium. Tottenham currently hold the advantage by 1-0 on aggregate going into the game. And that's the news at 12 noon, Souq News Television. Many thanks for joining us. I am Oyim Priye Krumale. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms. Do have yourself a splendid day ahead.
He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
In 1957, just a greenhorn, leaving school and looking for a job, going into broadcasting was something that I dreamt of. But that's only meant going into radio, because my old school, Holy Child College, still on the same site in Obalende, 2 streets away from the old NBC. I still can't forgive whoever changed the name to something else that is being called now FRCN. Because if the BBC remains BBC 100 years after the founding fathers, dreamt of starting television, radio from, all the war years, learning a bit from America. It all started from America. Because we were taught about all this. Every time they took us from school to take part in, school's debates on radio, we just walked across. It's all in Obalende and Ikoyi, Balende/Ikoyi. So I dreamt of doing something along the line. And then one of my teachers left us high and dry. He went to be a newsreader on radio. Marie Tabio, who later became Mrs. Irikefe. Then we had people like Tung Adedoyin and Souq. We used to listen to them on radio on the old, you wouldn't know anything about that now, the rediffusion. It was just, a little box in your home, and everybody looked forward to either listening to the 7 o'clock news in the morning or 6 o'clock or 7 in the evening. So that was all really all I had to do with broadcasting. And who was going to take me there was another matter altogether. Who would take you, little 16, 17-year-old girl, into broadcasting? But one had been bitten by the bug then. So, and only God knows where whatever dream you had was going to lead to. We read poetry, we did radio show, stage shows in school. Catholic schools were very good for that. And my old school, just celebrating 150 years of its existence, just down the road from here on Broad Street. The nuns, they were all white nuns. No Nigerian nuns at the time that we were growing up. So all the dream they had, this kind of dream that we have now, going to England, but they were coming here to teach us. So I had learnt a lot of poetry. I had taken part in Festival of Arts, and I had gone to the biggest hall we had then was at King's College, which is also down the road. Means of transportation was your SS foot. No BRT, no bicycles or whatever. So we did it all just walking around and learning from our teachers. And of course, our mentors were the nuns, like I said. So in my wildest dream, there was no way that I was thinking of going into anything like broadcasting. That is going back to answer your question. But they had a lot of plans for the girl child. And not along the religious lines now. But actually, they came to actually engender this whole idea of pushing the girl child forward. And not just me, a lot of us. People like Mrs. Francesca Emmanuel, they also went through the whole gamut of all this dream that I'm talking about. Television itself was brand new in the world. I have to talk about radio because that was what I knew as a child. But television, when it started, we didn't even know. Maybe in America, and then it went to Australia, and then to France. No. France came after Nigeria. You wouldn't believe that, would you? That we were number 6. America, Britain, Germany, Australia, one other country, and coming now home to Nigeria, where you cannot help but give a lot of credit to the dreams of people like the late Chief Obafemi Awolowo and one of his ministers then, Chief Anthony Enahoro. So that's how I believe this whole package was placed on their laps and sold to Nigeria, to the Western Nigeria government. On the radar were lots of other people like me who had dreams about becoming Miss Nigeria. So maybe that will now give you a little background about how I took part in the Miss Nigeria pageant, Western Nigeria, and I became Miss Western Nigeria. Somebody must have fine-tuned some little knots somewhere and said, okay, you probably might be able to deliver. Because you are being interviewed when you go before the panel of judges. And somebody must have said, okay, that's a good material, you can come and take part in this. Before then, we had other people, Anike Agbaje Williams, Oliola Sokwe, who were working on radio. My dream was to work in radio, but then I missed that. And I was nursing, that dream of still going to radio. Never knew what television was all about. So maybe that answers your question, I'm not sure. But I took part in the Miss Western Nigeria pageant and I won. Took part in the Miss Nigeria contest and came second. So that meant that I didn't win. And if one of the, maybe the prize was to go on TV, it wasn't even there. It wasn't written into the, program that whoever did this, but the person was going to go to England. And so Helena Yemeluna, who won that contest, went to London and fulfilled her own dream. But I was still biting my nails, waiting for when I'll be able to get a job. There were other things that girls could do. You could be a nurse, you could be a teacher, you could be an assistant, a dental assistant. All those were things that young ladies, can, fulfill their dreams along those lines. They're still there. You still have young ladies. Mrs. Muritala Mohammed, the first time I met her, she was a dental assistant. Little did we know that her husband was going to be the head of state and she would be first. So you see, Lots of things were there for the young girl who wanted to learn, who had the talent, and who wanted to perform, and who wanted to work hard. But now I don't know if girls want to work hard. All they want is, the table to be set, and then they come and, partake of whatever is there. It wasn't too difficult at the time that I was picked as one of the people to come and appear in WNTV. The audition was actually carried out before my time. I got involved in so many other things, trying to get a job, something to secure, something, to alleviate poverty. There was not too much poverty in Nigeria at the time because people could still make a living for themselves and, get by in society. But I was lucky that I had an aunt who was a nurse in the hospital in Ibadan, UCH in Ibadan. And she was married to an Englishman, and the man's friend happened to have been the man, Mr. Mathers, who was brought as one of the technical partners to WNTV. So we met at a dinner party, and just as you and I are chatting, I was only 18 plus. I was 17 when I took part in the pageant. So by this time I was growing up, and I thought I was a big girl. So I opened my mouth and I said a few things. And the man looked at me and said, "How come you are not speaking with a Nigerian accent?" And I didn't know what he meant because we were taught at St. Mary's to deliver whatever lines we were given to deliver. The Festival of Arts, I came second after an English boy from Corona School. And I was given a beating for coming second. Not because I didn't perform well, but because I forgot to curtsy. And one of the judges, I think, who was then Mrs. Abayomi, Lady Abayomi, said that I delivered my lines very well. If I were the Lord of Tartary, I would do this and that and the other. So I came second. And when I got back to the school, the nun, Sister Marieta, said, "You were not paying attention." So whatever you do in life, you have to be consistent, you have to perform well. The way we're trying to do now, the way we're trying to project your voice and whatever it is you have to offer with a lot of humility, not trying to show off or to project your own image, or whatever message you have to deliver, you have to make sure that it is well delivered. The following year, St. Mary's Convent School, which is my old school, which is 150 years old in existence, went to the same King's College Hall, and we beat a lot of secondary schools. We came first. Pied Piper of Hamelin. Have you ever heard of that poet? Pied Piper of Hamelin was about someone who wanted to get rid of all the rats in Europe. And all he did was to play the pipe. So that is what we were more or less doing. That's what you and I have felt. Being a Pied Piper, trying to get off all the ills in society. That's the main job of a broadcaster. There's so many things happening in the country, and it's only TV and radio that binds the country together. If the country falls apart tomorrow, you will rely on someone from radio or from television to make the announcement, to introduce the head of state who has just won the election or the one who has just taken over. It's a huge responsibility. At that age, at 19, we had to introduce people like Chief Obafemi Awolowo on TV. We had to introduce people like Akintola, Oladoke Akintola, as the premier. And when everything broke down and it all went into smithereens, they brought in Chief Majekodumi as the administrator of the Western region. All this happening before our eyes. There were no other stations in the country except WNTV. And we were there, so we learned quite a lot. In fact, I believe that the whole country revolves around broadcasting. And if you are part of that organization, how would you feel at my age, at 80-something? As young people, perhaps you don't know all this history that I'm telling you about is long, long story. But when you sit down, you have to put it all into perspective. You see that, well, some people are actually meant to be in different positions. Some people are meant to be doctors. Some people are meant to be nurses. For those of us that are in broadcasting, it's a huge responsibility. It's a passion. Something. Sometimes you don't even know how you got there in the first place. Or somebody may have discovered you. It's like being in Hollywood in those days. Someone has to develop. So you have the talent, the latent talent, and then somebody will discover you. So that's how I was discovered by Mr. Mathers at a dinner. I was put in that place because I had won the Miss Western Nigeria contest. If I hadn't done that, I probably would be somewhere in the kitchen washing plates, washing all the dishes. So there you are. If that answers your question. Well, there's no one that actually picks someone and puts you plonk without. I mean, of course, if you don't have any experience on the job, you have no business being there in the first place. But if I had taken part in 555 of Hamelin Towns in Brunswick, I was only 13. By famous Hanover City, I was speaking like an English person. When I was only a Nigerian, little girl, being nurtured, by my mother, who was a seamstress, how would you ever get there? But you already have that background, that solid background on the rock, as it were. So, by the time I was ready to go on TV, I had learned from all the other, people that I mentioned their names earlier, like Anike Agbaje Williams. And I wouldn't say it was easy, because you always have that, butterfly fluttering in front of the camera or wherever. I think I took to television like I was meant to be there, with all humility. If I had been groomed by all these nuns that I have mentioned their names, they came to Nigeria to serve the people. They were not earning salaries, To become a nun, you have to take the oath of obedience, chastity, poverty, and all that. So you're not earning a salary. But whoever is there now is thinking of how much money he's going to get from whatever take comes from here, there, and yonder. So they taught us well. And nobody said you're going to go and appear on TV or you're going to be on radio. But just do what you're meant to do properly. It's a lot of sense of responsibility and diligence. And that stands at the back of your mind. That goes everywhere with you, wherever you go in life. Even when I was nursing a sick child, my late son was a sick child. And I was meant to take part in Verdict 79 with my colleagues Kerry Ahmed and Adamu Augi. They all came with me to the hospital, which is just next door here. And then we came back and mounted the podium and continued our business as if nothing was happening. He didn't die at the time, of course, but the job must go on. That is always there at the back of your mind. So my first night, I wouldn't say that I didn't have any jitters, that I was not nervous. But I was able to deliver, and I think that was the staying power. That was what kept me going, because other people came on board. I was not the only one. All the members of the board had their own, little nephews and nieces that they wanted to project on TV. They all came and they couldn't make it. But Anike and I kept going. And if you gave me a script now, I think I would try and... We didn't have too many, what do you call it then, teleprompters. But I was very good at, I had a photographic memory. So I was able to get hold of the script, and in less than 60 seconds, I'll be able to deliver it straight to the camera. That was one of the assets that I had also, which was God's gift. It's not by own might or whatever you think you have. You have the talent, of course, but also there has to be some other little bits of gifts that will help you to project the image of a professional. A lot of controversy. There is hardly any TV, radio, movie personality that can scale through that without any, because people are watching, people are trying to find their own little, bits of criticism here, there, and yonder. You can't be a goodie, 2 shoots without, any, how shall I say it, problem here, there, and yonder. So everybody has their own way of looking at people. People say, well, what has she got to do? She went to take part in Miss Western Nigeria the other day. So what's the big deal about her? And then somebody will still add their own salt and pepper here and there. But I was lucky that I was being nurtured by someone like T.O.S. Benson, who was then our Minister for Information. And he felt that, everything should not stop here. There were things happening in America. He made sure that my name was there. I was at the inauguration of President Johnson, Lyndon Johnson. And we commanded a lot of attention there, myself and my colleague who came from Lagos, the station in Lagos. And for the president to notice that there were 2 black people sitting behind him at his inaugural ball, I think it was very overwhelming for me, because not many black people had invitation to that event. But Charity Adadevo and I were there, and he stood up and shook our hands where we were sitting behind, 3 rows behind the president. Then Kennedy had died, and we were still nothing, we were still feeling very hot about, the loss of Kennedy. And here was the new president coming up. We were not particularly keen on being welcomed by him. But then, things like that happen to you, and it makes headline news. 2 black people, they didn't even say Nigerians. They thought we were from Ghana, because some journalists came around and said, how is your man Nkrumah? And we said, no, our own Prime Minister is Tafawa Balewa. They never heard of him then. But then they had to go and carry out their own study and find out who Tafawa Balewa was. And of course, the whole country was very proud of us that we went and actually stole the show at the inauguration of President Lyndon Johnson. So many other things happened. When I came to London, the British Information Office, they were trying to look for someone to host their program. That has happened to be around, so they picked me to host their program. But you don't ad-lib on any of those stations. Everything is written out. The questions, even your answer will be written. You can change it around a little bit, but to make sure that you said the right thing at the right time. So that was how we were able to gain attention. German television also invited us because they were interested in Nigeria. See how the German Chancellor came to Nigeria. That was what happened at the time. In 1963, we had just gained, we had just become a republic then, from being an independent station in 1960. By 1963, we then became a republic. And we were chosen to go and appear on German television in Berlin. And they wanted a little bit of culture. So Benson had his own band. So we were chosen to go and represent Nigeria then. Nobody knew who the ambassador was, but they wanted to know who was presenting something on TV. So that's how important television has been. And that, in fact, we were the first television in the whole of Africa. The very first station, WNTV, that was a call signal. WNTV, first in Africa. There's nothing like that now. Nobody wants to know whether you are first or second. But the station that is being run in Nigeria, I think, has the largest number of stations than any other country in Africa. We have about 21 stations, and now it's still, still counting. And yours is coming on board, and so many others. I think next to America, Nigeria should have been the best country for television broadcasting in the whole world. There's not so many countries in the world that has as many stations as Nigeria. We only have to put our heads together. We only have to find joy in whatever we're doing. Sometimes when it's raining, people say, oh, it's raining, and they feel very bad about the rain. But if you look closely, behind that rain, there will be sunshine, there will be something else coming on. You see some silver clouds coming during the rain, but Nigerians don't have the patience to wait for that kind of thing. That's what television teaches you. If you're in the studio, you don't know what's happening outside. You just get on with the job. That's what we were taught. We were taught not by Nigerians. Even when we started, we couldn't go on air and ad-lib. There was always someone there, Mr. Blackledge, to write the script. And if you can commit that to memory and deliver it, they're home and dry. It's not everyone that has a gift, not everyone that has a talent. It's God-given. And if you listen as a child at 17, 18, 19, at my own age, I learned from school, and I was able to impart this into the job. So within a few months, we got double promotion, all of us, because we were doing very well. Anika Agbadin was excellent. Olasope was superb. And so many other people reading the news. We were the first female to read the news. Women were not allowed to read the news. Nigeria started it. BBC wouldn't allow a woman to pick up a script and read the news. But we were already there. So that's how we were able to gain this global attention that you mentioned. It's not easy. Not easy. Like I said, when we were taught by not by Nigerians. But somebody came along the line and said, we don't have to speak like English people. You can just carry on and use your own parochial background. If you are a Robo man, you can speak English the way you like. That was his own idea. Because he didn't believe in us doing all this la-di-da and trying to, say things the proper way. But that watered down the standards a bit. Because then everybody, maybe he had a relation who wanted to appear on TV, and he wasn't allowed to because he couldn't speak like Ikenanda Goba or Bodelalade and things like that, or Friday Fude or Mike Nahuru. So somebody must have gone to him and said, because he doesn't speak like any of those people who were taught by, foreign teachers, people who had learned, people who knew what a DJ, we had a Bible then, that you had to pronounce your words correctly. So he came and said, now that I'm DG, I'm not going to tolerate all this, your English way of speaking. And some other people, of course, that watered down the standards. That's not our own making. We were still ready to continue the way we were doing, but then they pushed us to the background. But there were others who were able to perform well. Ruth Benamesia, Opia, Siene Oweba, and of course Bimbo Oloyede, who was born in England. If you already employed those people to deliver the goods and to present your programs, you're not going to sack all of them because they speak with English accent. I don't see how that can be an offense. Cannot be, guilty of speaking English well, like the English people. But they then brought out other people. And you had the head of presentation. I became head of the presentation after I came under Buba. And you're trying to prepare your roster. You wanted to put such people online to read the network news. They say, okay, bring somebody who can speak like Geragi Jedidu and do a little bit of a on the side. It's part of our culture. So that is what is happening to TV broadcasting in Nigeria. It's all very interesting. So, this cultural milieu and bringing, a touch of Nigeria. Nigeria is doing well. In that aspect, in the music world, I think we're leading. Some of us who grew up on Handel's Messiah and Mozart, we have to sort of put our hands behind our back now and watch, all the way things have turned around. And Nigerian music is doing well. Afrobeat is reigning everywhere in the world. So really you can't find faults with that. So when they watch a bit of Fela and his children and all his grandchildren doing well, then listen to the channels on TV, you have to take what you get from there as well. If somebody can wake up one day and say, why should your station be called the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation? I say it should now be Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria. Tongue twisting. Takes a long time to come to terms with. If everyone wake up in the morning and say, this is Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, you have the call signal. Da 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 da. This is the Nigerian Broadcasting whatever. How are you going to put that, into context with the new one? First of all, when you wake up, you don't know whether you are even coming out of the right side of your bed or not. You're going to have to face your audience and say, we are no more the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation. We are now Federal whatever, which you don't even know where the man, who came up with the idea. Didn't even consult you, didn't even put it to test. If the British corporation, they are going to change from BBC after 100 years, they will ask the whole nation, they will say, where are we going to take this from? They will ask everybody, they will do a census, they will do all kinds of things, carry out all kinds of tests to see whether people will accept it from them. No. Nigerians are very hard and cut and dry. This is the way I want it. I'm the head of state, so I can change everything now and, all of you can start marching forward and march back again. Soldier go, soldier come. I think Fela would have been a good head of state for Nigeria because he would have got some people marching the right way. So, I think that is what has happened to this country. But we will still settle down. The soldiers that have been marching since, they will do attention one day. And then we'll be able to sort ourselves out gradually. I think we're going through the right process now. People are beginning to find their own feet. If things go around, price of goods go up, Nigerians will find a way to come to terms with that. When we were growing up, everything was done. We won't say according to the colonial rules and regulations, but at least there were standards that were set down for you and things that you had to toe the line. This is the proper way to do things. But if somebody says, no, 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 let's turn around and turn it upside down. First stack. The only thing that has known to the whole world from Nigeria, that shook the whole world, that brought everybody attention to see what Africa has to offer the whole world. It happened here on this soil in Nigeria. I was a member of the ceremonial committee. I remember the opening ceremony. There were about 15 heads of state. We've never had anything like that since then. That is what we should ask ourselves. Every head of state that takes over from Nigeria should find out again. It's not from broadcasting that you can get the answer. You can get the answer from technocrats who had worked in all those areas. What happened? How come it couldn't happen again? It's like Armageddon. Every country was represented. Every culture was represented. Miriam Akiva was watching us and called us at the station one day and said, even from the way we linked programs, they couldn't expect that it could be happening in Nigeria. We received phone calls. People were sending us bottles of champagne on the air. The links. Bimbo Oloyede was there with me. I was at the opening ceremony. I was yanked from there to come back to the station. From, interacting with the head of state or with our head of state at the time to come and man the station because what was phenomenal. How come we've not been able to do it? 77 years, how long ago was that? I was only 37 years old then. I'm going on 90 now. It hasn't happened again. We should examine that. Even the head of state that was there is still alive. Let us ask him again. Let us put him down and say, Oga, please explain to us what happened. Some people came up with a theory that the symbol that was used was fetish, that is what has happened and Nigeria has turned upside down. If that is acceptable, it may be superstitious in your eyes, but let us find out. Let's go call the Babalawo. Is it bad that it is a Nigerian that carved this image? And it is making news outside the world. Now you say, no, it is not good that Nigeria should be able to project an image that would attract the whole world, something that will bring everybody on their knees. After the first attack, we were still recovering, just batting in the glory of first attack. What's this artist, the blind one, who was not part of it, who didn't believe in it, he came and had his own first attack, all on his own, from America. Stevie Wonder, he came with his own team. We had to mount all the cameras back in the studio for him. He had his own 7-day festival here in Nigeria. What prompted him to do that? Other people came. They wanted to know what was happening in Nigeria. What has happened? We couldn't have another festival since then. Nothing went wrong. Everything went so well that people wanted to destroy, our own Nigerian people wanted to destroy the glory that's this whole thing that emanated from it. It hit the whole world. People are asking, when you go to Britain, you say, what happened? Why aren't you having? I had a friend who was head of the, he was from the British Guyana, the black guy. He was friends with everybody. He knew all Nigerians. Said, what happened? Why are you going to have another festa? Professor Ian Hall, he keeps asking me. Even if we can't have it because it was very expensive. Anyway, Nigeria had all the money. Even though we had a coup after, it was first of all the brainchild of Gawan. And then Muritala came on board. Muritala was killed. But in spite of that, they couldn't kill that dream or having a festac in Nigeria, if we are able to bring out all those programs again, I think we'll be able to answer those questions. I'm still alive. There are a lot of people who will still want to know the answer to that. It's a very, very brilliant question that you have asked. I think if it was another country, we'll set up an inquiry and say, what happened? Can we resuscitate this whole dream? Some of the tapes that we had then in WNC, some people put them in one place and set fire to them because they felt maybe somebody in their religious organization said, you are the one projecting all these things, so Nigerians are bringing idols around. Who gave them the idea to make the idol? It's God now. It's from God. Whatever thing you were able to put together. The Bible was put together because God loved the world so much and He wanted us to learn about, things that had gone out from the time of Adam and Eve. God loved the whole world and created Muhammad and said, put people together and let them say Allah Akbar every day, morning, noon, night. God created so many wonderful things for us, so many images that we can imbibe from, so many things that we can learn from. People want to come and learn about our country. Instead, we say, we want our sculptures back. What are you going to do with them? You don't have a museum where you're going to put them to make them thrive and people come here to Nigeria. It's a good idea for them to come, but if they learn about your country, what your people have done over the past 2,000 years. 2,000 years of Nigeria image was put together by the BBC. Nigeria went and tore it up in shreds. He tore it up. He said, what are you doing with that? What you call bad belly. I don't know if anybody sang a song with that title. If we maybe start from there and say, what do you do with your own bad belly? Some people, National Stadium. There is no theatre in England, in London, that I know that have gone to watch plays and things that have not been in existence for over 500 years. So many studios. We have one big one, the dream of Nigerians. And now we want to go and do banking there. We want to go and do trade. It's supposed to be for culture, for our own culture. Lagos State will be dragging federal government by the neck and say, no, we own the theatre now. And we want somebody to come and do something there. If we can only put all these things behind us, the evil that people have done in the past, people like Julius Caesar, when they were writing all those, when Shakespeare was writing all those things like that have happened in the past. We should examine them. Get people like Wale Soyinka to sit down and rewrite the whole history again. If they ask me questions like you're asking me now, I will be there to answer. Because I saw it all unfold before my eyes. The image of Nigeria will come tops. All the stations in Nigeria should get involved and do stories on this question that you've asked me. A very salient question, and I love it so much. That might be able to revive the image of this country and let us know where we are heading, in what direction, and bring us back to really the point of salvation. Well, I haven't seen it. I must have mentioned it somewhere. I think on one of the channels. When they was trying to build the scandal around it, and I said, and I tried to put the record straight. That wasn't really what happened, and that it was from. I think it was from a book that was written by one of the wives that said that I was party to his breakdown of their marriage. And I was trying to put the record straight that that wasn't really the true picture. I have due respect. I have to, bow wherever I come in the presence of a president of this nation, past, present, or even present, yes. I hope I'll still be around when we have others coming on board. But I was taken aback that the head of state asked me a question that, because in the past, we were in the studios when the head of state came, and we were given scripts. If there had been, there had been several coups, and it's always the presenter or the station, either the managers that take the brunt of the whole issue when things like that happen. You don't know who is coming. You don't know how many jeeps are going to be coming in. You don't know how many, what you call all those heavy equipment that they drive in as they are coming into the studio. You don't know where they are going to shoot the station down. Nobody knows that. It's only the people who have worked during that period that can relay those experiences. Sometimes you're at work in the morning, by the time you come back in the afternoon, the government has changed. And if you haven't got maybe your ID card, you won't be allowed into the station, or somebody can throw you in or into jail. So all this had happened in the past. Nobody has told any of these stories. People like Segun Lushola or Dr. Kolade. Somebody might come and say, so has happened. I was driving my former husband to work in the morning. I dropped him at the station. By the time I reached home, there had been a coup. Murtala had been killed. And they were under siege, the whole station. Just imagine that kind of scenario. Things like that had happened in the past. But Nigerians don't have that sense of history that wants to sit down and say, well, we want to ensure that it doesn't happen again. Of course, we'll pray that it doesn't happen again. And you wake up in the morning and somebody is announcing something else, different from what you have. A colleague of ours had been, pushed into something that he wasn't aware of. Those are kind of situations that have happened in the past. But this one, we were all dressed in ceremonial costume and trying to, I was the only one that was asked to stay in the presidential, what do you call it, special area that is demarcated for head of states on issues like that. And all of a sudden, the president is following me all about. And I said, this is getting too close for comfort. And I said, what's your name again? I said, my name is Julie Coker. I was trying to play innocent, that I didn't know what was happening. He said, hey, how much did your dress cost? Can I have, sorry, sir. I don't think I'm the proper person to answer that question, sir. Yeah, you don't have answer. It's a bit unprofessional. I mean, not in the profession per se that we mean, but I wasn't prepared for that kind of thing. So I must have given a rude answer to that. And then, before I knew it, Ade Lanwa, who was then the head of Navy, came to me and said, you have been very rude to the president. The president said, he asked you a question and you couldn't answer. I said, good morning, Mr. President, sir. Because when we introduce them on TV, that's how we introduce them. We're now going to be addressed by a new head of state, Mr. So, sir. And I said, you should go and ask the president of Souq. I'm sure he has a record of what the question he's asking me can be answered, better answered by the president of Souq. If he finds that unbearable or rude, then Either that one is not doing his work well, or I'm not doing my work well, and I don't belong here. But I carried on regardless. Shortly after that, another top army officer, Joseph Garuba, that one was the tallest man next to Hufwe Bonye, or the one from Mali. And he said, Julie, I know you can be rude at times. I said, not on this occasion. This is a wonderful occasion for the whole nation. And I'm trying to be my best behavior. And he said, the president said, I'm being very rude to him. He said, I know you, maybe you can say things. And I said, no, I never. He asked how much the dress cost. And I don't think I have an answer, which may contradict what will be on record if you really examine it thoroughly. I was getting very nervous at the time. So I dropped everything and disappeared from the scene, and I never went back again. But the thing reverberated right down to all the committees and members. My late auntie, what's her name? Kentebe, which was a lady, commodore of the Navy. She said, Julie, I think she heard that she was going to be sacked that day because the naval officer sent to her and said, you are the one that did this. And I said, can never, God forbid, can never reach me because I'm not in the forces. I'm doing my own job here as a professional broadcaster. Well, I think it has reached a stage now where whatever you say might be taken against you because there are so many people going to court now and people sent to jail, but things were not as bad as they are now because some of the gory stories we hear and people being, penalized and sent to jail, I think it has reached an astronomical level that it's something that's actually, maybe it was there and people did not want to open the canker worms and let us see what is really happening. In my own case, it was a deliberate attempt on the part of an aunt of mine who felt that there's no child that should continue going to school at a certain age. And they were trying to arrange for me to get married to somebody. And it's a tradition of our people, in Delta, to find out whether the girl is still a virgin. Then they go and look for one old man. It's not this, the one that is happening is child abuse now. I don't know what to call that one. There are other cases too of children being sold into, prostitution and to apply this a trade that by some madams, which is not really acceptable. But there are other areas that maybe some parents cannot pay for their children's school fees, so they send them, into child labor or whatever. I think every child should be given a chance to have, proper education. If all can start free and fair education to children, whether all genders, boys and girls, see what the results that have come out of that. But in some other parts of Nigeria, they believe that that it's not acceptable in their religion, and so they still keep the children down and send them into early marriage. And a lot of people have dealt, people like Dr. Simi Johnson, they were in the front of that vanguard to liberate the children who have been kept, into Porda at age 13. And when they have children, they are not able, either they die, premature deaths from, being too early to go into pregnancies and have the children properly and things like those different stages. It's a very serious issue that actually I think has been well looked into, not by the United Nations or by, but Nigerian government itself should look at it more more serious terms and try to find how to deal with it. But there's something that happened in some homes, which is now coming out now, which in the past, members of the family would not allow maybe a woman that is a victim. The child is a victim, but there are other, things that sort of trigger down the line, like a wife, for instance, who is watching her husband, trying to abuse children that are under their care. And the children definitely cannot, rise to the level that a child who is being abused at an early stage cannot continue with her education. So I have been involved in issues like that because I was affected as a 13-year-old when an aunt of mine felt that I should stop going to school. But I was rescued by another aunt. So I was lucky at the time. Not many people have been able to, get through all this kind of trauma. I was lucky that just at the time, the man was busy talking to some other people, and it's like somebody being kidnapped and another person coming to your rescue. So I was lucky at my own, to escape that unscathed and get on with my life. If I hadn't gone through, maybe I would have been having 13 children. It's good to have children so that the population will multiply. But then you have to make sure that the children are able to, get on with their education. And when you educate that child, you're able to look after other children. I've raised so many children in the process. I was able to earn enough money to take care of members of my family. And that is what everybody should sort of, try and rise up to that challenge. Chief Olani Koka was the Babeto of Lagos. So, and I used to accompany him to the palace of Yekon. And someone then said, well, Yeto, why don't you let... He wanted his wife to be the Yeto, but she rejected it. She said she didn't want to because, she thought they were going to perform some fetish. This is really fetish. My brother now turned to me and said, Julie, do you want the title? I said, no, it's not for me to say, because I wasn't terribly keen. But he said he was going to carry out all the preparations. And I said, well, if you're going to do that, why not? And the late Oba Adeyinka Yekon graciously offered me the title. I accepted and went through the ceremony. So I've been a Yeto of Lagos now for getting on 40-something years. We only have one majesty in England. And that is one of the oldest institutions in the world. Some other countries are getting rid of their heads of their traditional rulers. France doesn't have one, for instance. There are some countries in Europe, I think in Finland, that still have, kings and queens and all that. But Nigeria, every little village, every doorstep has one title. This is the palace of the so. It wasn't like that in our own time. You had only one Oba in Lagos. Now you have so many. You have several Obas. This one claiming this and that. It's Osa. It's whatever. After a while, there's going to be a clash. Maybe not in our own time. So if they are playing traditional roles, somebody will lay claim to some title that belongs to somebody else and another one. There's no end to it. So let them stay the way they are now. If they want to multiply, that has nothing to do with me because we don't have any say in that. It's not, because you can say now that this station is trying to sell this idea to propagating an idea that should not be. I don't think anyone should play any constitutional role. If each one has its own, I mean, in the states at the state level, they take it, I think it's rotated after a while. One steps down, another one takes over at that level. If they want to go and attend a meeting at the House of Assembly, that's up to them. But at the federal level, I think, no. No. I don't approve of it at all. Because then you will have some woman coming on and saying that the one that is entitled to the title. It's not, I don't know whether any African country actually accepted that sort of thing. So Nigeria shouldn't start. You know, Nigeria at certain points in any of these things. Once Nigeria starts, other people will start. And before you know it, the whole thing will skyrocket and another war starts. We have enough problem on our hands as it were now. No, we are lagging behind. It's such a terrible shame that we only have about 4 women in the Senate. It's ridiculous. We seem to be dancing backwards. In that regard, I think we're falling short. Totally. There was a time when there were more. There doesn't have to be more women in the Senate. I think there should be maybe 50%. Not even 30-something affirmative, whatever that they're going to Beijing to talk about. There should be more. There should be more women participating in politics. I don't know whether it's because, no. I don't want, I just believe that we should have more women in politics. Because women are more sensible. Women are glamorous, they come out looking beautiful, but their contribution to national issues, I think, more. Look at a man who went to beat up somebody in the hospital, then he says he's a hero. Hero of where? That kind of man should not be allowed to even come and address the press. Maybe the press find it funny humorous to feature somebody like that. There's no woman that will come on TV and speak like that. If you examine every single one of the men, they all have different issues. Some of them have issues about wives and men and things that they have been doing, or they are corrupt and they have been taking money, dipping their hands into different coffers. No woman would do that. I think women are more, serious-minded, and they address issues the way they should be addressed, and they will take more care of issues that affect the nation, girl-child issues, health issues. The men don't even care about health issues. They don't even want to know what's happening. The men even wear bigger agbadas than when they are going to the house. First of all, they should cut down on the amount of clothing that some of them wear. They spend more time thinking of their image, how they're going to appear. Since television has now gone into the chambers, you find that they spend more time, on things like that. And it's ridiculous. We watch other countries, the way their parliamentary issues are being addressed. We're not learning anything from that. We shouldn't be learning from them. They should be coming to learn from us if we're doing the things we're supposed to be doing properly. But if women are really at the forefront of all this, I'm sure that they'll be able to calm all those hot issues that erupt sometimes in the houses. With worry, my mother. I was brought up as an Echekere child by my mother. I was taught to sing Echekere songs, to speak Echekere well, to address issues that affects the people of worry. My stepfather, who also had a hand in my upbringing, was an Echekere man. So I think that takes care of all those things. Well, I was brought up in Lagos, so I have this dual kind of nationality, and I knew my father came from Egba land, but I didn't have much to do with him. I only have connection with the family, like, you know, Toye Koka, who is my uncle, who took care of me as well, but he was too busy doing other important things. But occasionally when they're having issues in the family, I'm invited like a stranger. But because I speak Yoruba very well, and I passed all my exams, and I used to do all my programs in Yoruba in Ibadan in those days on radio, WNBS. So I can still hold my head high in that regard. I think I function very well. It's like the King of England. You know, he sometimes goes home to his Greek family. When, you know, Prince Charles, when he was prince, he used to go on holidays with his family from the French, from the Greek side. And nobody, and in fact, it looks like some of them sometimes when they are together. So yeah, I think it's allowed. Well, one of the first one, my 40 years in TV, which is actually showcasing all the my life in broadcasting from the early stages, which actually should have answered some of the questions, was a textbook in Kenya for many years, because the minister came to Nigeria, and my DG then, Mohammed Ibrahim, had a whole box full of the books, and he gave them to the minister. And when the minister got there, he requested for more copies of the book. I never got paid for it, but I was delighted that they found the book so interesting. So maybe I'll get someone to serialize the book on TV sometime. We tried to do it some years ago, because I cannot be telling the stories all over again. This is about maybe another 30 years story. Again, we've done another sort of edition, My Life in the Limelight, which is the latest one. So if you have time, if you create space, you might be able to tell the stories and take it stage by stage. That's why I sell the book, and also, you know, we get some media attention from sponsors and get things going. The sky will be the limit then. Well, eat well, eat the right food, type of food, eat chekori pepper soup, or anybody else who's cooking pepper soup now, because then you don't have too much oil. I think that damages certain things in the tissues. And if you want to avoid having cancer, there's nobody in my family that has ever died of cancer because of the type of food we eat. So get someone, you know, to prepare. You know, there was a time when Chekuri food was being prepared in the museum, and people used to go there to collect the ingredients and the menu, and people live well. So like people are eating Chinese food, which is good. It's healthy, and lots of vegetables. I recommend that for people. I'm not saying that I very good health, but I still walk about on crutches. I don't know, my knees are not functioning very well. But still, if you say you paid me compliments, I accept it. Thank you very much indeed. I hail from Lagos State.
from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and he used to run to chase us and throw stones at, how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvest, Corpus Christi. And I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school was a Catholic school, and it's for you to be prim and prudish in life, and set you on as a lady. And I got some finesse from there too. And but the most interesting one, and the most that I can call a radical one, was my HSC in Olivet. I mean, we tried all sorts there, but it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there, and from there I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time, and I came back. Did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with UAC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from UAC. It had set me on a discipline for working, and I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all, is the creme de la creme, and I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from UAC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wali Edu. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Cardozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees. You can say that again. In different aspects of life. Professional, political, social. And currently, I'm now the chairman of Souq Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangbushe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches. And I used to be with those fans, you know, dancing and waving our fans, you know, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fela Sports, I mean, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, you know. You can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents and we had so many tenants and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. It's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No. I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. But when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female, and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I head the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting class, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's nothing to do with whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we are not having it at 3 1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%. And it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But, I mean, when we have 1 or 2 issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No. Nobody is perfect in life. And I want to let you know, it's tough for a woman. These men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They are in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So, you manage the situation, you know? And let us remember that Africa is still very chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33 1/3% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities. Some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity. And some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow, you get there. tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I give the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you. It's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. A hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind, he has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 99, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. When you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. I think that's in the pipeline. I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company in industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, recapitalize, but not with large gap. The variance should not be too much, because you need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible. The interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now, I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street, you can find 6, 8 churches. but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life. I'm not saying they are all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families, both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion, we all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian. I talk about my God. And I don't denounce anyone in any other religion that faithfully talk about their God. And I don't allow that to affect a lot of decisions that I have to make, and didn't affect a lot of decisions that I had made. The expectation is too high. We are still a developing country. The awareness of covering up your risk is not too much there. In terms of life insurance, in terms of property, people are not still there. People don't cover themselves well enough. They take unnecessary risk. I'm glad Lagos State Governor is saying everybody must have a health insurance now. That, again, would expand the scope of the insurance business. In insurance, there are so many seminars, there are so many conferences that are being put up there now, where the ability to educate the masses, and even the high-ups one, to please insure yourself. And when I say yourself, your life, your property, your children, and see how far it goes. It is important. And you know, in this era of insecurity, it is highly important. Just make sure you insure yourself. And with what the governor had proposed now, definitely Governor Sanwo-Olu did well. Health insurance is key. Health is wealth. First and foremost, inflation all over the world has gone haywire. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Those who live in the Western world, they're crying hula baloo about the price of petrol, the price of even eggs. So it's not just Nigeria. Let us wake up and see that we're in a global world and everything is intertwined. The issue of the central bank now trying to manage inflation, these are not easy times all over the world. They're not easy times. And when I say we are a developing country, we are still trying very hard. I don't want to say it's sad. It depends on the environment. You know, you can't just bring UAE here into Nigeria. The environment here from inception has not delved too much on tourism. The tourism is just go on holiday and go back. The beaches are there. And even from 1999, they are trying to redevelop along the beach so that tourist activities can happen. And I'm sure they're still on it. You need tourist attraction where you have every aspect of life when tourists come over. But with the problem of infrastructure that we have in the country, you can't do much tourism for now. The wasn't easy. But as I said, once you try to be a bit methodological about it, then, you get by. Because from the days I came back from England, starting a family, working in large corporations, you just ensure that the home front solidly settled. And it wasn't that easy, because you know that I'm talking of almost 40 years back. To be able to excel amidst men, you probably have to do 2 times, 3 times more than them. I'm lucky I have a husband who accepts me being what I am. Because if you have a partner that does not appreciate your ambition and your dream, will not support you. But I have the support of my husband, and we are able to keep the home together. Make sure that his food is given. Make sure the kids are well looked after. Make sure the husband is well looked after at all times, and don't grudge. I try to give myself to people in terms of needs. I try to recognize people's needs, and at the moment of that need, I try to help. And it's a legacy I try to sound to my kids at all times. Recognize needs at that point and do it. Because at the point that you recognize it, if you don't offer the assistance, it may not be meaningful again. But if at the time that a need arises and you can do it, promptly do it. And I cannot manage people who are not sincere. I cannot. And that is the only thing that bothers me about life. And then once I find out that they are not one way, I make my U-turn and I don't go back again. And that's one thing I have learned, I have seen, and I'm trying to learn from Mr. President Bola Tinubu. The way he can switch from being so hot and then swim as if nothing happened and carry on. That is tough for me. And I hope I'll be able to, within the space remaining, I'll be able to copy that. At the same time, I like hardworking. I recognize people who are hardworking, who are intelligent, and I recognize people who are hardworking and need to be helped in terms of training to be a better person. And I like fun. Now let me start with that girl child. That girl child is not so common again. At least most female children are educated now. Outside Lagos, girl child is a big reference. Yeah, I think everybody should be given equal chance to make a life, and a life worth living and contented with. Because if you don't have enough drive and motivation, then life becomes static and you just wear it out and go. But I believe that for women, don't let the men scare you off. They you are equally hardworking and intelligent, expose yourself. But don't mess yourself around. Don't get corrupt. Do unto others as you want others to do unto you. And there's one good prayer. Everybody that knows me, and I always say, my God is a just God. His judgment is always fair. So whoever hurts you, attacks you, leave them to God. He's a fair God. The judgment of God will come. Just move on and pray that in your lifetime, that judgment comes up. My favorite food, I like eba and ewedu. I'm an expert in cooking. I love cooking, and I tell you, I can challenge anybody to come and compete with me. On that level, I score a good card. But I love fresh fish, with ewedu and eba. I'm not too much of an amala fan, and my favorite color is green. Or it's green, but with that green, I love bright colors. Even jewelry, it has to be bright for me. But still worn in a conservative way. As loud as whatever I pick may be, I still give it a conservative umbrella. I love to dance. I'm a good dancer. I love to socialize. I'm a good mixer, but highly disciplined.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Jim Ovia, one of the most influential and successful businessmen in Nigeria, who has made a mark in the financial system. He is the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, one of Africa's largest and most profitable banks. He has been described by Forbes Africa as the godfather of banking in Nigeria.
My name is Jim Ovia. I'm chairman of Zenith Bank, and I thank you all for listening to me.
This illustrious son of Africa was one of the financial leaders who revolutionized the banking sector in Nigeria. Let's take a close look into the life, background, career, and achievements of this enigma, Jim Ovia. Ovia was born on November 4, 1951 in Agbo, Delta State, Nigeria, to a large family as the second son of Chief Obi Olihe of Agbobi in Delta State. Being one from a humble background, Jim attended local schools as he had lost his father at the tender age of 4. His widowed mother, together with his older brother, saw him through school. He had secondary education at Ika Grammar School in Agbo. Due to his interest in business and technology, he proceeded to the United States to study business administration at Southern University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in 1977. He furthered to University of Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, and bagged a master's degree in business administration in 1979. Jim Ovia is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School. Jim Ovia worked briefly as a clerk in Union Bank in 1973 before proceeding for tertiary studies. Upon acquiring immense business knowledge from international institutions, he returned to Nigeria, his home country, and began a career in banking. He continued at this for years, working for banks such as Lion Bank, Merchant Bank of Africa, and International Merchant Bank. After many years in the banking industry, in 1990, Jim came together with some colleagues to found one of Africa's largest and most profitable bank, Zenith Bank. The bank was established with a vision to provide excellent customer service, innovative and technology-driven banking. Zenith Bank flourished as it drew customers who sought excellence in financial services. What started with an asset of $4 million and about 50 staff has grown into over $24 billion in assets and shareholders' funds of more than $3 billion as of June 2022. Zenith Bank is listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and London Stock Exchange. Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes and economic instability.
We will build our own roads to our branches if we're building branches in some cities, towns where the roads are not good enough. We have also bought power plants, generating sets to power electricity into our building. When we do all this, we also even had dug borehole to supply water to the building. When we do all this, what I personally call it is BYOI, bring your own infrastructure or build your own infrastructure.
Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes. Zenith Bank has diversified its services to include insurance, pensions, stockbroking, and investment banking. The bank has won awards and recognition for its performance, governance, innovation, and social responsibility, inspired by its chairman's belief in giving back to community.
Really, it's my special pleasure, my honor indeed, for this opportunity offered by AAI to be awarded in the category of Business Leadership Award for 2017.
As an entrepreneur, Jim Ovia has made investments in sectors other than banking. They include oil and gas, telecommunication, real estate, power generation, media, and most recently, education. He is the founder and chancellor, James Hope University, Lekki, Lagos State, which has been approved by the National Universities Commission, NUC, to offer postgraduate degrees in business courses. Jim Ovia is a man who believes in giving back to society. He has engaged in philanthropic works through his foundations, Mankind United to support total education, MUSTE, and Youth Empowerment, ICT Foundation. These foundations award scholarships to indigenous students and promote information and communication technology in Nigeria through various initiatives. Ovia has made donations towards courses and institutions. They include Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, Nigerian Internet Group, NIG, Lagos State University, and National Information Technology Advisory Council, just to mention a few. In recognition of his contributions, Jim Ovia is a recipient of many honors and awards. In 2012, the University of Benin awarded him an honorary doctorate degree. Former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2022 conferred him with the national honor of the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR. Also in 2022, Jim Ovia was conferred with the National Productivity Order of Merit, NPOM award by the federal government of Nigeria. Jim Ovia is a proud member of the World Economic Forum, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. He is also a member of several boards and councils.
We can't afford to lose depositors' money. We can't afford to lose money that belongs to stakeholders. So you must structure your industry in such a way that the best are nothing but the best are there.
As chairman of Zenith Bank with more than 9% stake, Jim Ovia in 2015 was estimated by Forbes to have a net worth of $550 million. This net worth obviously has been surpassed since then. Jim Ovia, as a business person, founded 5 companies. They are Zenith Bank PLC, the Quantum Group, Visaphone Communications, Quantum Luxury Properties, Civic Center Towers, and Cyberspace Network. Jim is member, Honorary International Investors Council. Kay Ovia is CEO, Quantum Markets Limited, a firm that offers stock brokerage services. She sits on the board of several organizations and is chairman, board of directors of Cyberspace Limited, a leading software engineering company. Cyberspace Limited is one of the pioneers in provision of internet services in Nigeria, providing network and software services. Kay, being at the head of a tech giant in Nigeria, teamed up with her husband, Jim, to strategically deploy robust IT infrastructure at Zenith Bank, which resulted in the development of digital products and technology-driven banking in Nigeria. Kay is an alumnus of Enugu State University of Technology, Souq, where she holds an MBA in management. She is much given to philanthropy, with several initiatives to transform lives, particularly those of the underprivileged. One of her projects targeted at children and youths, Star Rising Talent Hunt, aims at discovering and projecting hidden talents. Jim is married to businesswoman and philanthropist Kay Ovia. She's also a hotelier, proudly running Starwood Hotels. Jim and Kay Ovia are blessed with 5 children: Isioma, Zephyr, Tito, Tommy, and Jesse. As a family man, Ovia enjoys spending time with his family. He also likes reading and traveling. In order to pass on his vast wealth of knowledge on business and finance to African entrepreneurs, Jim Ovia authored a book titled Africa, Rise and Shine. The book was published in 2018 by Forbes Books. The book was written after he featured in an issue of Forbes, and it became the magazine's best-selling edition in Africa, that it had to be reprinted 4 times. The book, Africa, Rise and Shine, paints the picture of his humble beginning from the small town of Agbo in Delta State, and against all odds, pushed through to become a global business icon, while providing insight on how to conquer challenges in African markets, taking advantage of the opportunities. The man, Jim Ovia, is a firm believer of Africa being a continent abundant with natural and human resources. He has constantly pitched the continent as a land filled with investment opportunities in international business forums such as the Harvard Business School Annual Africa Business Conference, Bloomberg Global Business Forum, Commonwealth Business Forum, and the World Economic Forum, where he has been invited to participate and even deliver keynote address. Jim Ovia remains one of the pride of Africa and a great contributor to Nigeria's economy and the financial landscape in Africa.
In life, the path to success is often windy and filled with obstacles. However, it's only those who exhibit courage to continue that are reckoned with. If there's one man who is armed with the sheer courage of a lion, the unusual foresight to spot clear opportunities, Michael Adenuga makes the perfect reference. The name Mike Adenuga is synonymous with entrepreneurial excellence and tenacity. a self-made billionaire hailing from the heart of Africa. Adenuga's story is one that is laced with the threads of perseverance and ambition.
Today, I really feel excited.
Against all odds, Adenuga has risen to become one of the wealthiest individuals on the African continent. His knack for spotting business opportunities and the courage to seize them has led to the creation of a vast empire that spans telecommunications, oil, and real estate. But what truly sets Adenuga apart is not just his wealth, but the indomitable spirit that has propelled him to the pinnacle of success. His journey is a powerful narrative of a man who, despite the odds, has managed to carve out a niche for himself in some of the most competitive industries. From his humble beginnings to his rise as one of Africa's most influential business figures, Adenuga's story serves as a beacon of inspiration for aspiring entrepreneurs everywhere. Born on 29th of April 1953, Mike Adenuga's story begins in Ibadan, Nigeria, a vibrant city steeped in culture. Ibadan was the backdrop for Adenuga's early years. His father, a school teacher, and his mother, a businesswoman, were humble, hardworking individuals. Their influence on young Adenuga was profound, instilling in him the values of perseverance, integrity, and ambition. Adenuga's early education took place in Ibadan, a local school where he exhibited a sharp mind and a keen sense of curiosity. His parents, recognizing his potential, encouraged him to pursue his studies with diligence and tenacity. These formative years laid the groundwork for the titan. Despite the modest means of his family, Adenuga was never deterred. He understood that the path to success was paved with perseverance and relentless work ethic. From an early age, he demonstrated a knack for entrepreneurship. His first ventures were modest, grounded, mirroring the reality of his circumstances. One of his earliest jobs was as a taxi driver. This experience was more than just a means to an end. It served as a classroom on wheels, offering lessons in humility, resilience, and the importance of understanding people from all walks of life. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit led him to explore the avenues. He started selling soft drinks, an endeavor that required long hours under the scorching Nigerian sun. This venture was not glamorous, but it was honest, and it was his. It was a testament to his commitment to hard work and his refusal to shy away from the gritty aspects of business. From taxi driving to selling soft drinks, Adenuga was no stranger to hard work. This commitment to labor, this willingness to roll up his sleeves and get his hands dirty, laid the foundation for the empire he would later build. His story is a powerful testament to the fact that success is not an accident. It is the result of hard work, sacrifice, and most of all, love of what you're doing or learning to do. His journey began with an education in the United States where he studied business administration. His journey began with an education in the United States where he studied business administration. But it was his return to Nigeria that marked the start of his entrepreneurial journey. Adenuga dove into the world of business with a daring spirit and a keen eye for opportunity. He ventured into trading of lace materials and other commodities, a business that was booming at the time. His ventures were diverse and often bold, including the distribution of Coca-Cola within Nigeria. These early business pursuits were not without their challenges, but they provided Adenuga with invaluable experience and a taste of what was to come. However, the road to success is often marked with unexpected twists and turns. For Adenuga, one of these came in form of a military coup in 1983. This event shook the nation and its effect reverberated through the business landscape. It was a setback that would have derailed his ambitions, but Adenuga was not one to be easily deterred. In the face of adversity, he demonstrated tenacity. He weathered the storm, navigating through the tumultuous period with an unvarying determination. It was during this time that Adenuga began to lay the groundwork for what will become his future empire. He was building a foundation, brick by brick, on which he will erect a business dynasty that will span across several industries. Regarded as a titan in the telecom industry, Adenuga is the mastermind behind Globalcom, Nigeria's second largest telecom operator. Under his visionary leadership, Globalcom has grown exponentially, connect billions across West Africa and beyond. In the oil sector, Adenuga holds the majority ownership of Cornoil, one of Nigeria's largest oil exploration companies. Cornoil has been instrumental in shaping Nigeria's energy landscape, and its success is a testament to Adenuga's strategic acumen and drive for innovation. When it comes to wealth, Adenuga's net worth is nothing short of impressive. The billionaire businessman ranks high on the Forbes list of Africa's richest people, rubbing shoulders with the likes of Aliko Dangote. In 2003, Adenuga revolutionized Nigeria's telecom industry with the launch of Globalcom. This was a pivotal moment, not just for Adenuga, but for the nation as a whole. Before Globalcom, Nigeria's telecoms industry was dominated by a single player, but Adenuga had the vision to democratize telecommunications, making it accessible and affordable for all. Globalcom entered the market with a bang. The company was innovative, offering unprecedented services like per second billing, which was the first in Nigeria. This level of innovation was a game changer, challenging the monopoly of the existing telecoms giant and forcing competitors to step up their game. But Adenuga didn't stop there. He knew that to truly disrupt the industry, Globalcom had to grow rapidly. The company embarked on massive network expansion projects, erecting thousands of kilometers of fiber optic cables across Nigeria and beyond. In less than a decade, Globalcom has grown from a new entrant to a major player in the telecoms industry. Its services reached millions of Nigerians, even in the most remote corners of the country. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit didn't stop at telecoms. In fact, his business acumen was put to the test in a whole new arena where he took over Cornell, Nigeria's first indigenous oil company. Under Adenuga's leadership, Cornell expanded beyond its initial operations, becoming a front-runner in the Nigerian petroleum industries. It now boasts a strong presence not only in exploration and production but also in downstream operation, such as the marketing of refined petroleum products. Yet, Adenuga's ventures didn't stop here. With a keen eye for lucrative opportunities, he delved into the world of real estate, immersing a portfolio of properties that spanned the globe, from commercial buildings in Nigeria's bustling city centers to luxury residences in some of the world's most sought-after locations. Adenuga's property investments are as diverse as they are extensive. Banking, too, has felt the Adenuga's touch. He has been instrumental in shaping the industry, contributing to its growth and stability. His influence and investment has helped foster a banking sector that is robust, reliable, and ready to serve the needs of Nigeria's growing economy. But Adenuga's impact extends beyond the world of business. His philanthropic endeavors are a testament to his belief in giving back to the community.
Well, that's a special man to me. A very special person. That is a man that made my path, my ways very smooth. That's a God-sent person to me. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. is somebody that I will continue to thank, to appreciate, and to continue to pray God to help him, to give him long life and good health. Well, decades of our relationship, way back in the 80s, Rafi Ladipo was a nobody, but through the help of Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. and God's grace and blessing, I am what I am today. I owe it all to God, and indeed, Dr. Mike Adenuga, my second God. I'm close. I know him. He's a man that loves to assist his friends. Even if he's hungry, he will come back and call his friend. This is the way it is done. So for me, my knowing Dr. Adenuga Jr. has been a blessing.
Through the Mike Adenuga's Foundation, he has donated millions to causes closest to his heart, including education, health, and social welfare. He has funded scholarships, built schools, and supported hospitals, underscoring his commitment to improving lives and empowering future generations. In essence, Adenuga's business journey is not just about creating wealth, but also about creating value.
Several years back, the Nigerian League had no sponsor. And it took me less than 1 hour to get Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. understand that he needed to help our football to grow. I just called the then president of the league, the late Oyuki Obaseki. He met me at the National Stadium and was feeling very sad. And he said he was going back to Abuja. I asked him why. He said because he was not happy. Only yesterday he got the biggest disappointment of his life. That the company that had agreed to sponsor the league had reneged and they were no longer ready to sponsor the Nigerian league again, unless they cut the agreed amount, the initial agreed amount between the National League and their company, unless they cut it into two. And he asked, how will he now prosecute the league? I said, you can't prosecute the league. I'll get you a sponsor. Are you ready to go with Glow? He said he knows nobody in Glow. I said, I am Glow. And I quickly called the group CEO, Mr. Mohammed Jamil, and I asked him, wouldn't you want to sponsor the Nigerian League? He said they want to, but they don't know anybody on the Nigerian League. But and I gave my phone to UK Obaseki to speak with Jamil. The man who was going to Abuja, who was ready to fly to Abuja, changed his mind because of what he heard. The Glo was ready to sponsor the league. And pay much more than the initial agreed amount he had with the other sponsor. That agreement took just 24 hours. And Dr. Mike Adenuga paid a sum of 610 million naira to sponsor the league. And of course, every year, there is always an increase of 10%. Recurring. So, that was how the Nigerian League got sponsorship through Globacom. And to all of us as Nigerians, we need to thank Dr. Mike Adenuga.
His diversification and expansion strategies have not only multiplied his fortunes, but have also contributed significantly to Nigeria's economic development, job creation, and societal welfare. In the world of business, especially at the grand scale that Mike Adenuga operates, it is not uncommon to come face to face with challenges. His path to becoming a billionaire was not always smooth. He had his fair share of obstacles, some of which were marred by controversy. On such instance was the legal issues he faced in the early years of his telecoms venture, Globacom. There were disputes over licensing and allegations of non-compliance with industry regulations. The Nigerian government was not always his ally. At one point, he found himself in a standoff with regulatory bodies. But what makes Adenuga's story remarkable is not just the controversy he faced, but the resilience in the face of adversity. He didn't allow these obstacles to deter him. Instead, he used them as stepping stones, turning the negative into a positive. His legal troubles were not just an obstacle, they were a test of his character. He passed with flying colors. Adenuga fought to clear his name and to ensure that his business complied with unnecessary regulation. This commitment to integrity has been a cornerstone of his success. Despite the disputes with the Nigerian government, Adenuga never lost faith in his homeland. He continued to invest in Nigeria, creating jobs, contributing to the economy. Indeed, the path to success is never easy. It is filled with trials and tribulations. But as Adenuga's story shows, it is not the challenges that defines us, but how we respond to them. Through it all, Adenuga has remained steadfast. His success, a testament to his resilience. Mike Adenuga's story is one of determination, ambition, and unparalleled success. As we delve into the legacy he has built, we uncover a narrative of resilience and visionary leadership that has left an indelible mark not only in Nigeria but across the continent and the world. His journey from taxi driver to billionaire magnate continues to inspire a generation of entrepreneurs who dare to dream and strive for success against all odds. Adenuga's contribution to the Nigerian economy are monumental. His businesses, from telecoms to oil and gas, have created thousands of jobs, fueled economic growth, and contributed significantly to the country's GDP. His generous efforts too have transformed lives and communities, further cementing his legacy as a leader who not only builds businesses but also uplifts society. The respect for Adenuga is universal. From world leaders to business leaders, many acknowledged and admire his entrepreneurial acumen, his relentless drive, and his unwavering commitment to excellence. His name is synonymous with success, and his story is a testament to the power of vision, hard work, and tenacity. Mike Adenuga's story is a testament to the power of ambition. His journey from the humble beginning of taxi driving and petty trading paints a vivid picture of what tenacity can bring. He treaded the paths of uncertainty and risk, but his unyielding spirit guided him through the challenges. His ascent to the pinnacle of success, becoming one of Africa's wealthiest individuals, is an inspiration.
Adenuga likes singing one song. It's a miracle walking God. It's a miracle walking God. He's the Alpha and Omega. It's a miracle walking God. He loves him.
This is The Isle 104.9 FM.
104.9 Isle FM.
In Nigeria, when you hear technology, innovation, and e-commerce, then you begin to think of the 21st century visionary leaders who have availed us the luxury of connecting with the world without leaving our spaces. Nigeria, alongside some other developing countries, has occupied the tech space, networking and making a brilliant impact around the world, all thanks to people like LSK. I am Grace Komolafe. Join me on the Corporate Maverick as we unveil the journey of a foresighted leader who foresaw the transformation of technology decades ago. The year 2001, known as the third millennium, stands out for some individuals. It was thought like every other regular year to some people, as they express the excitement that comes with experiencing a new millennium. While many carry on with the feeling of entering the 21st century, some visionary individuals saw it as a strategic period to bet their thought-provoking plans and business goals. Among these visionary leaders and innovators is Leo Stan Eke, founder of Xenox Technology, bringing this tech-oriented company to life in 2001. How much do you know about this tech and business-driven giant? Who is Leo Stan Eke? Dr. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke, popularly known as Leo Stan Eke, is one of Nigeria's dynamic and influential figures, an African entrepreneur born into the family of Ihentuge Eke on February 22, 1956, in Imo State, Nigeria. His mom, a dietitian, and dad, a nurse. His root is traced back to Ubommiri Mbaitoli, where he was raised in the household that valued education and hard work. His parents instilled in him the values of discipline and perseverance from a young age. It was within this nurturing environment that Eke's entrepreneurial spirit began to take shape. Like many visionaries, Dr. Aker's journey to success was paved with academic excellence. He attended Holy Ghost College in Owerri for his secondary education, where he honed his intellect and ambition. Aker's dream of becoming the biggest transport company owner in Nigeria changed as a result of his encounter in India, where he had his university studies. It was a turnaround moment in his life. In India, he pursued a Bachelor of Science degree in economics from Punjab University, and the exposure to India's vibrant economy left an indelible mark on him and then tilted towards more realistic business ideas. This led him to get full involvement into ICT.
Sir, I'm a very good testimony of an African who started from nothing, okay, and got somewhere, not there, right? Okay, so in summary, I came in here first of all to the University of Nottingham, or Nottingham University. I was in Cork City University, where I was doing computer science, and I wanted to specialize in user interface as a postgraduate course, okay? And the system, which I'm sure still exists in the UK, that you have university counselors who observe you in classes and direct you properly. And they thought since I was going back to Africa, there were no computers. And if I got there, I could be frustrated for another 32 years. So they discussed with my parents, and they wanted to know if I could stay in the UK and continue computer science. I said, no, I was going back to Nigeria. I have passion to change the country, and by extension, the continent.
He later went on to earn a Master of Science in Risk Management from the Exton University of Nottingham, England, further enhancing his acumen in the field. With his tech startups dating back to the 80s, Ake can be put in the bracket of visionaries who saw that ICT would define the world in no distant time. His ICT Solutions company commenced operation in 1989, focusing on desktop publishing and computer graphics. Over the last 3 decades, the company extended operations from Lagos to Port Harcourt and Abuja, implementing several ICT projects across the oil and gas, telecoms, manufacturing, and public sectors.
I started small, like any other entrepreneur you read today. Okay, some started in a garage. Okay, most of them didn't inherit wealth. Now, so how could they have started? You start with your own. During our time, you have to start with your own sweat. Okay, until you build such, get to such a level with a system and structure in place. And then people trust you. But because our kids today pass through business schools, connected to people, okay, and they now want to go from average above. You understand? Instead of starting, a lot of us started from -1.
Leo Stan Aker's major hits into the business world commenced with the establishment of Xenox Technology Limited in 2001. With a fervent desire to contribute to Nigeria's technological space, he embarked on a mission to manufacture computers locally. Now a world-class ICT company providing innovative products and solutions. Under his leadership, Xenox Computers have emerged as a trailblazer in the industry, earning accolades for its quality and innovation. One of his notable achievements was the attainment of the Windows Hardware Quality Lab Testing (WHQL) certification, showing Xenox's commitment to excellence. In 2013, the company made headlines with the launch of its computer tablet line, ZPad, marking another milestone in its illustrious journey. Dr. Aker's entrepreneurial prowess extends beyond the realm of technology. In 2018, his company Xenox made waves with the acquisition of Konga.com, a leading e-commerce platform in Nigeria. This landmark deal underscored Aker's strategic vision and his unwavering dedication to driving innovation in diverse sectors. Konga.com was founded by Sim Shagaya in July 2012 as a third-party online marketplace. 99% of its shares were acquired by Xenos in February 2018. 3 months later, Konga merged with Xenos retail outfit Udala to form the biggest e-commerce company in Africa, retaining the brand name Konga. Leonard Stanley Eke also founded BuyRightAfrica.com Limited in 2008, at a time when credit card and e-payment infrastructures were still strange to many Nigerians. He did this to resolve funding issues for ICT projects and companies. He partnered with international financiers to help Africans acquire technology and compete globally. Some other of his establishments are Technology Distribution Limited, Tax Direct Limited, and iTech Solutions. He is involved in ICT Brokers and ICT Connect.
Okay, but mine had a call. I had a call on the tech sector, and I've been consistent. And if you remember, my first step was to deal with the doubting Thomases, the media people. And it was like an evangelism. If you prove your worth to press people, to media people, because these are the critics of our time, then they follow you. You get to your destination faster. So when I did the whole media houses, transitioning them to digital economy through digital processing, through from typesetting to desktop publishing, computer graphics, okay, and multimedia. Then they started spreading the news. But again, we had to enhance that profile to the corporate world so that people can run offices with data analytics to guide them on advice, projections, okay, and where they're headed to. And then even our election. Okay, so today there would have been crisis in the economy if elections don't have facts and figures. And we did that with the DDC and then did authentication with a card reader.
If you've come this far, kindly like, comment, and share. Throughout Ake's career, he remained committed to empowering others and fostering socio-economic development. His philanthropic endeavors and advocacy for youth empowerment reflect his belief in the transformative power of entrepreneurship. He launched the Computerized Nigeria project in August 2000, thereby encouraging development and the use of computers. He also launched the Can I scheme, providing affordable laptops to young Nigerians with a repayment plan of 24 months window. Ake's foundation furthers his charitable efforts, supporting various causes with different donations across the country.
Now, I see entrepreneurs trying to live big. Are you with me? Yeah. I see entrepreneurs trying to show off. You must have incubation period. Every successful entrepreneurs are seen to be stingy because they know the value of every dollar spent. But they use the same money to sustain the society. Okay, so I just want to advise Nigerians here. I see a lot of you startups now selling debt. It means technically you are leaving the company. And if I'm an investor, I watch your lifestyle. First of all, I see an entrepreneur, Nigerian entrepreneur, he hasn't started, he has expensive cars. Entrepreneurs, startups don't drive the best cars. They hide until they emerge.
He was bestowed with the Icon of Hope Award by former President Olusegun Obasanjo on October 1, 2002. He also got Nigerian Science and Technology Achievers of the Year 2003 and Officer of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria OFR in 2004. Eke is also a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group and holds a life membership, Nigeria Institute of International Affairs. He also holds an honorary doctorate in business administration from Imo State University, Owerri, Federal University of Agriculture, Makurdi, Federal University of Technology, Owerri, and the University of Jos. He is a fellow of the Lagos State Polytechnic, Lagos, Federal Polytechnic, Ida, and Federal Polytechnic, Nekede, Imo State.
Leadership is big crisis in the third world. Big subject to discuss. I don't have a complete answer, but as an entrepreneur, I can create platforms for you to decide who should be your leader. But my interest is that I'm excited with this 21st century, because this is the only century God did not create any person to be poor. In the past, many were called and few were chosen. In 21st century, many are called and many will be chosen. But you have to decide if you want to be one of those to be chosen.
Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke is married to Chioma Eke, the CEO of Technology Distributions Limited, TD Africa, and together they have raised 3 sons and 2 daughters who are doing well in their respective fields of endeavors, just like their parents. As Dr. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke continues to chart new territories and inspire future generations, it speaks to the limitless potential of the African entrepreneurial spirit. With his visionary leadership and unwavering resolve, Dr. Eke embodies the essence of innovation and resilience, creating indelible marks on Nigeria's business in Africa and humanity. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke.
Greetings world, here's another episode of Inside Life. My name is Jide Taiwo. I have the pleasure of sitting here today with the amazing, if I do say so myself, Dylan. Hi Dylan. I'm well. Good to have you on here.
Thank you.
How's Lagos treating you? You were telling me just a few minutes ago that this is your second time in Lagos. What's Lagos like for you?
Lagos is very different from where I live in London. But it's completely different. It's a complete opposite, but it's amazing. The weather is warm. It's bustling. People can be very friendly, but funny as well.
How do you mean funny? How do you mean funny?
Just crazy situations and things that are said that you would never hear in London. It's very exciting. It's an exciting place to be. And being half Nigerian, I just love being here and love seeing my people, and I come here with my family and I just have a great time.
Right. Let's talk about that for a minute. You come from a long line, at least your Nigerian side, a long line of creatives, creative entrepreneurs, entertainers and all that. What's that done for you? How aware of you of that legacy?
Well, I guess it's in my blood because it's just something that comes natural to me. Being creative, I love music, I love dancing, I love any performance. So it's very obvious that it's something that is natural to me. My parents aren't creative at all, but I have other family members who are. So growing up, it was just me being creative, but they appreciated my love for music and performance as well.
Talk to me about the music. Now the rage is Afrobeat, and I'm happy to know that we've taken over the London scene, right? You don't do Afrobeats, do you?
No, I haven't gone into Afrobeats yet.
Oh, okay.
But I do want
I like that
to.
word yet.
Yes, yeah.
It's coming, isn't it?
Yes. Of course I want to do Afrobeats at some point when it is right for me, which will be soon. But it's more about finding the right people to work with, I think, because it's a genre that I didn't write or I don't write, and I haven't grown up writing. So I need to work with someone who knows how to bring me into that space so it sounds good. We don't want it to sound
contrived.
Yeah. We want it to sound good. So But Afrobeat is everywhere. Everywhere you go in London, they're playing Afrobeat now.
Yes.
Every restaurant, club. So
Is there a faint sense of pride in there somewhere?
For me personally, yeah, definitely. To see that every culture now is loving Afrobeat from all over the world, I think that's something that's really special.
Gotcha. But let's talk about something that you do, right? R&B, with a little bit of alternative.
Alternative R&B.
What does that mean? No, so when I think R&B, you know, I think of, say, Marvin Gaye, and then down the line, Whitney, the rest of them. But it's alternative R&B.
Yeah.
What's that?
I think that's like a new genre that's come in over the last few years because it's kind of a fusion of different genres in R&B. So it's not just traditional R&B now. You've got R&B with a little bit of a pop, maybe a little bit of a jazz, soul that's introduced into it now. That's why it's alternative, because it's different to the usual R&B that we're used to.
Right.
So that's me, because I listen to every genre of music. So I put that into my sound. So it's not just traditional R&B. It's got a mixture of a lot of different sounds.
Right. Could we chart like the cores of your music? So I know you started singing and performing early, right? So you were out 6, 7 or thereabouts?
Yes, yeah.
Yes, and then you just used to sing around the house. At what point did it occur to you that, oh, I could be this, you know? Did you always wanted to be a singer and entertainer, or did you want to work with the police or something? What was your childhood dream?
Yeah, no, I always loved singing and performing, but I was also very studious, and obviously having a Nigerian family, they encouraged me to be studious. So I loved reading. I did like maths as well, but I was going to study law. So I did politics, and I was going to go into that legal side. Yeah. And I still love that kind of thing. I love being in the corporate world as well. I have that side of me, but the creative side is really what comes natural to me. So what did I want to be? I think maybe a lawyer, but I also like a lot of human rights work.
Right.
So charity work as well. I just like helping people and giving to people as well. So I think that's probably what I would have done.
Right.
Yeah.
And then, you know, you became an entertainer. What was the transition point for you from being, you know, Dylan singing around the house and then Dylan performing in front of people?
I think growing up, I wasn't really around too many people who were also entertainers. So for me, it kind of seemed very far away, that it was something you couldn't really do. It's too difficult. How do you start? Then I started to meet some people who were also entertainers, and they were doing it successfully. And I saw, oh, this is how you do it. These are the steps that you take to become a professional entertainer. I said, okay, I can do that. And then I started to see people like my stuff. People really resonated with it. So I just thought, okay, this is something I should take on seriously.
Right. So what comes more naturally to you, singing or writing?
I would say both. I love singing other people's songs. I have my favorite singers, but then I write just in my day-to-day. I have little lyrics that come up just every day.
Right.
And I have to write them down. So they're two things that are very natural to me.
Right. So what's the journey for you in releasing music? So a little bit of context. So the Nigerian music and entertainment scene has had this kind of resurgence in the last 6 or 7 years. It used to be a bit difficult to make music and put it out, right? It's not the same for you in the UK. So the pipeline is more established in the UK. So you make music, sign to a record label, put the music out. What's that journey been for you? Are you signed to a major? Are you working indie? Are you collaborating? What's that space like for you?
So I'm independent at the moment.
Is that good or bad though?
I think it's good because you get the creative freedom that you want. Nobody is really telling you, you have to do this, you have to sing
You're not worried about all of the, the sign-on bonuses, all of whatnot that major labels provide for artists. Is that a fair trade-off for you? That your creative freedom is more important to you than whatever a label could offer you in the beginning?
Yeah, I think the creative freedom is very important, and also in this day and age, because the music industry, it's much harder to make money. When you get that advance, you have to make it back, and it's much harder now to make it back.
Right.
So it's like now it's sort of the trade-off. It's like you're also losing that creative freedom, and you have to pay back this large loan, essentially. So being independent, you can fund it yourself, and you know that you're not in debt to anyone necessarily, and you have that creative freedom. So I think it's a bit more freeing, and more people are doing it. More artists are becoming independent because it's now easier to do that. You don't necessarily need the big labels anymore.
Right. So are you looking at making music and releasing it in the traditional form? So you have an album out, you have an EP out, you have all of this out, or are you used to be this guy Ryan Leslie? Right, I had a funny way of, and it's one of the people that talk about independent music a lot. So he had this way of dropping music to his core fans. It has a niche of fans. Or do you want to do what we're more used to in having, a buzz? You have a moment, you drop your music, do tours. You're on tour. Are you on tour currently?
So at the moment, I have a show, my first show of the year, on May 7th.
Yay!
So it's my own evening.
Right.
So it's a whole night of just my music.
That's in London, no?
Yeah, in London.
Whereabouts?
So it's in Great Portland Street at a venue called The Lucky Pig.
Right. So that's your first show of the year.
Yeah.
You've taken your time, haven't you?
I released a song in January alongside a music video, and then I'm gonna have another release next month as well.
A coincidence, you made a name for yourself. The allure of what you have speaks for itself. How I how I feel.
So I'm just planning the next few months of releases and shows. There's going to be a lot more shows.
What's the overwhelming inspiration of yours? I know you've been compared. We're talking Offset, and someone compared you to a Shadi Adu, right? Is that an inspiration of yours? A tone. And she has this mystique about her, which I think you do have yourself.
Yeah, she's a massive inspiration, and I think she's timeless as well. And we can listen to her back in like the 80s and 90s. You can listen to her now; it still feels fresh. And yeah, she has that mystique. She's not overdoing it with vocals. It's just very kind of like relaxed and confident in her vocals, which is what I love. It's just kind of like she's saying what she wants to say. She's not trying to prove anything. So that's why I love her. And her style, everything is just timeless with her.
Right.
So I just love her.
Right. A few thoughts on pop culture, if you may. In recent time, we've had the folks in hip hop battling back and forth. You've had people using their music for, special causes and things of that nature. What do you think is the place of pop culture music in larger society? And I'll tell you why. There's a section of Nigerian audiences that feel like music should be for enjoyment, so to speak. And to quote Fela Kuti, he said, African music cannot be for enjoyment, it has to be for struggle. But even when you're struggling, there are, downtimes, times that you need to just relax a little bit. To you, what's the role of music and pop culture in society?
Well, music is one of the most powerful mediums of entertainment, I think. So it is going to obviously have an effect on pop culture. And I think what the youth is listening to as well, what young people, what we're listening to, drives a lot of it as well, drives pop culture. And it can be positive and negative, like the type of music that is out and that is popular, it can have a positive effect on society, it can have a negative effect. So I think it's really powerful. It's really, really powerful.
Do you like Nigerian food?
Yes.
What's your favorite?
I have too many things that I like.
Oh, okay. So top five.
Top five, right?
Right.
Jollof rice, obviously.
Oh, for sure.
Shaki.
Oh no.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
I just love it. It's amazing. Assorted meat. What else? Egusi,
Ooh.
plantain.
Oh wow, you're Nigerian through and through. What's your top 5 British food?
I don't have top 5 British food. No.
You like everything.
No, I don't like anything.
Thank you. I was hoping you'd say
No,
that.
this is good stuff. They have
Yeah,
good things.
some.
Like,
Yeah.
Sunday roast.
Okay.
Are nice. Fish and chips.
Oh, fish and chips. Well, it's staple. Bangers and mash. Not quite.
Not too much.
Right.
It reminds me of being in school. So
What part of it? What part of it? Yeah. Did you go to boarding school?
No, I was in. I've lived in London my whole life. But, they give you those British meals in school. They give you all of those staples.
Right.
There's a lot of nice desserts as well.
Right. But nothing compared to pepper soup, shaki.
It's the flavoring.
Yes, yes.
The
Assorted
flavors are the
meats.
same in the UK.
Yeah.
Just with the food, it's not the same.
Yeah.
So that's why I like.
I mean, your eyes just lit up when you're talking about the flavors.
Yeah. Because I haven't had it yet. Because I've just got to Lagos.
Oh wow!
I'm just waiting.
How much time do you have?
A couple of days.
Oh, okay.
A couple of days. So I'm waiting to
We'll
have
go through
a full
Yes.
spread of the jollof rice.
We're here for you. We're
Yes.
here for you. Oh, by the way, as we finish, as we wrap up, you seem to be really chill. No? What's the loudest your voice can go?
My voice can get really loud.
Oh, okay.
I'm chilled with the normal conversation, but if you ask any of my friends, I'm the one like running, screaming around like the room.
Should we try?
But also,
Yeah.
it's early morning.
No,
That's
it's almost midday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of just more chilled.
Okay, so can we take it a notch? Can you speak this high? Can your voice go this high?
So you want it to go louder?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Say Dylan.
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 Dylan. You can go higher, can't you?
I can go. Of course, I'm a singer. I can.
Yeah, you have all of those things.
Yeah, I can.
Oh,
do
okay.
Loud.
Yeah. Do you want to give us a little something
A little something.
from yours?
A little song.
A little song, if you don't mind. Line 2, 3. We don't mind. This is you.
One of my favorite songs that I released is called "Trouble in Paradise." So I'll do a little
Okay.
snippet of
I like the sound of that.
Didn't you want the best for us? Didn't you want some happiness? I know you were so shameless, but I didn't expect it. And all of my friends wanna be us. They wanna know what is our secret, but they don't know what we've been through. What I had to see you do.
Thank you, Dylan. Now I'm going to be playing that all day then. We're going to be playing that. Thank you, Dylan, for spending part of your morning with
Thank
us.
you so much for having me.
It's a delight to converse with you, and I'm sure this will be the final conversation we have, right? So yes, say hi to your Lagos fans and tell them we'll be back.
Hello.
You're back in another month, no?
Yes, I am. Oh, in a couple weeks. Yeah.
Okay, we'll
so
wait.
I'll be back
We'll
next
wait.
month. Yeah.
So say hi to Lagos folks.
Hi, Lagos.
This is Dylan.
I'm Dylan and Laura.
Yes, ma'am. Thanks for having us. We'll see you in a bit. Thank you, Dylan. Thank you, guys. Round of applause for Dylan.
If you can't put your checks inside of me, ensure the world knows me. I'd sit beside you, that's just what I need.
Hi, thanks for joining us. My name is DJ Taiwo, and I'm honored today to speak to the legendary, the iconic Idris Abdul Karim. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much, Jane.
It's so we're having a conversation that's in my head. I was supposed to have with you in the last 5 to 6 years, but I'm happy that you're here now.
Good.
I want to have your take on a number of issues, and just indulge me. First, with the success of Afrobeats, in the last 3 to 4 years, that we had our Afrobeat entertainers become world stars as opposed to just Nigerian stars. How does that make you feel, one, as a consumer of Nigerian music, and then two, as a pioneer who was at the beginning of this thing that we are now enjoying?
It's a beautiful thing, I remember back then, not everybody would like to listen to the new generation song, which is called Afrobeat now. We used to call it Afro hip hop back then, But to God be the glory with the help of people like Kenny Ogungbe, D1, Chris Oboti, a couple of other people in the industry who gave their platform for hip hop to become what it's Afrobeat today. We have the likes of Davido, Burna Boy, Wizkid, and all that. The revolution that actually led to that was basically what happened between me and 50 Cent. Most times Nigerians, through the multinationals and even the governments, don't appreciate their own. You see a multinational try to sell their products with our music, but they don't respect our artists. I can categorically tell you that back then, when 50 Cent was invited to Nigeria, I remember our Nigerian artists were chased from the backstage just because 50 Cent wanted to come to backstage. So what is the essence of you inviting 50 Cent from America to come to Nigeria and perform alongside with our own artists when you're supposed to allow them to, meet and greet and get to understand how the industry works, how American business work and all that. But you rather chase your own artists and treat them like animals.
2004, right? The American rapper 50 Cent was invited to Nigeria to have a concert at 4 city concerts, right?
That's right.
And then they had done the first one.
That's right.
And then the second one, the artists and everybody was supposed to board, and the news that we heard was Idris done the fight 50 Cent too, and it became this huge deal that 50 Cent had to cut the show short and then moved. I've heard the game, Young Buck, a number of other people tell the story from their own perspective.
One of the most craziest experiences that I've had, Nigeria, Lagos, Nigeria. We was on a plane. We was on one plane. We had chartered this one big plane for everybody who's on the whole entire show. One of the guys felt like we were sitting in, 50 was sitting in his seat, right? And the guy had, made a big scene like, yo. And security was like telling them, yo, you sitting in 50 seat, chill, can you get up or whatever, not. So the security kind of probably, took it as if, he finna, yo, bro, what's going on? So he grabbed him, roughed him up, and, like, yo, man, hold on, and walked him on up off the plane. I don't know who that dude was.
What happened, man?
We're on the airplane runway about to take off. All of a sudden, I just see one, it's like a movie. I just see a dude standing in the middle of the runway, walking towards the plane while the plane is taking off. Man, guess what the plane did? Stopped.
They didn't necessarily know who Idris was because there was no, like you said, there was no mingling between the artists at the time. But they knew that this was a guy that, number one, was buff. You know that he wasn't a pushover. And then this guy was visibly angry. And they just, they were afraid for their life. But of course, we know that wasn't what it was supposed to be. But I've read 50 Cent's book, right? And 50 says he was offered $4 million to do that show. How much were you paid? The other people on the roster, did they get as much as you? Not to now compare with the $4 million that 50 got.
In 2004, I was in Germany with my crew. And I was invited to perform alongside with 50 Cent. That was a month after Wyclef came through Guinness, and we know it was a marketing strategy between the two multinationals. So I told them that, listen, if you're inviting me to play alongside with 50 Cent, whatever it is that you're giving 50 Cent, that's what you're going to give me. If you're giving 50 Cent an executive room in any 7-star hotel, I want my room to be opposite 50 Cent. If you're giving 50 Cent 25 babes, you must give me 25 babes.
Right.
If you're giving 50 Cent 25 carton of Cristal, Dom Perignon, whatever it is that you're giving 50 Cent, I want the same. Because Nigerians are the one buying the shares. Nigerians are the one drinking the beers. And it is our music that you're using to sell your products without royalties. I was the highest paid artist on that show. I got 1.5 million naira per show for the first time.
Right.
Then an artist was going to be paid that much. And it was 6 shows. I told them that whatever it is you're giving 50 Cent, that's what you're going to give me. And they said, okay, no problem. We have a deal. Waited for them to put the write-up together so I can sign. They never did. But they credited my account You know, just normal Nigerian style, you know, believing that, okay, you know, you will come for the show and all that. So, well, as a street boy, I had an agreement with you. I stand by my agreement. The first show was at the TBS. So I was at the backstage with my crew, E-Money, KC, Ayani Marshall, Tony One Week, you know, that the show, everybody was at backstage. And all of a sudden, the security came and said, you all have to leave the backstage. And they created one canopy. There was no AC in the canopy. And they now pushed all Nigerian artists. You needed to see that day, man. Treated Nigerian artists like animals. And I felt like, no, man, this is not going to happen to me. It was 50 Cent security that was leading the Nigerians security. We're like, hey, you, what are you doing at the backstage? You got to get the F out of that sleep. I was like, excuse me, who are you, man? I don't know who you are. So yeah, 50 Cent is coming backstage. So why should I leave? I'm performing along 50 Cent, you know? So why should I leave? I'm Idris Abdul Karim. What's the problem? And it was like, no, we don't want anybody. I said, you can't do nothing. I'm staying right here. So he went back to the organizer, and the organizer was like, woo. So he said, no, leave him alone. Don't go there. You know, they knew exactly what they were doing.
So you're already pressed at that point, like, why are you treating us like this?
That's what's up.
So this was at the Lagos
show? It happened at the Lagos show, at TBS, you know, right here. A lot of the Nigerian artists had to call these multinationals and I begged them to be on bill for the show. You understand what I'm saying? So I was the highest paid at that moment. You know, so I said, no, man, I ain't leaving. So 50 Cent came, you know, with his crew and all that, you know, and they went on stage and performed, and it sprayed 100 Naira notes, new 100 Naira notes, you know, in the crowd, and the crowd thought it was dollars. You know, funny enough, some stories that you don't know is that approximately about 5 people died that night. The Nigerian bureaus covered it up. People were raped, phones were stolen, and they covered it up with the press. So basically, you know, got to the airport around 8 o'clock, waited for 50 Cent and his crew for almost 2 hours, 30 minutes. And they finally came. I was seated on the business class and walked up to me and said, hey, you got to get the fuck out of that seat. That's 50 Cent's seat. And I was like, excuse me, we don't speak fuck in Africa. I don't know what fuck is all about. My name is Idris Abdul Karim. I sold 4.6 million copies in a pirated country. Why don't you come tell me how the American market works? The reason why we're all happy you're here is because we want to learn from you. You know, get to know you and learn how the American market works. And he went back downstairs to speak with the organizer. I was watching the organizers, and they were like, you know, they don't know. You know, so he came back and said, yo, we just spoke with the organizer, and they said they don't fucking know who you are. Before I know what's up, man, they attacked me.
So the security kind of probably, you know, took it as if he finna, yo, bro, what's going on? So he grabbed him, roughed him up, and, you know, like, yo, man, hold on, and walked him on up off the plane.
About 12 of them, they attacked me. Then my boys came from the economic class, so Malo, everybody, you know, to come and, you know. And meanwhile, Nigerian artists were there. They were all like,
everybody was close.
While they were coming in, a lot of them were even saying that it's into they do, waiting being problem sir. Into they do. Meanwhile, they were not on the bill of the show. They were called to beg to be on the show.
Right.
So the slave mentality is still, you know, my guy rescued me, and funny enough, DJ T, if you remember DJ T, was recording everything that happened, how they attacked me.
DJ T has that
he has the footage, you know, so he kept it. And immediately that happened, you know, I just went to the door and jammed the door, you know, and the pilot was like, oh, guys, I'm not going anywhere. I don't know what the hell is going on. And I was like, yo, Fiti, I'm performing alongside with you and you disrespect me. I could have been American and do the same to you. Right. I know what would have happened. You know what I mean? And it was like, they never told us there were artists in the plane. You know, they told us there were workers in the plane. It's like, okay.
So the organizers told 50 Cent and his crew that
there was no artists.
Are not artists.
Yes, that there were workers who basically just wanted to follow the.
Right.
It's like they finally opened the door and they said everybody should get down. So I came down and the Nigerian breweries organizers, the chairman, Chief Odumegu, he walked up to me and was like, Idris, we're sorry, it was our fault that we didn't do the necessity and all that. But 50 Cent asked you to come and have a handshake so we can move to. I was like, no, man, I'm not doing that.
Why did you feel strongly like that, even when you wanted to
Because from the beginning they knew exactly what they were doing. And for me, that was a revolution. That was a fight to rescue my people from slavery. I know it was going to affect my career, but I'm going to be a hero for the rest of my life. And I had to take that risk for Africa. Stop treating us like animals. We have talent, we have content, we're just like the Americans. The reason why Americans are what they are is because their leaders created a beautiful platform for them. From the politicians to the multinationals, to everybody in different platforms. So it is our own responsibility to do the same for ourselves.
So it's been 20 years since that time. The music industry has experienced an explosion like none other.
That's right.
You are older now, right? You are not as active as say you were, you're in your prime. But do you feel a sense of betrayal looking back now, like people that are benefiting now don't understand what I had to give up? And at the time, were there active people that were trying to blacklist you?
Oh, of course. For me, it was a revolution.
You thought of it like, I'm going to do this for a cause?
Yes.
Or you just wanted to make a statement right now?
No, for a cause. Right. For Nigerian artists to be respected and to be paid very well. And it finally happened. Without that revolution, there wouldn't have been the Burna Boy, the video. They wouldn't have been benefiting whatever it is that they are benefiting now.
Does it offend you? Does it hurt you? Do you feel betrayed when these stars now look at their own personal stories and how they've been successful and go like, nobody paved the way?
Oh, because they are selfish. Because they've never gone through a time before in their life. They never knew what it took Baba Kekeke Ogungbe to give us platform at that time when everybody was saying that no, rap music or Afro music will never be what it is. That no, go back to the studio and record Juju music. Go back to the studio, record Fuji music. Where are you from? Go back and sing your dialect. But this was a beautiful new song. It was Afro hip hop, which is called Afrobeat today.
There's a tendency for people to be fixated on Idris, what Idris is saying, how Idris is sounding, or Idris fought with 50 Cent, or Idris did Nigeria Jaga Jaga. To me, I think it removes sometimes from the quality work that you've done, right? And we're talking about with the remedies with you as a solo artist. Do you look back on your discography and wish it was produced at a different time? Are you happy with what you were able to do for yourself with Eddie, with Kenny Music, and with La Cream and every other thing that you've done? Do you think you came at the right time, or would you have preferred to have come like now that it's easier to make music and easier to
I came at the right time. If I didn't come at the right time, I wouldn't have revolutionized the industry. Today, there wouldn't have been what we have today.
That's how you feel?
Oh, yes. The point is that it was 21 years ago that I sang Nigeria Jaga Jaga. And it took Nigerians 21 years to understand the meaning of Jaga Jaga because they have started feeling the heat. Nigerians forget easily. But now, you don't hit everybody. Now, people, before, they dance to the beats. But now they listen to the lyrics like, oh, okay, this is what Idris was saying 21 years ago. Even Obasanjo himself has become the chief campaigner of Jaga Jaga today. He said, my papa and my mama Jaga Jaga, but funny enough, he's my father. So Obasanjo is the real Jaga Jaga. It's the problem of Nigeria. It's the one that put us to where we are today. Thank God I've been vindicated.
You feel like you...
Oh, vindication sweet me. During Goodluck Jonathan, fuel was 180 naira. Buhari came and took it to 350. Tinubu came and skyrocketed it to what? 700 naira. During Goodluck Jonathan, dollar was 189. Buhari came and took it to 320. Tinubu came, skyrocketed to 1,200.
So for you,
how much is spaghetti during Goodluck Jonathan? It was 60 naira. During Buhari, became 130 naira. Now, spaghetti is 800 naira. That's 200%. Impoverishing Nigerians, doing everything possible to make people go crazy and sad. So if you hate the truth, it's because you're eating from the government. They say you don't talk where you eat. Of course, that is the principle.
So for you, are you content to be there's a song that you mentioned that Two-Face at the time did a song that said he wanted to be like Obasanjo. But me, I won't be like Fela and Nicola.
Why do you want to be like Obasanjo, somebody that sent somebody to kill and wiped out the OOD?
I'm sure that was talking in a certain context.
It doesn't matter. You have to take your time to know exactly what you are talking about to want to be like somebody.
But you want to be like Fela?
Most definitely.
With all of the criticisms that Fela had?
Most definitely.
It's not a problem for you?
Oh no, most definitely. Because I know they lied against him.
Which one of them again? Which lie did they lie?
Now today, that he had AIDS, when we know they killed him.
That's how you feel about
Please, guy, watch out for the documentary. Idris is coming to expose a lot of things to you guys. Dede Mabiaku will tell you much about Fela Anikulapo Kuti. Bro, it's a saddening situation we find ourselves in this country. Immediately, you are a person that speaks the truth, just know that you are the enemy of the state. They will create lies on your head. But who gives a damn when God loves you for speaking the truth? I'm an ambassador to God. I am satisfied. I am happy. Nowhere you go that they play Nigeria Jaga Jaga that you won't see everybody stand up and start dancing. People are feeling the heat. Jaga Jaga will stop raining the day Nigeria becomes a great country.
Nobody can accuse Idris Abdulkarim of not saying his mind, right? Whatever, either in song, either through your social media, you say it's how you feel it. Do you feel like that often makes people want to stay away, like, nah, Idris on too much? Or you don't care once you get your truth off?
Anybody that hates the truth is the enemy of the state. Funny enough, most of the enemy of the state are part of the state. You can imagine that after DJ T recorded everything that happened, Charlie Boy was the P-Man president at that time. And he came to the airport, and his responsibility was to take that off and fight for the artists. But he went behind and collected money from Nigerian bureaus to blacklist me.
Do you know that for a fact? Or
Are you kidding me?
You know that for a fact?
Are you kidding me? Where is the tape? Ask Mr. The DJ T. Ask now. DJ T will tell you that the tape is with Charlie Boy. So he used it to negotiate. Now today we did for Nigeria. We don't know what's in the apple. I say it all the time. It's all over the internet. I'm not scared to say my truth.
That's right.
There are a lot of truth that I haven't even said. Because I'm waiting for the right time to say those things. So I'm coming up with documentary very, very soon to expose a lot of things.
It's interesting that you mentioned that there's a documentary in the works. So typically, it appears like for the last 20 to 25 years of Afrobeats, there hasn't been much storytelling, deliberate curation of this period.
That's
you
right.
Can count how many people have done books.
That's right.
I've done 2 books.
That's right.
Right. There's been only 2 documentaries, and you have all of these icons and legends that are growing old by the day. How do you think that we as Nigerians should invest our time and resources into curating the stories for history and then for posterity?
Yes, most times you flash back and get to understand that even in our schools today, history has been taken off the curriculum because it was intentional for a lot of people not to understand their history in order not to stand up and fight for it. How would you do that to your citizens? How would you do that to your own citizens? Just because of the bad things that you have done, you don't want Nigerians to know, so they don't wake up and revolutionize against you tomorrow. So my advice for individuals is never lie to yourself. Stand up, appreciate yourself, unite, forget about religion and tribal sentiment. Unite in any group that you are, in any platform that you represent, in any government that you represent. Stand up and know your right and fight for your right. Invest also in your right. Invest in everything that you all do. Unite together and speak in one voice. If not, forget it.
Them say I fight 50 cents. See them out, them just say I'm anyhow. Them say I run go exile. Mr. President catch you, he go flog you. For your information, they met Mr. President 101 inside a Souq. Them say I no go make 'em again. Them say I ain't got no gain. And this music I'm back again. Take a head, D1. Them say I don't like government because they treat my people anyhow. Them say they no give me show, they don't see how rude boy won't survive. They travel to America and Canada, Asian, Caribbean, South Africa. Met in the Soviet, you were doing it right. Now I'm back home, black and wicked and inside. But my friends will love me, I thank you well. Idris is back again.
Is this something that you are looking at doing yourself? Because you have a very strong voice, you have stronger convictions. Why don't we put it to things that can put you in a position to act on the things that you are convinced of?
Oh, most definitely. I will at the right time.
Right.
If your music has no content, then the lifespan of that music is 3 months. You have to go back to the studio to record another stupid music.
I think
and you go back again after 3 months, after that one don't rain finish, to record. But Jaga Jaga is still raining. Mr. Lecturer, BBC had to send Kiki to go into the campus to find out if it was true that lecturers were actually harassing the girls. But you saw what happened. You saw the fact. Lecturers were caught red-handed.
Right. And this was
harassing girls.
About.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Jaga Jaga in itself, I know that it was inspired by certain things, but was it you rebelling against, leadership at the time? Was it you being, like Jesus said, the ghetto reporter, just reporting what's happening on the streets? But was that how you felt about the country of your birth, that has given you everything? Do you feel, or did you feel at the time that it was Jaga Jaga? So let me tell the world that it's Jaga Jaga. Or was there a bigger message that you tried to pass across to it?
I was nominated to raise the Olympic torch alongside with Professor Patu Tomi, Dora Kinyuli, late, may her soul rest in peace. May you continue to rest in peace, Mommy, we love you. Larry Izamuje, Shegun Odegbami, and a few other people,
Now, time now to go on to KK, live at the airport as he welcomes back Nigeria's contingent from carrying the Olympic torch.
But for the Olympics is right around the corner, and we have some Nigerians that represented Nigeria in Cairo, making things happen for Nigeria.
Because this is the first time Nigerians are participating in Olympic torch relay. And the very first time the torch is touching base on Africa.
Let's check out Idris Abdul Karim, Nigerian music legend. Tell the young people the feeling.
It's good, you know what I'm saying? What I just want to say is whatever you want to do, keep your head up. Don't let no one brings you down. You can actually achieve anything you want to achieve.
And we got to Egypt and we are all together in the same hotel. And late Dora Kennedy was like, my son, how did you get here? I said, Mr. Lecturer got me here. He said, oh, Mr. Lecturer. I said, oh, wait a minute. The song, Mr. Lecturer. I said, yes. I said, oh, wow, wow, wow. People are observing things. People are observing situations. This is huge. Please put up more songs like that out there. Don't be scared of anybody. Make sure you speak the truth, whether anybody likes it or not.
And this was,
during lunch.
Yeah, speaking this to you.
Yeah. And Professor Patutomi said the same thing to me and encouraged me. Same thing with Shegun Degbami. We grew up in Kano together, And it was like, oh, I'm very proud of you. So the next day, while the torch, passing started, Professor Patutomi from 20 meters collected the torch and it ran towards me. And I was so emotional that day. He was crying. And I knew he started crying from the moment.
You got it.
I didn't know what was going through his mind. I couldn't tell. But when he got to me, I saw that he has been crying. And he passed the torch to me and he said, my son, I'm passing my generation to your generation. Bro, are you kidding me?
That's a heavy statement.
He's automatically telling me that I'm giving you an authority to go and speak on behalf of Nigerians. That is your field as a musician. So you can change the country with your music and speak the truth, whether anybody likes it or not. And I was like, wow. I cried. I couldn't help it. So I ran and, dropped my, touch to the next person, which is from another country, And I went back to the hotel that day. I went to take my shower. Then I did my ablution and I did my salats. If I want to talk to my God, I have to do my salat and my prayers and say, yo, God, I want to go into fasting. This is what I want to do. Please show me the way. Tell me what to do. So I started the fasting the next day. And after 7 days, we got back to Lagos. I slept. And the word was Nigeria Jaga Jaga.
That's how you heard it?
Oh, yes. And I stood up immediately. Pick up my phone. Right. Nigeria Jaga Jaga. Nigeria Jaga Jaga. And I look at everything scatter. Poor man, they suffer. Bosa. Gunshot in the air. And immediately, I called Soso. I called Chris Okoro. And we hit the studio.
Right.
And I recorded Nigeria Jaga Jaga. You heard Obasanjo say, you see this chair? It's over my dead body. That's how Obasanjo encouraged gangsterism in politics. That is how he encouraged corruption in politics. Today, it has evolved all over politicians.
There are people from your era, some people that you are friendly with.
Yes.
The late great Steve Kadri.
Yeah.
The late OJB.
Yeah.
Had these issues.
Yeah.
Do you feel sometimes like, why am I here? Do you feel like, why didn't they get the same blessing that I got in surviving this?
I feel like we need more information. If we had more information back then, a lot of people wouldn't have died, on this kidney issue. Like, for example, some people travel to India to get this transplant done. And then they give them medication that they will use for 1 year. Without medical checkup every month. To know how the kidney is doing, to check your creatinine, to see what's going on, to get your tacrolimus test done, to see how your kidney is doing, and then wait for 1 year for the medication to be done, then order for another medication without regular checkup. Right. That's why you see most people that go to India, they just die.
Right.
Right. But sweetest thing that ever happened to me was that I have someone like Dr. Bamboyi. I did a song, I called his name. I did a song to appreciate my wife, and I called his name. Dr. Bamboyi is such, where Nigerians are so gifted.
Right.
Nigerians are so gifted, we just have bad leadership.
That means, like Fela said, we go here and win.
Oh no, plenty things. For 2024, you go hear story. They go hear fire. Now, they go hear. Because I know God intentionally protect my life and gave me this opportunity for me to do a lot of things. I still have a lot of work to do. If not, maybe I would have gone. I know He loves me so much. For me, in my dream, God called me His political activist. That's what He called me, political activist. My political activist.
And you are determined to follow.
Oh, yes. My responsibility is to speak the truth. Only truth will set our country free, whether anybody likes it or not. So I have to appreciate Nigerians all over the world in diaspora for their prayers and support. I appreciate my wife, Sekinat, Yetunde. I love you so much. May Allah continue to bless you. I appreciate my wife and my children. I appreciate Kenny Ogungbe. I appreciate Chief Allen Oyema. I appreciate my brother Imoni. That's when you know who are your friends. That came out to show you love and support you. You know what I mean? And also to appreciate Dr. Bamboe. May you live long. Thank you for doing what you're doing. I mean, since after my surgery, approximately 12 transplants has been carried out. People come from Canada to come to Nigeria to come and...
That's amazing.
Do you understand?
That's amazing.
So imagine if we have great leadership and we have great hospitals and equipment, people will come all over the world.
You burst on the scene at a time that Nigerian music, as we know it, wasn't the way it was. Right. At the time that you came out, all of the international major record companies had come and gone. The Nigerian music industry was without form at this point. But that's the era that you came out in. I've written about you. I've done quite some stuff, and I know how you came from Kano to Lagos. In just a brief words, how now that you're looking back, how do you make that connection? You were doing okay in Kano, living a normal youngster life, but you wanted to do music, and you headed to Lagos. Not that somebody said, "Idris, come and stay with me." Not that you had a friend that you were writing to. How did you make that connection from Kano to Lagos and then eventually to Kenny Ogungbe, even before it became Kenny's music?
God, revolution, revelation. In my dream, God kept telling me, "You're called."
People say that they hear from God,
It's for real.
like that.
It's for real.
Because I don't hear literally like that.
Yes, I get my message from God through my dreams. And when He said it's time, and He tell me what to do. And I go to the studio, I do it. I just explained to you how Jaga Jaga came up.
Right.
Same way Mr. Lecturer came up. I was in Kano in 1995.
Okay.
Looking forward to people like Dr. Fresh. I know you must have heard of Dr. Fresh. Music in the North was big than the South. Yes. Hip hop was alias in the North.
Yeah.
So Dr. Fresh was just the biggest star in Kano at that time. There's no shows in Central Hotel, any part of the North that Dr. Fresh doesn't go and shut down. So I was still in military school then, Army Day, Bukavu Barak. I have a couple of friends that I met in school who were basically into music, but I've never seen them, perform before. So one day, my agricultural teacher was like, "There's an event going on at the Soldiers Club today, so that I should just come around and watch before I go to the house." So I got to the Soldiers Club, and that was the first time I was like, I was blown and I was shocked, like, really? So people rapping, people miming, doing their thing. And I was like, wow. Funny enough, at that time, I was already representing Kano State. In fact, I represented Nigeria as a table tennis player. I played ping pong. I represented Kano as a cadet player, alongside with, Yinkama Jekodumi, Taufik Maya, Funke Oshinaike, Biola Odumoso. Oh, yes. So, but for me, immediately I got to experience music. I just went for music.
Wow.
I knew it was my call. I knew it was my call. I knew this is it. I was looking for an opportunity, an avenue to express myself and speak for the voice of the voiceless. To speak for the people who can speak for themselves. So after that day, I invited a couple of them to come to the house. My mom lives at Sabongeri. She sells pepper soup. So they come and eat. Then I'll ask them questions. How do you do this?
There's been certain health challenges that you've had, that some of the people that you were close to, that you knew, had, How did that make you feel? First, how did you know that you were ill? Was there specific symptoms that you had at the time that you felt like, this is not right? And then that's just in brief.
In 2012, I went for an event. I know how energetic I am when I'm performing. Then I noticed something wasn't right at the side of my tummy. So it was a beautiful performance, killed the crowd that I managed to perform. I went back home, I told my wife, went to the hospital, and to go and do checkup. When I got to the hospital, the doctor was like, my kidney is very weak. You need to give me some medication, you know. So he gave me a couple of medications. Ending of 2022, started feeling the pain more after performances. January 2023, I told my wife, we need to go to, what's it called? We need to go and see a doctor, a specialist that I was told about, somewhere around Ikeja GRA. So went there and did all tests, and they said my kidney is failing, that I need to start the dialysis. You know, told me everything and put me through everything. I agreed to start my dialysis. There was few friends of my wife that had the same issue.
Right.
And my wife called them and reached out to them, and I was like, what's up? How did he go about it, you know? Was like, no, that we should leave that hospital and book an appointment with Dr. Bamboye at St. Nicholas Hospital. Immediately, the next day, we got an appointment with Dr. Bamboye, went to see Dr. Bamboye. A man is an angel, man. You know, so went to see Dr. Bamboye, and Dr. Bamboye was like, hi, Idris, how are you? I love your music. I love the fact that you speak the truth. You know, we appreciate people. You're not just
Just a regular patient.
regular patient. So I'm interested in your case. So go to the lab and let them get all these tests done for you. Then we'll take it up from there. So went to the lab and they did all the tests, and it was like, okay, so Idris, here is the point. Your kidney has failed.
As it is now.
Now, you're on stage 4. So you need a transplant. With a transplant, you're going to live your life again like a newborn baby. And I was like, so how do I get a transplant? How do I get a kidney? Does the hospital, it was like, no, that if that happens, that would be like we're trafficking organs and all that.
Yeah.
So what we do basically is we take from family members, your children, your brother, your friends. Then right there, my wife was like, can I donate for him? We never talked about it. I didn't know. It was like, can I donate for him? And doctor was like, yes, if you are compatible. And she was like, how do I know that I'm compatible? Said, you have to go through a couple of tests. Said, can I start now? Doctor was like, yes. So she went to the lab. She did about 15 different tests. And to God be the glory, she was compatible with me. And I'll say that I should get ready next month. The surgeon will be coming in from America and India. It wasn't up to a week. We got a call that the surgeons are around. You guys should check in today. You know, this was October last year. So we told our children about it. So they prayed. They were crying, but they prayed, you know. So we got to the hospital. We told them that when Dr. Bambowe told me it was transplant plan, I knew I was going to make it. And I knew that people love me out there. I know people that love me genuinely for what I stand for what I speak for. Not for playing music, but for what I stand for. So when my wife now said what she said and we're compatible, I was very happy. So my dialysis wasn't even up to 4 months. We were checked in to the hospital, and my children went home. And the Indian woman came and were like, Abdul, how are you? I'm fine. You know, say, so, Abdul, this is where I'm going to be putting your new kidney tomorrow. Just relax. It's a regular thing that I do. Don't worry. You know, I checked all your tests and I found out that your body, spirit, and soul are in good spirit to go, and I'm happy for that. So everything is gonna be fine. You know, just relax yourself, okay? I say, yes, doc, thank you very much. So around 8 o'clock in the morning, I came to take my wife to the, you know, theater. And when it was 9 o'clock, they came back for me and went to the theater. And as soon as they lay me down on the bed, it wasn't up to 1 minute.
You took off.
I was gone. And 5 hours later, it was pain
That woke you.
that woke me up. So much pain. And I was like, I want water. I want to drink water. And the Indian woman was like, Idris, this is 6 p.m. Prepare yourself and relax yourself. You're going to take water by 7 a.m. I was like, God, 7 a.m., long. So I was like, where's my wife? You know, where's my wife? Like, don't worry, your wife is in the next ICU. She's fine and everything is okay with her, you know. So I started praying. And the doctor was like, congratulations. It was perfect. It was okay. Congratulations. I was like, I want to see my wife, you know, because they've done her since. So she was okay. She was just smiling. I was like, what's up? She see me, I cry, I shout, you know. I say, she's fine, don't worry. Like, how am I? I said, I'm very, very fine, you know. And she was like, we thank God. Like, then she should go back and rest. So she went. So I was in the hospital, in the ICU for 8 days, you know. Then the pain started reducing, subsiding. Then they moved us from the ICU to the ward, you know. So came to check us all for another 7 days. Gave me my medication, and after 15 days, I was discharged. Go back home, show me my medication. In fact, funny enough, I was surprised. When it was 7 o'clock, they brought water for me, I drank. And when it was 8 o'clock, they brought beans, plantain, and beef.
And you ate it.
And I was telling the doctor that, no, doctor said I should not eat beans. I should not eat. He said, no, you're a new person now. Go ahead, eat. I was like, what?
Oh, wow.
Like, seriously?
Wow. That's an amazing.
It's like, seriously? I said, yes. I was like, God, I give you the glory. Thank you.
I saw a few comments and one stood out to me. And somebody said, who doesn't know you, by the way? Just said, look at him, a typical Nigerian man. If it was his wife that needed the kidney, he would not have given it.
I would do the same because she's a godsend. From the day that I met her,
right,
and my mom saw her, she's a godsend. I would have done the same. I mean, which woman will give her husband a kidney if the man is not a good man? It's not possible.
That's a good point.
The woman will not go. If you are a bad man, no woman will want to give you a kidney.
That's a good
And everybody that knows me know that I love my wife so much. And I don't joke with family. I love family. Nobody's perfect, actually. But I don't joke with family. I love my wife so much. So if I was in a position, I would have done the same thing.
There are people from your era, some people that you are friendly with.
Yes.
The late great Steve Kadri.
Yeah.
The late OJB.
Yeah.
Had these issues.
Yeah.
Do you feel sometimes like, why am I here? do you feel like, why didn't they get the same blessing that I got in surviving this?
I thought of it. But, I feel like we need more information. If we had more information back then, a lot of people wouldn't have died, on this kidney issue. Like, for example, some people travel to India to get this transplant done, and then they give them medication that they will use for 1 year without medical checkup every month. That's why you see most people that go to India, they just die.
Right.
Sweetest thing that ever happened to me was that I have someone like Dr. Bamboyi. I did a song, I called his name. I did a song to appreciate my wife, and I called his name. Dr. Bamboyi is such, Nigerians are so gifted.
Right.
Nigerians are so gifted, we just have bad leadership.
And now that you are newly born, that means, like Fela said, we go here and
Oh no, plenty things. Because 2024, you go hear story. They go hear fire. Now, they go hear. Because I know God intentionally, protect my life and give me this opportunity for me to do a lot of things. I still have a lot of work to do. If not, maybe I would have gone. I know He loves me so much. For me, in my dream, God called me his political activist. That's what He called me. Political activist. My political activist.
And you are determined to follow.
Oh, yes. My responsibility is to speak the truth. Only truth will set our country free, whether anybody likes it or not. So I have to appreciate Nigerians all over the world in diaspora for their prayers and support. I appreciate my wife, Sekinat, Yetunde. I love you so much, May Allah continue to bless you. I appreciate my wife and my children. I appreciate Kenny Ogungbe, I appreciate Chief Allen Oyema, I appreciate my brother Imoni. That's when you know who are your friends, that came out to show you love and support you. You know what I mean? And also to appreciate Dr. Bamboyi. May you live long. Thank you for doing what you're doing. I mean, since after my surgery, approximately 12 transplants has been carried out.
Wow, by Dr. Bamboyi.
People come from Canada to come to Nigeria to come and...
That's amazing.
Do you understand?
That's amazing.
So imagine if we have great leadership and we have great hospitals and equipment, people will come all over the world. I told one of my friends that, listen, man, I'd like to go and perform at Trend 2, which is the regular place where we perform at Central Hotel in Kano. And they were like, oh, that's beautiful. Why not? So that day, Dr. Fresh was performing, and I went there and I was invited to come and perform. So that day, I experienced the first politics. I was invited, I grabbed the microphone, and I asked the DJ to play my instrumental. I immediately started playing the instrumental and I started rapping. They removed the wire and they made it look like it was my fault. I got off the stage. In the next 6 minutes, the music is back and everything. And Dr. Fresh came on stage and performed and everything. Oh, okay. The guy called me, he said, that's the politics. I was like, oh, really? I said, oh, okay. So next time, while I was going back there, I took my DJ along with me.
Oh, so you already had a DJ?
Oh, I took my DJ along with me and performed my song and everything was okay. And I killed the crowd. And since that day, I became a competitor to Dr. Fresh.
Right.
Chased him out of Kano. And he went to Abuja. Went to Abuja. I heard he's in Abuja. I went to Abuja. Chased him out of Abuja. Came to Lagos. I heard he was in Lagos. That's when I took the 911 bus that was bringing tomato and pepper and came
so
to
you didn't come to Lagos in a luxurious bus?
No, luxurious bus. Tomato.
That's how you got to Lagos to chase your dream?
That's right. Couldn't go to family's house. I had to stay under the bridge. Then head down. It was for like 9 months though.
And I'm thinking about it.
How I survived.
Yes.
I wake up every morning. the hold up is piling up, and I walk through any car that is an under car. I know it's an Hausa car. Hausa road,
Oh, that's true.
That's their favorite car. They don't like any other car than Honda.
Right.
So the wind down, I just start rapping. Na hau mota, to ina malan zamu je kana wanda abu nan muka fara Kano ta kare ko da mai ka zo an fika na je kura da ciromawa na ibawa har nasarawa mun shiga city jama'a titi suka ce sai ka kai sabo a kwana a tashi na gan duniya na iso na gaida gida ne Kano city. So they will just start laughing.
Oh, wow.
They will just start laughing like, hey. What's your name? Idris. I like you. Yeah, let me give you something. Here's my number. If you need anything, call me. That's how I lived. And those contacts, from that time till today, which then I made it, I still keep those contacts.
We could have done this for another 3 hours.
Thank you, Taiwo. I imagine. Thank you, Taiwo.
Hi, I'm Blessed Nation. This is Souq exclusive. You know, when it's time for exclusive, we've got a big fish in the pool. All right, this time around is JJ Ekwega, the name that comes to mind when you're talking about talent relations globally, you're talking about media consultancy, as she's been publicist to renowned artists such as the late Judge Michael. All right, I hate to say late, but because his music feels so much alive whenever you listen to it, because they're classics. When you talk about Judge Michael, those songs is done, never fade. But let's meet JJ Ekwega. Good morning, welcome to the show.
Good morning, nice to see you today.
Yeah, I like to wake up to someone great, and this is it. Waking up to sit close to you and talk to you.
Oh, thank you, appreciate that, thank you.
All right, now for someone like you who's been around the high and mighty when it comes to the entertainment industry all along, it must have been a journey, and it must have been very interesting. Also good to know that your grand uncle Olado Martins was the first African to go to Hollywood.
Yes.
So talk to us, how has it been for you growing up amidst celebrities and even working with them?
Well, I have to say the inspiration started with Great Uncle Orlando, really, in the sense that when we were teenagers, we didn't know in the 80s, just before he passed away, we used to visit him just in Lagos here, near the Marina area. And I think there's a street named after him.
This is the Marina area.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Okay, so this is like somewhere from my childhood. I actually left Nigeria when I was 8 to go to boarding school in the UK. And the journey, I want to say, was almost accidental, because I went to university in California, University of Southern California in Los Angeles. And I did want to study international relations, diplomacy, because I studied French, Spanish, and I have colloquial Arabic as well. So you'd have thought I would go into something where I would use my languages more. But I ended up at university in Los Angeles. And where is that the capital of? Entertainment. So I fell into entertainment. There was no other route to take. And ended up working in media relations. My first job as an intern. I was thrown into this agency and they said, oh, you're going to work for this gentleman called Michael Levine. And he's one of the top PRs in Los Angeles. And I was assistant to his assistant. And who was he looking after in those days? We're talking about the mid-90s. He was looking after David Bowie. So I ended up working in my first job as an intern. I was unpaid, so it was like a student job, working for the PR for David Bowie. So that's where my journey started. So it was almost accidental because I didn't actually choose it. It kind of chose me.
All right. Even though it was accidental, you wanted to become a diplomat.
Yes.
But you stumbled into entertainment.
Yes, I
working
did.
as a publicist.
Yes.
What was it that kept you and you decided to make it your thing?
I realized that it was a vocation, that's something that came from the family. Going back to great uncle Orlando Martins, I came to appreciate in time when I told people that as a child he would show us pictures of him with Ronald Reagan or the great Audrey Hepburn, the actress from Hollywood, and other people, and we didn't appreciate it at the time. And when I told the story when I went back to Los Angeles, people would be like, but we know your great uncle's films. We've seen him in Hasty Heart. We've seen him in The Nun story with Audrey Hepburn. That was your great uncle? He was so eloquent. Because what was so good about great uncle was that he spoke Yoruba in his roles. He would never just make up gibberish. He'd say, no, I have a language, I'm Nigerian. And that pride, I think it came down to us. And my brother Babatunde and my sister Yewande were so lucky that we were around him as children because he instilled that thing in us. So when I fell into entertainment when I was in LA, it was a natural progression. And I just thought, no, I should do this. He was an inspiration to me. So I think that's what kept me going on.
Did you ever find yourself in a conflict from being the publicist, the one who's behind the scene, working it out for the artist, and wanting to be in the stage, like being in front of the camera, being the artist yourself?
Do you know how I got around that? Our late mom, Ibiene Adokie-Apega, she was a journalist in the UK in the late 80s and just before she passed away, unfortunately, in 1992. And growing up with her, she worked for the Daily Mail in the UK and as a freelance for papers in Nigeria, although she was based in London. And one way of me conquering that was also doing my journalism side of things, because my degree was in communications and journalism. So I went into journalism in the sense that I worked for a number of sites like HuffPost. I worked for something called the Luxury Channel, and I was a contributor for news websites. And I also did CNN Showbiz because I had a little spurt at CNN, which I loved. And that was a way of connecting with the entertainment side of things, interviewing people, going to events, writing up stories about movies, about special events, covering the Oscars, the BAFTAs in London. So that was a way for me to go around it, if that makes sense.
It does make sense. And I see that you've got the experience all round from media to entertainment.
Yes.
Now, when you first met the big artists, in fact, when you were asked to relate with someone like David Bowie, how did it feel for you for the first time?
I'll tell you a quick story. When I started the job working for the publicist that looked after David Bowie, on the second day I was told, you need to call David's office and you've not got to speak to him and prepare him and his wife Iman. They're coming to London. You've got to give them the itinerary. I was like, I have to call David Bowie?
I can imagine that.
I was trembling, but I just had to hold everything in and say, okay, he's a human being. Okay, let me just get on with it. And that kind of helped in the sense that they trusted me to do it. But then I had to hold myself together and sometimes you just go with it. You just go with it.
So share me your experience working with George Michael. I'm eager to know how it must have been working with him, watching him, on TV. I find him fascinating, unpredictable. But working with a man like that, how was it?
Oh, it was amazing. I'll tell you, I first met him when in 1990, well, I say first met him, worked for him. I spent a day with him. When I worked at MTV Europe in the mid-90s, he was doing, this was 1996, he was doing the MTV Awards in London. And during the MTV Awards, everyone's assigned to a different artist. So back in those days, it would have been people like Robbie Williams, I'm a UK artist. George Michael was there. You had the Foo Fighters. You had Janet Jackson. You had different artists. But that day, I was assigned to George Michael, and they said from 9 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock at night, you've got to be with him, you've got to get him food, look after him. So you have to imagine that I had to go and meet his car at the stadium when he arrived. It was at the Alexander Palace, actually. I had to meet his car, introduce myself, say, I'm going to be looking after you today. And they call it a talent escort. Okay. I'm going to be your talent escort. And it was just him that came alone. So can you imagine with my idol who I'd loved as a teenager, meeting at the car and having to just be with him all day. I met his parents, which was an honor because his mother passed away the year after. And he was just such a personable person. At that stage, I wasn't working for him. At that stage, I was just starting out in my career in '96. Starting out in my career, one of my second jobs actually at MTV Europe in London, and looking after George Michael. And it was because of looking after him that day, and I kept in touch with his management team, that literally, I want to say 12 years later, I worked for him.
Okay.
In 2008. So for me, it was like a journey, and it shows you what a kind person he was, because he remembered. He said, oh, you were that young girl who was all nervous and you looked after him and I just loved your company. Come and work in my office. It's because of him I can say a lot that I'm here today, because he gave me so many opportunities. I met so many people with him. One of the people that was looked after in his office was Donatella Versace. So I did a lot of PR for Versace, dressing all these talents for the Oscars, for the Met Ball, for the BAFTAs, for all the concerts, things like that. So through him, a lot was achieved in my career.
Wow, good to know. Now, before we talk about you working with the Academy Awards and what it was like in that aspect of your career, when George Michael passed, how was it? How did you take the news?
On that night, it's odd because I was actually just reading a book or something, and my daughter turned to me and said, I was reading something and said, oh, look, on the iPad, it just flashed up, George Michael has passed. It was the worst. I still remember it very clearly, 2016. It was the worst night, I must say. And my phone started buzzing, and I got a call, and I wasn't working because I'm currently working with the BBC now, but I wasn't at the BBC at the time. But my best friend was working at the BBC News, and he said, Jay, you've got to come on. We've spoken to the management and one of the other PRs, but I know you. I want you to come and say something. And it was the hardest. I spent 10 minutes on BBC News, Global News, talking about George. What a wonderful person he was, personable, kind. And when we worked for him, we would get bonuses so we could go on holidays. He was just the kindest, most humble man. He wasn't fond of doing PR, oddly enough. He was quite shy, very shy.
Strange.
Yes, and you'd say, oh, we have to do it. And he'd roll his eyes, oh, do we have to? Like, yeah, oh, But he was such a kind, personable, fun person. One of the greatest bosses I've ever had, and unforgettable. And I think his music, as you mentioned, you talked about listening to him in the office, is beyond time.
Indeed, it is beyond time. And when you listen to songs done by George Michael, you don't feel like he's gone.
Yes, you feel like he's alive
still
again.
Alive
Yes.
and with us.
Yes.
Well, while you were talking about him, you mentioned that he was a shy person.
Yes.
That brings us to talking about shy people in the media industry.
Yeah.
You also reckoned with that in an
Yes.
interview that you granted,
Yes.
talked about being shy.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's hard to believe that you can be around so much buzz. You could be even the person of focus,
Yes.
but yet you're shy.
Yeah.
How do you manage that?
I think sometimes it's just taking a step back and sort of saying, okay, this is a little beyond me. I mentioned went to some Oscar parties just a month ago. We were in Los Angeles, and we went to this charity event, which we thought would be a friend of mine invited me and said, oh, come to this, it's called the Green Charity. I thought, oh, it sounds simple enough, but it was at a very nice hotel. And who should walk in? Zendaya. And she's like the biggest star in the world at the moment. And she said, oh, hello, what are you here for? And I said, oh, I'm just visiting from London. And talking to people like that, you kind of realize that we're all human at the end of the day, but we're all giving our gifts in different ways. Like you're here today, you're a wonderful interviewer.
Thank you very much.
Lovely surroundings and everything. So I think everyone has something to give, no matter how high, no matter how the journey is going. I think we're all humans. And the way she took the time to say, oh, hello, and oh, what are you doing here? Where are you from? And I thought that was really nice. And we just connected as human beings. So little things like that help, that you overcome whatever the personality is.
Let's get to the Academy Awards now. I'm eager to know, Now, being in that space, it's a very influential space.
It is.
It gives you so much power to do a lot. I guess that there are not many black persons in that space. So working in that space and doing your bit, how has it helped you? And how do you think it has also helped other artists of African descent in the entertainment industry? What have you learned that they should learn?
I think we've come a long way. It's getting better. We're not there yet, but it's improving in the sense that there are people now able to make films. Just recently, actually, just this time, a cousin of ours through our mother's related to his father, Miss San Harriman. His father was the late Hope Harriman, who's well known in Nigeria. And he was a business partner of my father's, Ben Epega, Harriman, Epega & Co. They were land property developers, well known in Lagos. Miss San had a film at the Oscars, a short film that was nominated with the actor David Oyelowo in the lead. And when you have our work being honored like that, he was a nominee. He didn't win this time, but the fact that he was at the Oscars shows you that we're being recognized, not only as working behind the scenes like myself as a publicist. No, there are not many of me, because I'll tell you a very quick thing. I've been at events in the past with George Michael and his entourage, and I was the publicist there, and somebody came to me and said, could you go and find the publicist? And I had to say, I am the publicist. And they had to apologize.
Why was it hard for them to detect who the publicist was? Is it that you're this person who likes to be in your space? Is it you're called out?
At that time, I was there doing my work and being respectful, but I was the only person that looked like me.
Oh, are you talking about color now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Because especially even now, in the sphere of publicists, I would say 3% of us are of ethnic minority in the UK, on par, on that level where we've grown, and the level working with very A-list talent and things like that. There are not so many of us. It's getting better, but we still have a struggle. I've still had issues lately in my life, in this role that I've been in, but I refuse to step back when I've started a journey moving forward.
You seem to be very comfortable in the UK or working in the UK.
Yes.
Most part of your career has been in the UK.
Yes, most of it.
What's it about the UK that makes you comfortable? If you were in America, would it be any different?
I have worked briefly in the US and lived there as a student as well. And basically, and my ex-partner is from the US, Los Angeles. But essentially, the UK, because I went at 8, because I think I went as a young child, I went to boarding school there, so I really cultivated the culture there. And when you grow up somewhere, it becomes more familiar, if that makes sense.
More like home.
Like home. But again, it's a similarity with Nigeria. We all speak English, and this was a colony in its time. But there's that similarity with Nigeria and England in the sense that we're not far. Like, look at the time now. We're both on the same time zones at the moment. There's just that closeness to home. And I think that's why I became more settled there and became like a second home to me.
All right, let's talk about your first home, Nigeria.
Yes.
So you're in Nigeria right now.
Yes.
This is your home. No one should ask you, why are you here? But I want to ask, what's up this time that you're here?
This time is very special. Well, essentially, again, we go back to George Michael because I am here for the GT Food and Drink Festival. And basically, the person that I came with, we all came yesterday with Dylan Alora, who's an artist who's actually in the UK at the moment, but over in Lagos. And we came over with Tom Parker Bowles, who's the son of Queen Camilla. And we all flew over last night. And George Michael gets involved with this again because I met him because he was a friend of George Michael and someone that we organized tickets for back in 2008. So we thank George Michael. Because of George Michael, Tom is here. And so we're here for the food festival for a few days to enjoy, you know, see what it's all about. I haven't been to any of these festivals. I think it'll be fascinating. And they have other people attending like Aldo Zilli, Jean-Christophe Novelli, and some US chefs as well. And yeah, very much looking forward to it. So that's brought me here for 5 days to enjoy Lagos. And I'm always happy to come home.
So it's a food festival. I'm going to tell you a bit about it because I was at the last year's edition. It was a wow event talking about having.
So you've
different-
been?
Oh, yes,
I haven't been.
But I'll leave you to have your experience.
Okay.
But let's talk a bit about Thomas Parker
Yeah.
Ball. So being a food critic.
Yes.
That's not very common.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how do you become a food critic? It seems like you've got to be a chef first, or you've got to have great love for food to be able to criticize the cooking of different people. Now, that looks like a career that is not quite common. And working with someone like that, from where you're coming from, working with those in music, it's different.
It's still in the realm of, in England, it's very popular actually. It's a very popular thing to be a food critic. There are quite a few that I can name in the sense of you don't have to be a chef per se. It's more like you're an editorial person. It's like you review films, review music, review films, and you review restaurants. So for example, we took him to, there's a restaurant called Enish in London, Nigerian restaurants, and they have them in Dubai as well. Very popular outside Nigeria. And the people, critics have often said, we've written about food, Italian food, Spanish food, why not Nigerian food? And what I've really admired about him is that because he's written books, he writes recipes, and he works with chefs, and that's what food critics do. And it's a very popular thing to do in the UK right now. A lot of people are food critics, writing for the Times. You either write for a magazine or you write for the Bazaar magazine, Vogue, GQ magazine, Esquire. So the role of food critic is really, really something that's done worldwide. But I know maybe in Nigeria it's not so common, but it's very lucrative. Yes, it's very lucrative.
All right, so what would you think Thomas Ball coming to the food court, the GT food court, writing about Nigerian food, giving reviews, is going to do for Nigerian food? Yes, there is a food that is very popular when you talk about Nigerian food. Even those who haven't had the taste of the Nigerian jollof just want to talk about it and maybe look forward to tasting it. But there are different kinds of food that will be sampled.
Yes.
What would that do to Nigerian cuisine?
You see, there's a perception in Europe and in the bigger world. People assume, unfortunately, going on the darker side of things, they see a lot of people coming on boats trying to get into England. They feel like we don't have anything back here. We don't have the development here. Some of the buildings, the aspirational things of it. People are business-minded. Come into these studios for goodness sake. You can't imagine that this is all going on in Africa. I have people up to this day say, "Oh, do you have buildings in Nigeria? Do people eat? There's no food."
That's funny.
And they don't realize. So when you have an ambassador like Tom Parker Bowles come to Nigeria, and when he writes anything in England, everybody reads it, they comment on it. The fact that his mother's Queen Camilla of England, that might have something to do with it. But his voice is very loud, and what I'm really proud of him is that he said, "I want to come and see Nigeria for myself." I hear these things at the foods, people like, "Oh, nobody goes to Nigerian restaurants. Who wants to eat Nigerian food?" It's growing now. There's that interest. And it's good for us because we can bring our food to the world. For people who can't come to Nigeria immediately, people want to come and people will come. But people who can't come, people like him, food critics, can come back with that message that we've been to Nigeria, we see what they do, they're really doing well, they're trying. Yes, there's good and bad in everything, but they're promoting our food, promoting our culture, and it gives us industry, it gives us some business opportunities, it gives us partnership opportunities, and it's increasing our voice in the big global stage.
I'd like to get back to your first love, which is being publicist for entertainers.
Yes.
Now, in Nigeria, we have A-list artists that are known worldwide.
Yes.
They have managers.
Yes.
Some of them also have publicists.
Yes.
Looking at the way they're managed and the way the publicists run, is there a thing or two you think they need to know and understand when working with artists? How could it also help their career?
I think to realize sometimes it's not overnight and it shouldn't be so gimmicky. A lot of the time people want Instagram followers and let's do this crazy thing or let's do that crazy. You want it to last. You want longevity. So it might be that, we all love Burna Boy or whoever the big star is. But what I like with people like, I want to give someone an example like Skepta. Do you know Skepta?
I do.
He is wonderful because he's done things like with Channel 4 in the UK where he's done content with young people to try and bring them, let's take them away from the knife culture or any crime and trying to inspire younger people to do business, to do different things with their lives. So I think what the PRs can do is like use them as like an influence, as a force to say, come into this, you can do your career here. It doesn't always have to be in entertainment. You can be a lawyer, you can be a lawyer for an actor, you can be a lawyer for a singer, you can be a lawyer for whatever. Or you can do different jobs, but just to aspire to do better. And I think that's what PRs can do a bit more of and use the talent, that platform they have. Those 22 million followers on Instagram, use it as a platform to inspire young people to come up.
And good enough, you are inspiring a lot of young people watching Souq
Thank you.
News TV because this is what it's about.
Yes.
Changing the narrative, inspiring people to be
Definitely.
better. As a wrap up, what's next for you after the GT call?
Oh my goodness. There's a lot because like I said, my main role at the moment is working with the BBC. So working on different shows. I've just done something called The History of Disco. And I was thrilled to see it on the flight over on British Airways.
Do you dance?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I won the Michael Jackson dancing competition
Really?
as a teenager. Yes,
I'd like
I
to
did.
see that.
I want to do it here. But yes, so there's a lot in the pipeline, lots of new programs that we're doing with the BBC. And they're trying to make people more cultural and diversity aware. And I want to be part of that journey with the BBC because it has been in the States where people that look like me feel that we're not taken, in the sense that we're not taking the direction that we want to go all the time, but they're trying to readdress that and make things better for everyone. So yeah, my future, I'm hoping to get involved with things like diversity causes and work with teams and everything and work with new talent and new TV shows.
Okay.
So it's very exciting time and get Nigeria involved as well, and do a bit more writing for BBC Culture and write about Nigeria and Africa.
Well, you've got Souq News TV with you.
Yes.
You want to do things and we want to thank you for being here
Thank
today.
you so much for having me.
Oh yes, I like that you had this energy from start to finish.
Thank
It
you.
means that you're very passionate about what you do.
And grateful.
And you really want to change the narrative for people of color
Yes.
and make the world a better place, like Michael Jackson sang about.
Yeah, I know. God bless his mind. So.
And God bless the soul too of
Amen.
George Michael.
Amen. Amen to that. Thank you. Thank you.
It's a wrap on Souq Exclusive. We've been talking with, I like to add the to him. I hope the GD would not be angry. The JJ Ekwega, because this woman is awesome. Trust me, it's never been a dull moment talking with her.
Thank you so much for having me. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you.
Until the next, I'm Blessing AG. Thank you for watching.
Okay, as you know, my name is Babatunde Jala Epega. I shortened it. That was part of my journey to Baba Jala Epega. I was born here in Lagos, just a stone throw away from here in actually Lagos Hospital here. And I was expelled from school. I went to Corona Ikoyi at the age of 6. My teacher, who I found to be quite unjust at the time, made us all stand, and I remember this, even though it's like almost 45 years ago. But I remember standing outside Corona School in the heat with all the students in my class because one boy had done something and no one owned up. So I found that quite unjust that all of us had to suffer. So I picked up a stone and I threw that stone at my headmistress's glass and it broke her window. She told my parents, and my parents weren't very happy, of course, but They realized that I wasn't meant to be in school like that here. So the teacher actually asked me to leave, and my parents took me to England. They said, take this child to England. We can't control this child here. He's a wild fellow. So as soon as I got to England, I went to Tunbridge Wells in Kent. I went to school there, and it was the most cold experience I've ever had in my life. I was 6.5 going to 7, and I went to boarding school at that age. And I think that woke me up in life straight away, that even in comfort, you still have steel. And by that I mean that everyone would think, oh, you are lucky, you went to England at 6, 7. But I was very young. I was put in a dormitory with children from England, from Japan, from Saudi Arabia. We were all very young. There was a lot of crying in the dormitory, 12 boys, 6 on each side. And the room was very cold. I remember the cold. But one other thing I got to learn was rugby. And through my life, rugby and learning to deal with my condition and environment has instilled a strength in me. And as we know in Nigeria, you have a lot of things that happen that are out of your control, but you have to find a way to evolve and adapt. And I think from the age of 6, 7, I was very lucky to have that. I went to the oldest school in the world called King's Canterbury, started by St. Augustine in 598 AD. This was the secondary school I went to. And my life seemed pretty, what they say, gold-leafed at the time. Everyone's like, you enjoy, you're in Nigeria, you're in London. I learned to speak Spanish. Unfortunately, I lost my Yoruba, but I'm trying to get that back. I learned to speak Spanish and French. But at the age of 17, my father had a stroke. And he was working too hard, obviously. And sadly, my mom and dad had split up by that time. So my whole life that seemed so rosy stopped because my father's business partners, all of them somehow took the business and it went away. And from that going away, we were left destitute. My dad was in a coma for 3 months, and my mother, who wasn't working, because my sisters and I have 2 lovely older sisters, Yewande and Gigi, we were still in school. So much so that my last year's school fees were not paid. But one of my uncles kindly paid for my school fees, and my mother had to go to work. She started her own business. She too was a journalist, Mrs. Ibiene Epega, but she started a chauffeur driving company and started using cars to drive people with her staff. So from that age where I thought a university was going to be given, I was left floating in the abyss because we didn't have financials. So for 1 year I had to work in a post office in London, and it was quite an eye-opener for me, but it didn't stop me from adapting. And again, adaptation helped me grow. So from being in a very wealthy family as a young man, coming to the age of 17 to become an adolescent, a grown-up, I realized that nothing is given. My father sadly was in a stroke, and when he had that stroke, he became semi-paralyzed. For another 30 years, he was semi-paralyzed. But my mother died quite soon after that time in a car crash on the road to Warri, because my Okrika side and Warri side is where my mom was from, even though my father was Ijebu. So my mother died at the age of, when I was 21, which was 20 actually, when I was starting university. And my father was semi-paralyzed. So I became the father of the family, even though my sisters were older and far more intelligent than me. But being the man, I had to take control of a lot of things. And I think that's what really gave me the tenacity to understand that I really need to be someone who doesn't just walk in one field. I need to spread my risk. From my university, I did mathematical economics and Spanish. I was able to go to University, Queen Mary College, London University. And from there I finished. As I said, I worked again. So I worked before I went to uni, and then I worked afterwards. And for me, life is about collaboration, communication, and tenacity. And I think that those were my first 21 years. There were less people in Lagos in those days. I won't lie. I grew up every summer and even Christmas where we could afford it. Back in my day, 1978-79, Naira was 0.8 to £1. So you can understand that people were very wealthy. I think in those days there was like 40 million people. It wasn't that much of it because my dad was an estate surveyor. So we used to go to Abuja a lot. And he was one of the surveyors that graded Abuja when it was being built during the late 70s, 80s with Obasanjo, and even before Murtala Mohammed. They were grading it. And Lagos was, shall I say, Abuja was made the capital. And Abuja is a model city of Milton Keynes, which is a model city of Paris. Just like Brasilia in Brazil was changed from Rio de Janeiro as a capital. So for me, coming back to Lagos was a joy. I enjoyed it because I was young. We used to just walk, run the streets on our bicycles and cycling, just exploring. Everything was open. There weren't as many cars. It was no big apartments, and there weren't as many people. So I had a beautiful time. There were a lot of lizards on the ground, and we used to throw stones at them. But that was my own youth. We used to go to the beach a lot. Bar Beach was around. It's not around now. Sadly, my dad used to take me to Bar Beach to see the capital punishment killings of armed robbers, and even Dimka, who was one of the leaders of the coup d'etat against Murtala Mohammed. We saw him shot there. Saturdays was a big day, and NTA used to have a channel. I think they still have their studio there. So one of our aunties, Miss Julie Coker, was there. So we saw a different side of Nigeria. We would go to Ibadan, we'll go to Ijebu, we'll go to Benin, we'll go to Port Harcourt by road. In those days, you could travel, and along the way, we go to Akure, you pick up mangoes, you pick up coconuts, my dad will pick up palm wine, all these things on the road that I don't know if you get it now because security is an issue. So for me, it was a romantic time. I think fashion evolving through Nigeria has started as a siloed industry. By that I mean every individual was doing their own thing, whether they were a seamstress, a tailor, a designer, a stitcher, they were doing their own thing. But we are realizing that with the 200 plus million people we have in Nigeria, you can't be an individual alone doing your own thing. So the evolution of fashion that I've seen in my own small way, as someone who's worked in the industry, is that there's more collaboration. The designers are looking for hire specialist artisans to help with their stitching, the styling, and the putting together of clothes and accessories. So I'm also seeing small grassroots shoots, very small at the moment, of the government playing a part in bringing together some kind of foundation so people can articulate their fashion designs to the world, because we have seen it in a lot of music. Obviously, Afrobeat is one of our biggest exports in this country. Obviously, there's oil and all the others, but I'm talking about within this entertainment, luxury, lifestyle industries. So we're trying to learn from that how private sector can play a part to enhance this fashion sector. So now we're seeing a lot of vibrant colors, a lot of styles. Men fashion is big. It's not just women's fashion. Men's grooming is massive. Hair and beauty as well. So men are taking care of ourselves more and more. And accessories. Accessories, I think, is fundamentally the quick fix of fashion, where we can enhance and create jobs and hyper growth in GDP by focusing on this. And this is where I implore the government with, working in mineral resources, our precious metals, semi-precious metals, help those industries to grow. There's a great lady, Janet Adeyemi, who works in Women in Business, and she is working within that. Let's help our fairer sex or the female gender to grow in business as well, because there's a fundamental knowledge that if half your population are women, as ours is roughly, or maybe 51%, 52%, you have to educate the women so they too can add to GDP. It's a simple economist theory. You can't leave them out of it because it's very important. And these industries in fashion are enhanced by women, and we need to push that forward. I think the banking system needs to be augmented, and I'm saying this from the government's perspective. The ease of doing business in Nigeria, as an investor myself, a foreign investor as well as being an indigene in Nigeria, the problem is not getting your money to Nigeria, it's getting your money out of Nigeria. Not that you want to suck all the money out of the country, but what can help is the floating exchange rates, the flow and liquidity of money that can come in and out of the country. A lot of investors are worried about how they get their money out of Nigeria. So I think our banking system, going back to the central bank, which they're working on, needs to be much more fluid. So people feel they can invest and take money out. But also, we need to articulate what is on offer. We need to start some kind of documentation of who is available to have investment with, where they can be found, because it's because we are quite an opaque economy, meaning that people can't see the end of where they're putting their money. Once we do that basis and open up the lights within which kind of businesses are available to be invested in, I think a lot of investors, domestic and international, will be more willing to put money to it. I think content creation for me has been an evolution. I started as an ex-banker, as I said. I used to trade futures and options in Barclays Bank. I was on the Life Exchange, trading bonds, and I found that wasn't my life. I wanted to be more closer to people. Some people can be bankers on the trading desk or trading floor, but not for me. So I started doing events. I was very lucky enough to show that I was quite adept at doing events. So a big company called Richemont, they owned Cartier, Dunhill, Hackett. They were part of British American Tobacco. They took me on to do their events. So I was doing a lot of polo matches, a lot of Christmas parties, a lot of brand activation events in England. So for me, I got a lot of content knowledge from that. Different styles, people, different countries. But in the last 10 years, I felt that helping companies like LinkedIn, Google, all kinds of big banks in Europe and America was not my remit. My business, EMC3, was going very strongly in America. But as a Nigerian man, I didn't feel love in America. I know that everyone says it's the land of opportunity, but being someone of my own African descent, I didn't like the mentality there. People are good, but the infrastructure is racist institutionally, as we know. So I felt I wanted to give something back to Nigeria. And with all the 20 years of, at that time, about 17 years of knowledge I'd gained from doing some of the best Grand Prix parties in the world, Formula One, around Monza, Silverstone, Abu Dhabi, I was doing a lot of events. I thought, let me take this back to Nigeria. I didn't have to come back to Nigeria. I wanted to. And I know with all our grievances with Nigeria, if you ask many Africans about Nigeria, they'll say, they look up to us. You guys, you have Chinua Achebe, you have Wole Soyinka, you have Fela Kuti. What's your problem? You have Chimamanda Adichie. What's your problem? So we have to take ownership and say, yeah, we do have all these people. We have Afrobeats, whether it's Burna Boy, Davido, the Venus Bushfires, all these different people that are exported. Let us look inside and say, wow, we do have a lot. So I wanted, as a content creator, to show Nigeria in all the different sectors that we do have a lot. And that's why with the marketing and communications company that I've started, my own company, I felt I could touch so many sectors. And finance, as I mentioned, I work with banks. Also government, Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, a very great entity. I work in fashion, with brand labels and people across the board. There are great shops like Alara here that also promote African fashion and African business. And did you know even Leventis does a lot of research, Nigerian bottling company, to help this country. And do you know Nigeria was blowing glass 1,000 years, almost 1,000 years before Europe knew glass blowing. And it's been found in Oyo State only recently. So it's very important that architecturally we take ownership of our country. The Nok civilization that has been in the mid to, I think it's above Abuja, near Benue, and even Niger River, above those basins. That has a lot of artifacts and a lot of archaeological excavation potential. But we've allowed that just to linger. People have stolen a lot of our artifacts. You know, Nigeria was known for Benin bronzes. We were the best smelters of iron before people were smelting iron. So these are things we have to take stock of. And me as a content creator, I bring all that information together and I make sure that people acknowledge it and are aware of it. So then that will uplift us all. Now, this is a political question, but I believe with our background of the last 20, 30 years, we've had, sadly, leaders who have been militarily inclined, let's just call it that. And as we know, military people, they don't like educated people because educated people will ask questions. So we have had what we call a dismemberment of education in Nigeria for the last 35 years. And that has played an endemic part in retarding the gross domestic productivity of our country because our youths and even people up to my age and older have not had the infrastructure, middle class education that is needed for a country to grow. You look at the Industrial Revolution in the 19th century in Europe, especially in Britain, and you look how they were expanded by merchants and artisans and specific skilled workers. Apprenticeships were big, education was huge. There was what they call a noblesse obligée, a nobility obligation that people who are rich give back to institutions, not to church, to institutions that will help education. And that is where I think we've had a disconnect. Education was lacking. So for me, the way that we can help, it takes time. This new government is in. They are trying to implement the 8-point agenda, which is a good agenda. But everyone's looking for results now. Nigeria has been in a very bad state. There's global downturn. Obviously, cost of living is so high as it has been for a while. Nigeria is exacerbated, but in Europe, cost of living is high. There are some stupid wars going on around the world that has meant oil prices have skyrocketed. And you know, with the rocketing of oil, everything goes up price-wise. So Nigeria needs to reevaluate education and apprenticeship. I believe even in fashion industry especially, apprenticeship is very important. Whether it's weaving, designing, marketing, online, whatever it is, factories, you need apprenticeship. And that's the quick fix of education. But education is fundamental to everything. Education of men and women, or girls and boys, both. Let's be honest, we need both sides of our genders to work together. You know, Yoruba, we've always been what we call a dual binary kind of culture. We've always thought of male and female as one, and it's very important. Even in our names, Taiwo and Kehinde, you won't know if it's male or female. So we have to really educate ourselves that we can work together. And I think our women are our future. I can't even emphasize that more. And education is key. But it takes time. I think Japa syndrome is very real. Everyone wants a better life. Let's not lie. You want a better life for yourselves, but for your family, your parents, your children. And the opportunities in Nigeria, even when you have been educated and you finish graduate here, to find jobs is not easy. The infrastructure is very bad for job creation. And this is being worked on, you know, and the last 8 years has been fundamentally broken. But we know this new government is changing that. But specifically, Japa in Canada, they need our brains. You go across the world and you ask any nation, especially America, who are the best educated, the best, integrated, and the most proficient people, Nigerians. So it's not that we are stupid, it's that we don't have the infrastructure at home. And America, Canada, Europe, they're giving us the infrastructure. So getting out of Nigeria is not easy. There are opportunities and policies that allow it, but going across the border to Libya is not the way. You spend $5,000, $4,000, which is almost 4 or 5 million naira to try and get to Europe, and then you're treated like a dog when you get there. That's not the way. But, you know, there are certain policies that can take you to these countries. And in Britain, for instance, it's not all, the streets aren't paved in gold, but if you earn £1 in Britain, you send that home, that £1 is 1,300 naira. So, and the minimum wage is £14 an hour now in Britain. So you can do the maths of that. So someone who is earning £14 an hour, if they work 10 hours in a day, they've earned over £100, which is 100,000 naira. So the maths, of course, is what makes people want to go there, because even if you are working there, obviously you're paying British rates, so your rent, your cost of utilities, your food and drink, your transport comes into play. It's not cheap there. But the money you send, even if you're only sending £100 a month back to your mom, that's 100,000 naira. So, or 130,000 naira in today's rate. So you can do the maths. That's why people are going. And the security in these countries is, and the education, to be quite frank, is better. But it doesn't mean they are better. We have to build a house, you must thatch the roof from within, so your roof doesn't cave in. And I think that's very important. Not that people shouldn't go home. I mean, go out of the country, but they should always come home as they can. Because we need, you see the Pakistanis doing it, you see the Indians doing it, you see the Arabs, they go home and they build their own countries. It's not good to just japa and leave. You have to come home as well. I think my success is down to, as much as I can say a success, because it's still a book that is not finished and the stories are still unwritten, is a tenacity of hard work. It's very important that people understand that it takes a lifetime to look like an overnight success. It doesn't just come. What I'm still doing, I'm not the most successful in my business, but I love my business. And if you can find something that you love and you can make money out of, then you're in heaven on earth, to be quite frank. I think my spirituality and my faith is very important, as is my wife's. My wife, Helen Epega, she wrote the world's first Pidgin English opera. And we've been staging it here in London. We played in Cape Town, in Nairobi, and in Lagos, sorry. And we've staged it in London. We're at the Royal Albert Hall next year. I'm executive producer of that. So I think my success, to add to that, is that I put all my eggs in one basket. And I work very hard to make sure I research and obtain knowledge of the next thing, or what was the last thing. I'm a historian as well. And I put things in perspective. And I try to add value as I can. But as my momsy used to say, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. So I like to listen as well. And from children you can learn, from grandpapa you can learn. So humility is very important. I'm not arrogant with it. And I think that's the most important part. Collaboration, humility, and shared drive. But also knowing that for me, Saturday and Sunday, I'm off. That's my time for the family. I take a break. Sunday, even God rested on the 7th day. Me too, I rest. I'm not 24/7, even though this weekend we have a big fashion event, but that's work. But when I take my tools down, it's tools down. No one can call me on Sunday morning. So you can't be BOing to people. Never let anyone own you like that. That's what I say. Someone calling you on Sunday morning, obviously in journalism, in film, it's a different from projects. I'm not saying every time, but just be aware of yourself and your mental health. That's the most important. Sure. The world's first Pidgin English opera is a show about a Nigerian fabled people. It's almost like Orisha, but it's not. There are people who are Mami Waters as well as they are spiritual people. They are the guardians of the galaxy, to use an expression. There is God, the all-faithful God, and the all-knowing God, omniscient, omnipotent. But below that, there are all these almost demigods that look after, let's say, this sector of the universe. And these people are singers. They sing opera. But they sing it with Pidgin English. And you know, Pidgin is a language that is known by most Nigerians, but it's a language that people shun and say, it's a bad language. But they speak Pidgin in Hawaii. They speak Pidgin in China. They speak Pidgin, Old English Cockney is Pidgin. American even is a form of Pidgin because they Yankified English. So what my wife has done, Helen Epega, she's also known as the Venus Bushfires. She is an Afrofuturist musician. She composes songs. So she put together this compilation, which is a Pidgin English opera musical. And it's a show that lasts for about 45 minutes or an hour and a half. It depends if you're doing the short version or long version. So we have tenors, we have sopranos, we have violinists, we have kura player, and my wife plays something called the hang, which is like 2 tortoise shell steel drums.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.